Now, the previous boys under 16. Now, I think we're looking at, let me just check.
This is also an under 16, I think heat 3 with...
Yes, it is, yeah, Gabriel Poppin-Coverley.
That's a much faster heat, yeah, really fast. And you feel as you go back through the 4th, 5th places, actually, those times would have been really competitive at the front of field in the other heats. And it is a harsh reality qualification system on times or positions, but it's sometimes our sport, and we can see internationally still people getting falling foul of the system a little bit, but it's all about taking that opportunity to put down that time and progress. So you still have a fantastic chance in final 2 to better that time and better that race practice.
Indeed. Well, if you're joining us live, thanks for joining us. You're here at Nottingham on a beautiful, sunny and calm day. We are watching some fantastic competitive racing, just talking about the boys under 16 heats, which we can see on the scoreboard right now. You're with Manny Johnson, myself here, and Hannah Brown, and we were just talking through pacing from 1,000 metres. We've been watching 1,000 metre racing. You'll be able to get that, you will be able to access. We've been recording everything, and sadly, because of the on-site internet facility, such as it is, we've really been limited by that, but hopefully we've sorted it out and you'll be able to catch up with that at a later date. But we're looking at the girls under 16 heats of 1,000 metres. We've seen heat 1, we saw Greta Rosa win that comfortably. First 2 going through to the final. We'll see the final at about 10:40. Then we'll see girls under 18, and followed by that we'll have the Masters 1,000 metres. So we'll see a real range of ages, abilities and techniques coming up. We've got heat 2, and we should have, if we look up the course, about 400 metres currently. We start in lane 3, that's Edith King from Royal. We've got Annabelle Hutchinson from Reading in lane 4. We've Sienna Payne, the 14-year-old from Chelmsford, in 5. Neris Hall from Way over in 6. In 7, Matilda Enoch from Nottingham. And in 8, Imogen Hunter from Cambridge. So looks to be the far side of the course. Lanes 3 and 4, perhaps ahead of the rest of the field. It looks in fact like they've got clear water ahead of the rest, just trying to secure those top 2 places, which will take them through to the final.
Yeah, I think you're right. Lanes 3 and 4 definitely look like they're just very close to each other, if not neck and neck. And then maybe over to Matilda Enoch in, do you say lane 7 or lane 6? But taking that 3rd place over the other 2 boats. But we're still to play for when you get to that 300 metre marker. As we talked about, that pacing element of the 1,000 metres, there's a lot of energy you could have expended by this point, and that final up, that final push can gain an awful lot on your compatriots, but you can also lose a lot of time if you've spent too much earlier on in the race.
Yeah, and it looks like actually just picking the stroke rate up, going through the 200 metres there, you can see maybe just leading is Edith King in lane 3, but again, just as I say that, Annabelle Hutchinson in the black boat picks it up. Now this is interesting, isn't it? We've been talking about this. You know, what is the plan, given that the first 2 will go through to the final? Although you want to put a marker down, you need to save your energy, because in less than an hour's time, these paddlers will be facing a final, which will be more competitive than this heat.
Yeah, it's a real sort of tactical execution here of, do you want to be in the centre of the course? Do you want to put down that marker that states where you are? Or do you want to sit back and conserve that energy if you're in that comfortable qualification spot? And it's about learning, as we've talked quite a lot already. These girls and these boys, these junior athletes, are going to learn so much from each heat, final and race that they go to.
Yeah, learning experience, learning from each and every time, and I'm sure that's what these paddlers do. We saw lane 4 go over the line first, Annabelle Hutchinson, followed by lane 3, Edith King, and then in 3rd place it looked to be like over that was lane 6, Hannah Gallagher, then Jessica Hopkins, and then over. Sorry, actually, no, I've got that wrong. Apologies. I was looking at the wrong race. Lane 6 is Neris Hall. Then we should have.
Lane 5 by Chelmsford. Lane 5, Chelmsford paddler. Matilda Enoch hasn't come down the course.
Oh, she hasn't come down. That's the confusing thing. Yeah, right. Okay. So we do have lane 8, Imogen Hunter, coming through there in Yeah, well, probably we'll see decent times. We've been looking at just over 4 minutes for the boys, and we've got the girls. We saw Greta Rosa paddle so well in her heat, and she did 4:33, so 4.5 minutes for an under 16 girl is decent time.
I think that's really fast. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, 4:33 and a 4:39 for second place. So they're very competitive times at that age group, and we did see a really lovely technical model, which I think is testament to the hard work those girls have been doing over the past 18 months.
Yeah, and of course got some great coaches down there in Way, so Greta Rosa, you know, following maybe in the footsteps of the likes of Liam Heath, our very own Olympic champion over the shorter 200 metre distance, and we won't see 200 metres for a little while. We will, of course, when we see the Paracanoe. We'll see some 500 metre crew boats a little bit later on this morning just before lunch, and of course we'll see the Paracanoe athletes, of which you're one of the coaches, Hannah. We'll see them a little bit later over 200 metres. But this event, so the under 16 girls, which we'll soon see under 18 girls, 1,000 metres, is actually non-Olympic, isn't it? So if you want to go to the Olympic Games, this isn't the event you're going to do, but nonetheless, great to get the experience of racing, of pacing, of being competitive, of learning how to run your boat in a race.
And also that general fitness. I think even the Olympic distances of 200 and 500, they take up a huge amount of aerobic conditioning, and actually the 1,000 metres, where you're a junior, is a fantastic event to get in and learn your craft. And as you said, there's a lot about that technical execution as well as that physiological conditioning, so there's no true bigger test than the 1,000 metres. And I think we can just see at the 500 metre mark, the first heat of under 18s, the under 18 girls. Actually, I take that back, it's the final of the under 18 girls. So our first final of the day. In lane 2, we have Jessie Urquhart from Banbury. Lane 3, we have Abby Fisher from Lincoln. Lane 4, Georgia Fenwick from Reading. 5, Becky Pemble from Addlestone. 6, Hannah Gallagher from Way. 7, Jessica Holmes from Richmond, and 8, we have Clara Jepson from Oxford. Oh, Fox. I'm going to have to check that one myself. But it looks so far. We've got around 400 lanes. We may have an extra entry in lane 1, because we have lane 1 definitely looks like she's leading down the course at the moment, ahead of lane 5, Becky Pemble from Addlestone. Lane 1. And it does look like those lane 1 and lane 5 have got some clear water ahead of the rest of the field, with lane 2, Jessie Urquhart, just following down in 3rd position. But there is still all to play for as we come into that sort of 300 metre mark. If you bear with us, we're just trying to find out who our lane 1 paddler is in our programme, but it is very close. Lane 1 and 5 crossing that 250, looking like they're trying to push on for that final up as we for final quarter of the race. And so far lane 5's just got that edge ahead of lane 1, and then it's between lane 3 and lane 8 as we stand all to play for that 3rd position in our first final of the day in the under 18 girls K1 1,000 metres. Starting to see a big push in the centre of the course from our pink and white boat in lane 5. Still using a lovely amount of leg drive rotation to propel that boat forward, and it definitely looks like she's taking out a clear lead over our lane 1 paddler as we speak.
Well, a big margin there. Lane 5 will bring you. Sorry, we were trying to get the lane 1 paddler. It's Royal paddler. She's doing really well there with the technique coming towards the end. Had a quick look around there. No doubt about the winner though. A country mile ahead of the rest of the field, just cruising over the line. That is lane 5. That's the 17-year-old Becky Pemble.
Yeah, and we've got a battle for 3rd. Jessie Urquhart in lane 2 has just got the edge as we cross the line, but fantastic race over in lane 8 from the Oxford Falcon paddler.
Oh, just shows the positions can change. In the red boys, at the last 100 metres, Hannah, you know, if you've just overcooked it too early on, your boat speed's dropping off, and you can feel, you can sense, can't you, the other paddlers coming, and if the paddlers that have got the acceleration can it as well. They somehow manage to dig deeper and find something else.
Yeah, it's that psychological element of that peripheral vision, that if someone's catching you or if you're catching someone else, it gives or takes away from that energy output, that feel of the boat run. And it's all about overcoming that at that point and trusting your process and your technical model. But yeah, it is a tricky time when you enter those buoys and the body is hurting, really hurting at that point.
You've got to dig deep. You're seeing stars. You just got to stick to it. And I guess that's where the years and hours, weeks and months of training count. You just go into, the subconscious takes over, and you just go into that mode where your body knows what to do, and you just got to get on with it.
Yeah, huge amount, and that's why we talk about coming and doing races. We talk about time trials. But there's no better test than coming against your compatriots at every opportunity, and it's fantastic to see our first race of the season since for these youngsters here.
Yes, great, isn't it? I mean, and there you've got Becky Pemble, 17 years old, beautiful boat, kind of pink and white design she's got there. I presume that's a Nello boat, not that we're supposed to be promoting any particular manufacturer.
Definitely the popular model out here at the moment, but we do actually see a Roman in front of us, a Curtin kayaks, and even a Kayak Pro, so there's quite a collection. And lane 1 was actually in a Plastex, so a fine representation of all boat types today.
Yeah, perhaps one of those manufacturers would like to advertise, and we're very happy to do that on our stream, so they must come and let the sprint racing community know, as we can see from where we are up here on the roof of the going to have her boat weighed there, and we will bring you the name of the lane 1 paddler. Apologies for that, we don't have all the data at hand at the minute, but we'll bring you that. She was second place, great race from her, doing her own thing really over in lane 1, and then Jessica Urquhart with a great finish from Banbury, taking the 3rd place.
Yeah, really hard fought race across all lanes there, and lovely to see our first final.
Yeah, great to see your first final. Well, actually 8 competitors in it as well, over the 1,000 metres, which for a lot of people wouldn't be their chosen event, would it?
No, definitely not. As you talked about that, the Olympic events definitely attract and draw people to them, but there are a lot of events within a sprint regatta that aren't Olympic, and they're just as valuable and just as important and just as hard fought, so they don't get devalued by any respect. And actually it's fantastic to see a near full final at that under 18 mark. It's promising for the future of British canoeing, actually.
Absolutely, yeah. We hope that we'll see many of those paddles make that transition from junior to senior, and of course we now have under 23, so when we see the World Championships, which will be at Montemor hopefully, fingers crossed, in Portugal, given everything that's happened in Portugal at the moment. You may well be watching this from Portugal on a live stream at the airport waiting to get back. Well, let's hope they've actually delayed that until September, so hopefully we'll be running that. They will be running the under 23 and junior world championships then. It's great, isn't it, to have under 23s to have that opportunity, because the transition from being an 18-year-old to the senior level is such a difficult thing for most of the paddlers.
Yeah, like we said, it takes years of hard training, learning and mastering the sport to realise your potential, and with the likes of Liam, they're sort of 15 years past their junior career till they make that realisation and step to the top of the podium. So it is a long old game in canoeing, and it's well worth committing a lot of time to it.
Well, I wonder if you asked that question of Deborah Kerr, that she had a fantastic season, winning selection in every boat she paddled in April, winning a World Cup medal just recently in Szeged. And that seems, oh wow, that's a bit of a surprise, and she's suddenly done well, but actually she's been there or thereabouts for quite a long time, hasn't she?
Yeah, and she did have some junior accolades in her final year, actually at Portugal Montebello, I believe, if I was a Montemor, correct, with a bronze in the K1 500 and 200. I'm going to check that year because she'll be angry if I get that wrong, but again, it does take that time, and she's just gone past that under 23 cut-off last year. She missed her final opportunity to race in that event, so it does take that 5-6 years to potentially step and bridge the senior programme.
Yeah, so as a good junior, if you're 18, she was a good junior then she's gone to the under 23s, that's 5 years, and now she's mid-20s, so there's another few years. So again, like we've said, to achieve at a high level internationally takes years and years and years, even when you're really good as a junior, to then then make it at the senior level. What about some of these athletes that maybe they're not winning the events, maybe they're not winning the under 18 and the under 16 races? What is there for them, you know, in the coming years?
Oh, never underwrite those guys. I think another prime example there is Tom Lusty. Not a huge, not any junior career, I believe, actually, and then coming onto the scene as an under 23 in the late years, and actually a fantastic and a top 1,000-meter paddler for years and years and years, tickling the back final, top end of a B final at the World Championships against some huge paddlers. And it does just take the time, it takes the commitment, it takes the drive, and sometimes as a junior we don't necessarily connect all the pieces of the puzzle in our final years, but never to underestimate it, because you're still learning, you're still adapting, you're still growing, and there's a lot more to come in our sport. So
yeah, and physical development as well. You know, sometimes an 18-year-old will be very well developed basically as an adult, and other people won't develop physically in the late 20s. So there's that, put together all those other aspects, whether it's schooling, academic life, whether it's going off to university and all those sorts of things. For some it takes a lot longer than others, but maybe even for those that aren't destined or want to become a world champion, they love this racing. They get some great racing here on the water of Nottingham. Beautiful weekends like these. If they wanted, they could watch and listen to some wonderful live streaming, but they'll probably be paddling, and we see that now actually with the Masters. We've got the 54 to 64 age group Masters actually coming down the course now in the heat. They'll have a final on, but there's something for everyone here. Paddlers may well decide to branch out into another discipline like wild water, of course, which you're so passionate about, Hannah, but they may choose to carry on racing here at Nottingham domestically, and it might not go further than that, and that's a great thing because they're going to enjoy their racing in a canoe or a kayak.
yeah, our sport is so diverse, there's something for everyone, be it 1,000 metres to 200 or marathon to wild water. I think it's getting out there and testing it and trying it. And it's a testament that I think the Masters were quite keen to race at this regatta, given the recent lack of racing. So they're keen to take up every opportunity, and regardless of age, I think, you know, sprint racing is tough. It's hard, and it's a great test of where you are physically as well as where you are against your compatriots. And you forget these guys have spent quite a few years, I won't name how many years, racing against the similar names, and it's great that you have an opportunity to race under 23s, seniors, and across all the Masters categories.
Yeah, and of course they have the World Masters Championships as well, which are a great event for many of these people to go to. I'm just going to cut in there because we've got the result of the final that we saw, the girls under 18,000 metre final. Becky Pemble managed 4:33 there, and it was E. Montana, I think, which was the Royal paddler over in lane 1 that came second. Apologies to her, we didn't get the name early enough. And then Jessica Urquhart in third. Her time was 4:48. We'll see if these Masters paddlers can do under that time of 4:48. Will be interesting to see. We've got in the Masters Richard Gilbert Johns from Southampton in 3, Billy Blackman from Royal Leamington Spa in 4, Doug Pemble from Addlestone in 5, Tom Mason from Nottingham in 6, and Robin Avery, who's at the older end of the scale of this race and doing really well at the moment, over in lane 7. But certainly the red boat there, you can see, look at that. I think, is that lane 4? Is that Neil Blackman?
Billy Blackman in the middle,
yeah. It is. That familiar technique. Red cap, red boat, just matched there. But actually, look at his stroke, accelerating through every stroke. He's doing very well.
Yeah, he can make a boat move very fast, Billy. So he's a master of the craft for sure, and paddles across various disciplines. But a clear victory here. He looks like he's easing up now. He's taking in all the victory laps in these final metres.
Bit of showboating, maybe by Billy Blackman, and why not? Look at that, just cruising over the line. And we were talking about whitewater racing. Great whitewater racer, Neil, back in the day, wasn't he? And great to see him still involved, so involved with the clubs, you know, with helping younger paddlers develop as well as enjoying his own racing. Yeah,
he's doing a great job at Leamington Spa now, actually, I believe. So he gets out there and he puts people as well as offers that guidance and coaching.
Yeah, sometimes they're a benchmark, aren't they? You know, as we see lane 5 come through in second, Doug Pemble, and then over in third, that's Robin Avery, and we'll just see Tom Mason finishing now. But, you know, I'm sure Neil doesn't let the younger paddlers beat him, and that's kind of a benchmark for some of them. Think, right, 15, 16 years old, oh, I can now beat Billy Blackman, now's my chance to move up a stage. So it's all part of their progression.
Yeah, no, very much. They're those pillars of the training sessions that give you a really nice mark, because they're very consistent normally across those key sessions when they've done them several years on the trot, shall we say. But really good and great compatriots on the water. Both
yeah, they're obviously competitive on the water, but then as soon as they get off, they'll have a good chat, won't they? And a debrief, as you say, and maybe they will have an ice cream. I mean, it's 10 o'clock, now's the time, and they'll enjoy it, but they'll also enjoy the paddlers they've got. Some of them have children racing here, some of them have, paddlers in their club that are racing. They'll be very supportive of those as well, and that's what we get, that community atmosphere, which is something we've missed so much given the restrictions. Obviously, we're still restricted here, but it's great to allow a few more people and other clubs here and more paddlers, because we then get that community atmosphere at a national regatta, which is so important.
Yeah, I know we are restricted here a little bit, and there are some younger categories that couldn't race, but we know there's going to be more opportunities as we go through the year and restrictions start to ease. But it's fantastic to see so many here and so many keen to race after such a long period of time. So testament to the guys who put it on.
Yeah, and I mean,
there's a lot of work that goes on in the background that we're completely unaware of. So
no, and I can see you smiling at that, Hannah, because you having been on the inside, you'll know just how much logistics, how many logistics have gone into this, running this. The officials, I know Kathy Wins put innumerable hours, and all the other officials, into making this happen. All the British canoeing staff, I can see Richard Stacey Chapman down there just setting up. They put a great deal of effort into it. Then we look internationally, how do we get the boats and the paddlers out there? How do we do that safely? It's just a huge effort, isn't it? And it seems to all work. It's like a swan, isn't it? Just working beautifully above the water, but there's people working furiously below it to make it happen.
Furious kicking, and a huge testament, because this regatta is pretty much organised by volunteers, so that is a massive commitment of time and effort and energy. So everyone here is really grateful, and
it is, there's skeleton staff here of officials, but there's over 20 of them. And as you say, all volunteers, all people who just love the sport, love canoe racing. Some of them race themselves, some of them have children who have raced in the past.
Yeah, had children, and I think is still here. I think that's a testament to
it is, it's great. They probably thought, well, I'll be involved and then I'll give it up, but some of them stayed on for decades after that, and we couldn't run the races without them.
No, we just wouldn't be able to be a consistent calendar input if we didn't have those guys and girls.
Well, we'll see the second heat. So just from the previous heat, the first two went straight through to the final, and in this heat, this is the second heat. You should see Richard Kent from Southampton in lane 3. They've just gone through the 500-metre mark, so coming down, they're in the second half of that race, and a bit of a battle perhaps between 3 and 4. Paul Gadd from Adelaide in 4. Peter Gorman, great to see Peter, very involved with the sprint racing committee. He's from Way in lane 5. Peter Meekus from Nottingham in 6, and Mark Blatchley also from Nottingham in 7. First two, fairly distinctive as we look up the course at the moment, with lanes 3 and 4 battling it out for those first two places, who will hopefully for them go through to the final of the Masters 1,000 metres at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm going to put my money on Richard Kent, Southampton. I know he would have been training hard over lockdown and he'll be put a performance down. It doesn't look like we've got Pete Gorman in this race. I'm sure he's on the bank helping some guys out, an avid coach and a great addition to Way Canoe Club. But yeah, we definitely got a clear running of lanes 3 and 4 ahead of the rest of the field, or ahead of the two Nottingham paddlers actually.
Yeah, which is great to see. I wonder whether down in Southampton, maybe he's using that tank they've got of the water, and they can assess the fluid dynamics there and see how they can get that boat moving, as Johnny Schofield and Liam Heath did a few years ago. Very good with their fluid dynamics at Southampton University there. But he's either made the most of that, or he's just gritting his teeth and actually giving it some B's, which is probably more likely. But certainly looking very good at the moment in lane 3. Richard Kent and Paul Gadd just tracking him in the dark boat there, and in the vest of Addlestone in lane 4.
They both look pretty controlled. They've got that top 2 qualification spot. Rich still giving it some, but yeah, lane 4 definitely looks quite nice, and control with that stroke.
Yeah, and actually, I was just thinking, Richard Kent, doesn't he, go quite a wide stroke, really using those wing paddles nicely and keeping the technique together. Just look at the boat, it's running well, isn't it? So it's nice and smooth, being very efficient.
Yeah, good rotation for his body. Might want to get his chin off his chest, Rich, but apart from that, really comfortable. Nice victory there. Ahead of our Nottingham paddlers, we've got Mark coming down lane 7 now. And Pete in lane 6, just hitting the red buoys as we talk.
Yeah, that's great to see, isn't it? So we've seen the Masters, we've seen who go through to the final about an hour's time. Neil Blackman doing 4:28 in his heat, so it's similar time to what we saw the girls' final of the under 18,000 metres. And soon we'll have our first boys' final coming up very shortly, which will be the boys' under 18,000 metre final. We'll have the first final, we'll have the second final after that, then we'll have the boys under 16,000 metre final, then the girls under 16,000 metre final. So we've got a little batch now. We've got about half an hour or so of finals, which should be great. We'll bring those to you very shortly. And just looking up the course now, we can see there's a light breeze, maybe a slight crosswind from this side where we are on the roof of the building, coming across, but nothing to bother the paddlers too much. Actually, really good conditions. As Hannah said, the water's pretty warm, certainly a lot warmer than it was that we saw at the selection event in April. Time's looking pretty quick. Paddlers able to just relax a little bit. What's quite nice also about this weekend, of course, is that it's not selection. So many of these paddlers just want to get out there, they want to paddle, they want to race. As Hannah was saying earlier, there's basically you can't replicate racing. You can try all the practice starts you want, but there's nothing quite like a race, and that's what these paddlers are looking to do here. We don't actually have the lineup for the boys' final, but we'll be able to find that shortly, hopefully, digitally, and bring that to you. And we'll be getting set up for that in just a moment.
And while we're finding the lineup, I guess you can just see that they've into their starters, into their lanes for starters orders within the 3 minutes of their race. They've done their final warm-up preparations and will be lined up ready to get their positions within the buckets. We talked about there was quite a quick turnaround between their heats and finals, so a lot about quick refueling, quick debriefing with their support coaches, parents, even paddlers that will be helping them alongside. What can they do better? What do they want to do more of? But yeah, this is our first boys' final coming up.
Yeah, and I guess perhaps not loading. I guess there's only so much information you can take on board between your heat and your final, as well as food and as well as a little bit of drink. Just little tweaks, and that's where a great coach comes in, isn't it? Someone you can just trust. It might be, as you said earlier, it might be a parent, just give you a little bit of a marker, just something to adjust slightly for the final. We'll bring you the lineup. We should have D. Stanley from Falcon in lane 1, M. Mother from Richmond in 2, L. Ferry from Elmbridge in 3, B. Cabrera from Falcon. Sorry, I'm just trying to work out what.
Oxford Falcon.
That's the one, Oxford Falcon. No, he's from Foy. Sorry, Foy.
Sorry.
And Xavier Hinvers from Southampton in 5. Zed Tarver from Elbridge in 6. D. Price from Way in 7. L. Smith in 8. And A. Tonkin from Reading in 9.
And talk about a parent-coach dynamic. We've got Zav Hinvis working really well with his dad, James, down in Southampton. I know he's had a fantastic run-in over the past couple of years as he's progressed through the under 16s. And he's 17 this year, I believe, so still another year of juniors to come, but he paddled confidently in that heat with a lovely long stroke. Another great example of a technical model that's worth following. And we can see from our position on the roof, I think they're in the starters buckets right now, lined up. We've got near perfect conditions, that breath of wind, potentially cross against the left-hand side of the paddlers, but a near glassy lake ahead of us at Nottingham here today.
No, it's great, isn't it? Yeah, no better conditions for racing, and you can see, you'll be able to see, hopefully on our screen, the paddlers, the flurry of paddle strokes as they start the race. Of course, trying to get accelerated, get that up to speed, but being 1,000 metres, then finding about this point just where they settle in, they can find their rhythm, keep that really dynamic stroke, swinging the body, using the shoulders, the back, the hips, the legs into it, and keeping that pace going while still having an eye on conserving the energy and thinking about moving through their race plan, executing it as well as they can.
Yeah, we do see really fast first 150s of 1,000 metres, and it's all about that start transition where they come off a line, that they set their sort of precedence within the race, but they also transition into something that's running the boat really smoothly, really efficiently for the whole 1,000 metres. And as we start to progress through, we're around that 250 marker. They'll be settling into that race pace, almost breaking that race up into quarters. So you have a red buoy at 250, you'll have the start bucket or the orange buoys at 500, and as you come through the final markers, you have both a red buoy at 250 to go and the 200 to go. We've got the start line for the 200. So lots of nice pointers during the race that you can use to really create a race plan around, but at the same time it's something to just tick through and make sure they're on track and speed drop as they progress through.
Yeah, particularly at this point as they come, they know the first quarter's well underway behind them, they're getting towards the halfway line, can't let the speed drop too much. We might well see some of the paddle strokes just lift a little bit, the stroke rate come up, the power into the stroke as they go through the halfway point to 500. And they'll know then whereabouts they are in the race. They'll start to dig deep, won't they? But gritting their teeth and really driving it on, because the business end of the race is coming up now as they get through 500 metres. You can see sort of looks like the centre of the echelon with lane 4 and 5 there. Now lane 4 and 5 would be Benji Cabrera. We saw him really looking really good in the heat, didn't we? And as you've mentioned already, Hannah, Xavier Hinvers from Southampton.
Lane 6 as well is in contact so far from our angle, I'd say.
Yeah, he looks good as well. That lane is Zach Tarver, I think it is, from Elmbridge, who's also highly thought of, going well at the minute, went well in the crew boat process recently. Benji Cabrera, as we said, lives in Truro. White Truro has been going well as well, and this will be interesting now. We'll get about the 300 metre point, which I always find is a good unexpected place to perhaps lift the stroke rate and just put a marker down for the other paddles. But certainly, as you mentioned, Hannah, looks like lane 6, 5 and 6 going very well in it. So it'll be a really close run thing. So you've got the energy, who's perhaps just conserve a little bit and can lift that stroke rate as we get to the last 200 metres.
Yeah, and I think we can see that it's with the Elmbridge paddler currently. They look like they've raised the rate, the boat is lifted nicely. Zav's looking a little bit heavy through the back of the stroke, but he's still digging in. You can start to see that rotation driving round, and it's really between those two from our point now. But the Elmbridge paddler's definitely picked up that rate, definitely picked up that boat. Looks like it's running really nicely. As
isn't it? Smooth. If you look at the bow of that boat, the familiar green vest of Elmbridge, perhaps quite a short stroke, but really keeping the stroke rate going. He's doing well. I mean, we've got a late charge here from lane 5, Xavier there, as you mentioned, but he's not going to, surely, he's not going to overtake Zach Tarver in lane 6. So it looks like that's who it's going to be in this final of the boys under 18 1,000 metres. Xavier Hinver in second, and then lane 4, that is Benji Cabrera.
From the Foy.
From Foy, indeed.
Really good.
Going through in third place. And just fourth and fifth look to be 7 and 2. So that is D. Price from Way and M. Mother from Richmond. But a good race, and maybe the second half there, really take the scruff on the neck. As you said, the Elmbridge paddler, Zach Tarver, a really high stroke rate towards the end, but kept it running, kept it smooth, and looked like he was enjoying himself.
Yeah, and I think we saw that he did that pick up around that 250 marker. He looked like he just elevated it there really smoothly, kept the boat running nice and efficiently, but gained that boat length ahead of Zav, who then did his pick up at the Red Buoys, but just it was a little too much, too late for Zav there. But they're going to take that back. I'm sure James Hinvis will sit and debrief that with Zav. But really, ace there, hard fought race right at the front end of there, and lovely conditions to have that run through.
Yeah, great conditions to race. It'll be interesting to see what the times are. You know, are we talking 4 minutes here, under 4 minutes?
I think sub 4 minutes. We saw Zav go 3:58, I think, in his first heat, and he did do the fastest time in the heat. So maybe there's a bit of learning there around energy expenditure when the turnaround's so quick. We might have seen Zach save a bit more in the tank tactically, even though he had a hard-fought heat between him and the other on-bridge paddler. So, no, lots of learning opportunities, but really excellent racing there across the field. Really good.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's more to come as well. We've got crew boats, haven't we? You know, the juniors a couple of weeks ago went through a crew boat process, racing process to try and get, you know, the best crew boats they possibly can. It's always been a difficult job for the coaches, hasn't it? You know, in the past it was all sort of seen as a smoke screen thing, and nobody quite knew what was going on. And that was how it seemed, not necessarily how it actually was. Because quite often you do need the coach's eye to run over paddlers to see, well, which ones are going to be compatible. But they've tried to do a process, an individual time trial to rank them, but then of course then race them over 400 metres, I think, as well, given that that's the length of time perhaps they're going to be doing in a crew boat, and then trying out the different combinations to see what works.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's not always the 4 or 2 fastest paddlers make the fastest K4 or K2. There's a lot about running a boat, and a testament to every individual and every club that gets guys in and out of crew boats, because that's the best place to learn. Not necessarily always looking for that fastest boat, but to paddling with paddlers that are both faster and slower, so you learn how to adapt as an individual to let the boat run. It's quite a skill, and it does make that process sometimes a bit cloudy, a bit hazy, as you said. So it's really important to try and maximise your skill set as well as your individual boat speed. But yeah, we've definitely adopted a similar time trial format as the Spanish and the Germans racing over a 400 metres event, so equivalent time as a K2 or much closer to a K4 race as well. So we get to see the physiological output that the guys can do over something that's a bit shorter than an individual K1 race. I'm not sure if we've got our second final for the under 18 boys coming down right now.
Yeah, we'll just give you that lineup. We've got lane 1 from Richmond, H. Grant. We've got F. Topham from Reading in lane 2. J. Carter from Royal in 3. D. Skellner from Norwich in 4. R. Dowling Clark from Scottish Performance Squad in 5. J. Relton from Foy in 6. B. Griffin from Royal Leamington Spa in 7. K. Sroka from Scottish Performance in 8. And M. Svabavari from Richmond in 9. So quite a close race here we've got, Hannah. And the second final, remember, some of these paddlers will have wanted to make that first final. They didn't, but it's about executing this race as best they can, and it's really close, right from across, really from lane 2 over to lane 8.
Yeah, we'd see a almost near line across those 5 paddlers in the middle of the course. Really hard fought. It's all about how much energy they've used so far and what they're going to do when they hit that red buoys now. You can see lane 4 having a really nice long stroke, definitely picking it up, our Norwich paddler there. But lane 6, again, bringing that rate up, another Foy paddler. Definitely looks like he's driving all the way to the line. But lane 3, our Royal paddler, is again looking really strong. Maybe holding that 3rd position, but I think lane 6 has just pipped lane 4 as we come into the final 10 metres of the course. Really, really close. And yes, it looks like it is with our Foy paddler there.
Yeah, so J. Rayton from Foy, it was 6, then it was 4, D. Skellner from Norwich, and then it was 3, J. Carter from Royal. And what do you think made the difference there? Lane 6 in the grey boat coming through to take the win in this second final. Lane 6, that was J. Rayton. What is it that allows them to do that, you know, in the last 100 metres of the race?
Oh, there's so many elements it could be. I think if we go back to the technical side, the boat from lane 6 definitely was running really smooth, really flat. That new model from Nello, they've gone down that stability route a lot more than the older models. Lane 4, you can see a lot of power being provided through the paddler's technical model, but the boat jumping around a little bit, so not necessarily transitioning into forward propulsion. Just looking to find the most efficient way to drive the legs, the hips and the pressure down the paddle shaft. But it was really close. And when it comes down to that, it's all about just driving to the line, pushing more than you think your body wants to let you. And that's that psychological element of racing.
So brain taking over the body maybe, or just as the body cries out, just saying, no, I'm going to carry on, we're going to keep going. It's not going to last very long, and it'll be worth it in the end. And certainly the boat speed coming through there was great. And really encouraging to see so many juniors at a high level, as you mentioned, Hannah. You know, there was 4 or 5 in that, right? At the 200 metres, so the last 200 metres of the race, it was still anyone's from 4 or 5 different lanes. So that's really good to see such racing. And I'm sure even if they're on the wrong end of those 5 people, you know, they will have enjoyed the racing and gained the experience. And it's an experience, of course, they haven't had for 15 or 16 months.
Yeah, and it's a tricky when you go into age category racing. Sometimes the heats there's a massive spread, but having the finals where everyone's gone through on times, generally from the positions, you get a really tight race, and you get to race against guys and girls that are really similar standard to you, and you get that pecking order across the you and your age category, which gives you a really nice lineup of where you are domestically. Looking down now, it's my first ever boat going onto the water. I've not seen that for a while.
Which one's that? That's the blue one.
It's the lovely baby blue Lynx model. Yeah, it's definitely one of the older varieties, but sturdy and well built back then, I should say. Probably older than me.
A great colour, baby blue as well, goes well, doesn't it, here?
I was fortunate, yeah.
We have seen some good boat designs, and maybe just looking at yours, perhaps you are responsible for some of those lovely colours that we can see now in the boats. We didn't mention the mint green one, did we, that we saw recently? And actually that won a race. I think that was the winner girls under 18,000 metres. So nice to see some great boat designs. And as you mentioned, great boat manufacturers. I mean, we have mentioned Nello on a number of occasions, but they are probably the sort of most foremost producer of boats, and they make some really, really good quality boats. And what is about a good boat that you think makes it work for a paddler? And is that an individual thing?
There's an element of individuality. I think crudely for me it's the fittings, and Nello have been at the forefront of putting into some really clever but simple systems of the footrest and seat, which allow you to adapt it but also allow you to change between K1s, K2s, K4s really, really quickly, really smoothly. It allows you to have that consistent setup that you can then take yourself, your technical model and your physical abilities into any boat. That being said, there's no right way. So the domestic of Mars Sport and Curtin also have put in a lot of thought and finances into that boat setup, the boat layup, to create really well-made craft for individuals. But yeah, we do often see that Nello or Plastex leading the way on the international scene, which is a sort of it's that caveat that when they create a lot, they have that market, they produce more boats, and they've got the bigger setup and bigger system to churn out more boats, and it's easier for them to create a massive compared to some of the smaller boat manufacturers. And maybe we should support our domestic guys a lot more, but I do know they're quite busy, so there is a
that's good to hear,
cohort.
Yeah. I mean, the big manufacturers, you know, when we had the World Cup over in Russia just a couple of weeks ago, they provided the boat. So because it was in Siberia, you know, it was good that all the different nations didn't have to actually get the boats there, which is a huge logistical difficulty, especially given the problems we've got at the moment. And good that the big manufacturers were able to provide those. But also interesting, you talk about the setup, and maybe that's as important, if not more important than the boat, the shell. I mean, what paddlers want is a reasonably light. Obviously, you don't want it to be under 12 kilos. Because of the minimum weight limit, and really stiff. And if you've got that, it's about trying to kit it out right with your footrest and your seat so that it works for you. And I guess those that are paddling in crew boats, and we will see crew boats, because as we've said, the juniors really working towards K2s in the process, the selection process they've had for crew boats, must be really important to be able to adapt what you want to then put in any crew boat.
Yeah, I think it's really important. It allows you to have the best opportunity to paddle that boat well if you're not just fiddling with your setup and footrest and not feeling totally comfortable. But no, really exciting to see some crew boat racing this weekend. Obviously, given social distancing and the last year, we may have missed an opportunity getting in the boats, so it's great to see the racing coming together. And I think we're big on K1s in our country, but there's so many opportunities in crew boats, from juniors and 23s all the way up to the seniors and the Olympics, that we should be doing it and we should be supporting it. And it's such a great element of our sport that we need to get in and get involved as much as possible. It's the social side of paddling that I think we sometimes forget. But there's nothing better than the feeling of a K2 or a K4 that runs well and runs effortlessly almost, but allows you to fully commit and empty your physical self within a boat and to help push one or three other individuals to that finish line.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I always thought that a cruise was the worst feeling when it went bad, but the best feeling when it went well. Being able to share that with other people is great for what people consider maybe an individual sport. It's great to actually be doing something as a team. And a K4 running at full speed with everyone pulling in perfect timing together and moving them all as one is a wonderful feeling, isn't it? And we want to encourage that. We haven't got K4s here, but of course we've got a lot of K2s, which we'll see in less than an hour's time. So around about 11:10, we'll see a lot of the junior K2s who fairly well established K2s. So that'll be really good to see those. And of course, as we've talked about, coaches looking at the crew boat process, looking towards K4s for the future. And when we look internationally at racing, often the K4 is the blue ribbon event. They'll put their best paddlers in the K4, and then paddlers will come out of that K4 to then do the individual events.
Yeah, we see some of those big countries. It is the event they want to be in. They go through the selection process, and the K4 is the big boat, the accolade they want to be part of. It's that teammanship that canoeing can have, and it's definitely something we should bring to the forefront in Britain, I believe. But it takes skill, it takes time, and it does, as you say, take that frustration when the boat doesn't run well. But it's all a learning opportunity, and the more we do it, the more we'll find the crews that work well. You'll find individuals and some friendships along the way, I believe. So.
Yeah, I mean, you're very experienced, aren't you, with your K4 and 13th at the World Championships. Excuse me, back in 2019, you were part of that group. What would you say to people who love paddling the K1? Yes, they'll jump into a K4 now and again for a regatta, but they haven't really explored the possibility of doing more crew boat work.
Yeah, I would recommend it more than anything. I think it's not an easy event by any means. You presume there'll be less boats, less competitors in the field, but actually it's harder to get 4 individuals running together, and there's so many opportunities with crew boats that definitely jump in, definitely have a go. We didn't get the result we wanted back in 2019, and we're gutted to not have qualified a boat for Britain at this Games. But I think the future is bright, given how many stonking K1 performances we've seen so far this weekend, and we're probably going to see a couple more, I imagine. So yeah.
Yeah, and like we were talking earlier about the likes of Deborah Kerr, she's come from that K4 and now is doing really, really well in the K1. So there's still a result of that, although immediately it was a huge disappointment, as you've said, not to get in to the Olympic Games for Tokyo, but lots of good things have come out of that.
Yeah, what do you think about the racing opportunities? If you're just doing K1, there's only 3 distances that we can race, or 2, I guess, Olympic ones that you can race over, whereas the K4 opens up and doubles, if not trebles, the racing opportunities that you can enter, and actually every start line you can sit on gives you a chance to better yourself and know where you are and test yourself. So yeah, get out there and get racing.
So right, you're now performance director, Hannah, and what would you do then to say, right, come on, we want to get these crew boats, we want these K4s, 2 K4s at the Olympic Games, both 500 metres now, men's K4, women's K4, we want to be doing well at Junior World Championships in K4. How are we going to do it?
I think, like you just said, let's work backwards from the juniors, work up. We've got Olympic hopes for those under 15s, under 16s, under 17s. Let's make sure we're putting crews together that get to train and not just jump in when we get to the event and hope for the best. I think let's take a step back and work really hard on the domestic side, but put that precedence, if we can, on the juniors and under 23 crew boat system. I think time in the boat is the best way to develop. We often do a process, come together, race a handful of times and then expect fantastic results and get frustrated when we don't. And if you count up the number of times you sit in your K1 compared to your K2 or K4, there's a huge discrepancy there. And actually, the more we get to learn the craft we want to race in, the better it's going to go. So let's spend more time in boats, in the bigger boats, is my personal opinion.
Yeah, well,
our director may have a different plan, and here we'll all follow that one.
Yeah.
But
no, interesting to talk about, what people, and lots of people have different thoughts on it. I think, maybe part of the problem is that paddlers can see, well, actually, if I just jump into a boat, it goes pretty well. And then the second and third time I try it, it goes badly. So maybe I'll just jump in it, and perhaps it's seeing it a little bit more longer term. Look, we're going to do this, you're going to be doing this year in, year out, and you will gain that experience, you will get better at the crew boats, and perhaps then the crew becomes the key event, the event that people want to do, not just that, right, didn't do very well in my kayak, so I'm going to try the crew boat.
Yeah, very much it's seen as a backup event, and I think we need to flip it on its head there and make sure that the top guys are wanting to be in that boat, and that's a cultural shift rather than a chase of a single boat, single person, single accolade. But it's tough, and you do get the days that are great, and you get the days that are tough and bad, and sometimes it's even harder when there's more people or more humans in the dynamic, in the pot. But I think if we look forward for the future of international racing and the Olympics with gender equality, mixed boats will be a massive opportunity, and actually we could probably predict that and move ahead. And why not get some mixed boat racing at our regattas moving forward?
Well, that's a really good idea. I mean, we saw in Bernal, we saw some mixed races at the World Cup there, which was successful. We see in triathlon mixed relays. We've seen swimming, probably the best relays currently, and we'll see those in the Olympics will be the mixed relays as well. So, like you say, perhaps we can get on the front foot there and start doing it here. We'll come back to that discussion, I'm sure, but we'll watch now. We should see race 14, which is the boys under 16 K1 1,000 metre final. We've got another paddler here, brother of Xavier, who we saw in the under 18s. But this, the under 16s. And so we have, just to take you through the lineup, in boys under 16, just looking at the lineup now, we've got A. Hinvers in lane 1. S. Cribbett from Royal Leamington 2, A. Morley from Way in 3. We've got G. Popham Coverley, who paddles so well in his heat, in lane 5 from Falcon Oxford. In lane 6, H. Cook Bailey from Nottingham. In lane 7, H. Freeland from Reading. In 8, H. Singleton from Nottingham. And in 9, C. Beeston from Reading. They're underway. They're into their race. They're settled in. They're executing their race plan. They know they're in this sort of coming towards the central part of the race. They're stepping into the rhythm, trying to keep that stroke long, keep that rhythm, have an eye on maintaining their energy, and just spending it gradually as they go through the race, but also being aware of where their competitors are. And we see Arthur Morley, we should see over in 3. He had a really good heat. Difficult to see, but certainly from where we are, as they make their way to 500 metres, he's going well, I think, in the white boat at the moment. And then certainly lane 5, also, that's G. Popham Coverley, who we saw do well in his heat as well. And yeah, looks like he's going well over in lane 6, but we'll be able to see that a little bit closer. That's Gabriel Popham Coverley, I should say, over in lane 6. So we'll get an idea now as we go through the 500 metre mark.
I think it's in lane 5 and lane 6 at this point, but very tight across lanes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, 7. So all to play for, and this is where it really starts hurting in that race. So still trying to hold on to that form, that execution, not let the boat speed drop, and making it all the way through to that 250 marker, where the final push will come. This is the hardest 250. If we look at that 1,000 metre, that middle 250, we often see the psychological elements sort of eating into our performance, our boat speed. It's definitely the point on the trace, trace, that do we see the biggest speed drop because we're trying to save energy for the finish, but we're also suffering from the first half of the race. So this is a real key point for individuals to keep the boats running smoothly, keep the boats running as fast as they can or as close to that race pace. But to make sure they're not killing themselves or annihilating all of their energy stores for that final up. So it's a fine line at this point. Yeah, and we do have it in lane 5. So
no, you're right. But now they kind of come through that phase, haven't they? That difficult phase. Now they're thinking, certainly Gabriel there in lane 5, Gabriel Popham Coverley is now thinking, well, even though I've expended a lot of energy, I can do this now because I've only got 150 metres to go. Being tracked, you can see there Harry Freeland over in lane 7 in a bright orange boat. His stroke rate's gone up as well. He's trying desperately to put Gabriel under pressure, but looks like Gabriel at the minute still driving his legs. That upright technique working from him, but increasingly Harry Freeland is making a charge over on the far side in our orange boat, being buoyed by the yells from the crowd and the coaches on the side there, but still the blue bow of lane 5 running steady, running true. That is Gabriel Popham-Coverley. It looks like he's going to take the win in this under-16 boys K1000 metre final. Harry Freeland, well, he gave it everything, didn't he? He's got through to the second place in a tight race for third. Looks to be like lane 6.
Yeah, just ahead of lane 4 there. Very impressive for third place.
Yeah.
Confident finish from lane 3. The way paddler looked really, really strong in his heat. And finishing up very tight for positions 6, 7 and an 8 and 9. Little races within this overall race for those final positions, but confident win by lane 5 there.
It was, wasn't it? And actually, look at that. He could chuck a blanket over them towards the end there. It wasn't a massive spread from first to 9th place there. So that's really encouraging to see. As you said, lane 5, Gabriel Popham-Coverley looking really good. And we did kind of spot him, didn't we, earlier on at the halfway mark. Seemed to be paddling well there. And that difficult third quarter you mentioned, just seemed to pick it up, and actually some of the other paddlers perhaps dropped back a little bit too much, as you said, and that just gave him impetus. Perhaps he sensed that and knew it was time to push on. But a good finish in second place from Harry Freeland, and then third place, that's lane 6, which is H. Cook Bailey from Nottingham.
Yeah, and a couple of those paddlers in this final have still got another year in that under-16 category, I believe, so some bright futures for these guys. You know, their first race in that under-16 categories after potentially being close to Lightnings, if not at that under-14 category in their last sprint regatta. So awesome step up across there, and probably a bit of a testament to how much hard work guys and girls have put in over the lockdown era or the pandemic. With no races on the calendar, it's sometimes really hard to lose that perspective of why you're doing it, what you're doing it for, all the restrictions from clubs, gyms, even the water at the beginning of the lockdown. Although potentially not being at school, it was a fine opportunity to get into a full-time training program. There's a numerous other had to overcome, and it's great to see everyone here and clearly having worked really hard.
Yeah, enjoying their racing, and you say just 16, some of them under 16, big future ahead of them. So how old were you when you started competing, Hannah?
Around that 15, 16. Again, back in Wiltshire, I paddled at Bradford-on-Avon and then over at Bath, and did a bit of everything, if I'm honest. I did some sprint regattas, I did do some Haslers, and I also started wild water racing then. So for me, my junior career wasn't a great individual success. It was about trying lots of sports, or lots of disciplines within canoeing to find out what I really enjoyed. And strange enough, I went round the one that I had some really good friends with. So.
Well, often the case, isn't it? You know, for paddlers, it's where they find their friendship group and what they enjoy, and then they'll go on and do more of that. But that's great to see, isn't it? You don't have to be ultra competitive in one single discipline when you're very young. You can, you know, try it, and you actually learn skills of balance, of core stability, of technique, of how a boat moves in the water, and then you can specialise much later on if that's what you choose to do. Well, we'll just move our eyes up to the 200 metre mark now, where we can see the boys' second final of the under-16 K1. Going through the 200 metres now, good race between three of the boats in the middle of the course there, but just to line them up, we've got S Battles from Royal in 1, R Troop from Wiltshire Youth in 2, J Enoch from Nottingham in 3, Jay Nelson from Reading in 4, who's going really well at the moment, as is M Kabir. We saw him from Woking doing so well in his heat. K Arian from Falcon in 6, E Butler from Nottingham in 7, C Tietema from Reading in 8, and S Hackwell from Truro in 9. But certainly looks to be like lane 5, really pushing on, driving hard there, taking the lead, going to take the win in the second final.
Just ahead of Mr. Enoch, son of Matt Enoch, got a bright future ahead of him, but lovely. He's going all the way past the finish line, lane 5. Great technique there, great sort of reach and rotation, very low of his arms, but he's kept that boat running, and solid victory in final 2 here.
And Jay Nelson there, third place, maybe gets the award for the best boat in that particular race.
And I think we're seeing a Dan Atkins hand-me-down there within the Reading. apologies for that. Definitely seeing a couple of boats. I think in that lane 1, that's a Rebby Simon boat.
Wow,
being
so
passed
we've got
down.
some famous boats as well.
I've seen quite a few of Rebby's boats out on the water, so it's great to see those, Olympians, world champions, junior world champions passing on their equipment and inspiring these under 16 categories that we've got so far.
It's good that it's filtering down, isn't it? And what's great about canoeing is that we'll see those athletes when we're wandering around. People can chat to them, they'll come and do an interview, they'll come and help coach with some of their club paddlers and really involved with the sport at a grassroots level. And a lot of them take quite seriously their responsibilities as a senior athlete and somebody that the younger ones will look up to.
No, definitely. We've definitely seen Dan out on the water with Trevor Thompson. I think he's even paddled up in their K2, but they're racing later on, either today or tomorrow. We've also seen Phil Miles paddling with young James, another both of those guys actually junior medalists, same as Trevor Thompson. In the K2 200, so fantastic collection of developing men. They are under 23s, but they're moving forward. So lots of opportunities to ask some questions. I'm sure they won't mind as long as you obviously stay socially distanced, given the pandemic that we're in. But no, they're more than happy to share their experiences and offer any guidance.
Well, that's what it's about, isn't it? And we probably see that with Dan Atkins particularly, given that he's the training partner of Liam Heath. And Dan's made good progress, hasn't he? One of the reasons for that is the fact that he's training with, the best athlete in the world, and it's great that these top paddlers are passing on that mantle onto the next generation.
Yeah, very much, and it happens at every level, from Olympic champion to junior world champion to under 16s, under 18s. There's no need for that hierarchical sort of status. They're more than happy to share and willing to offer guidance where possible. So don't be hesitant to ask them those questions. If you've got a burning question, I'm fairly confident they're all highly active on social media, so I'm sure they won't mind a private message on there.
Yeah, just don't ask them when they're on the start line for the final of their race. But you're right, they're very, very amenable, aren't they? Which is we're very lucky to have, because not every sport is like that.
No.
Well, if we look at the 500-metre mark, just gone past there is this is the under 16 final. I'll just take you through the lineup. We've got S. Payne from Chelmsford in lane 1, M. Ball from Devizes in 2, E. King from Royal in 3, I. Bethune from Elmbridge in 4, G. Rosa, that's Greta Rosa, who looked so confident in the heat earlier on in lane 5. She's from Way, A. Hutchinson from Reading in 6, N. Hall from Way in 7, B. Perry from Southampton in 8, and I. Hunter from Cambridge in 9. You can see 5 lanes, so lane 4, lane 5, so I. Bethune from Elmbridge in lane 4, and Greta Rosa in 5, battling it out now. That difficult part of the race, as Hannah mentioned earlier, just making their way. They're to that 200-metre mark, they're going to make it, they're going to get through this. The hard part of the race at the minute, and then they'll look to pick it up again. But if we look up, we can see the stroke rate already. If she's gripping the water, then there's going to be no catching Greta Rosa, because she really has a high stroke rate as she comes through the 200-metre mark.
We saw these two paddlers put in a pretty stonking time in their heats of that 4:38 or 4:49, so really competitive with the 18 girls. Fano we've seen come down, but she's clearly letting that boat run. Loads of movement through the legs and hips, but she's lovely with a long stroke at the front. But she's got a confident lead over lane 4 as we come to her red buoys, but she's not letting up. She's not taking any complacency here. She's driving all the way to the line, and I think we've got a confident victory here. We've also got the mint green boat in lane 3, discussed earlier.
Well spotted,
That third place is going to be hard fought between lanes 2, 3 and 6 so far. A Rebby Simon boat in lane 6, Mod Advisors in lane 2 digging in, and the mint boat in lane 3. Like it's over with the Simon boat from the Reading paddler keeping that nearly a boat length ahead, and the mint green boat coming across for 4th position. But well done to the Elmbridge paddler again as well in lane 4 for that confident 2nd place there.
Yeah, great race again, and perhaps just stringing 2 races together also for Greta Rosa. It'll be interesting to see if her time's actually faster than it was in her heat, but picking it up, the last 300 metres, he really picked it up more than anybody else. Was already leading at that point, but they just stretched the lead and really stamped her mark on. But as you said, Annabelle Hutchinson from Reading paddled well there, and Isla Bethune from Elmbridge in lane 4. She was second, and then also 4th and 5th place, E. King from Royal in that lovely mint boat, as we mentioned, 4th, and M. Ball from Devine is not far. So good to see a fairly, although perhaps not the first position, but close racing for the 2nd and 3rd.
And a diversity of clubs. Really good to see that we're well represented in that top. I don't know, maybe all the paddlers in that race are from different clubs, and that's a fantastic spread. Oh, we've got two-way paddlers, maybe I take that back, but a fantastic spread that it's not just those big clubs producing the cohort of athletes now. We're seeing the smaller clubs create fantastic athletes.
Yeah, I mean, often you find, don't you, just a pocket of, if you've got a river, somewhere to paddle, and some keen paddlers, and normally it's a group, isn't it? And you mentioned this earlier, Hannah, that the discipline you chose was the one which had your friends in, and if there is a group of paddlers, then they can really develop. We saw that in Scotland, didn't we, with Kristina Medvichikova and her group. We've seen it in several clubs, haven't we, in the past. It's a group of people, coach that gets on well with them, a group that socially enjoy their paddling, and it pushes everybody on.
Very much, and it is that social dynamic that I think we've all realised over the past year we both need, enjoy and miss when we don't have it. So it drives us on to have fun, but also to become really formidable athletes, because it's that camaraderie of challenging each other and racing to the finish line, or racing that final effort that gets us better. But the ability to relax, debrief and chat around after creates a really healthy dynamic within our sport.
Yes, call it a chat, call it a debrief, whichever works for you, but that is important, isn't it, that social aspect. Now, we've got the Masters coming up shortly. We'll take a little break from commentary. We'll go and get a drink and put some more sun cream on.
Sun cream, I think, at this rate, yeah.
And we'll be back very shortly. We've got Masters, couple of Masters finals coming up, and after that, we'll then have the girls' 500 metre finals at under 500 metre, 500 metre finals at under 18, and the boys under 18 and under 16. So we'll see you for that shortly. Well, welcome back to Nottingham, to Home Pier Point, to the sunshine, to the racing of the second national regatta of the season. But of course, really the first for our club paddlers who are really enjoying the racing here. We've seen lots of junior and masters races early this morning, but now we're underway with the K2s, and it's the K2 500 metre event already underway. The girls under 18 500 metre K2s, and we've got H. Lewis, K. Pocklington in lane 3, K. Jepson and J. Urquhart in lane 4, A. Avery, B. Pemble in 5, in 6, E. Barrett, J. Spencer, in 7, E. King, E. Montana, and in 8 is the Armstrong sisters from Scottish Performance Squad. A number of these paddlers, Hannah, actually paddled, didn't they, so well in the individual K1 events only perhaps an hour ago, but now pairing up in the K2s.
Quick turnaround here, and I think some new K2 combinations from what I understand. Omitting the Armstrong sisters, I think may have done a bit of practice before over on the far side, and you can see their boat is so well drilled. They're coming through that 200 metre mark, roughly a boat length ahead, lane 3 and lane 5. Got a Wiltshire youth paddler in lane 3, so a new combination from my understanding, and that yellow boat is running nicely, as is the boat with Royal Adderstone in the middle, I believe. That's going to be a tight fought race to the line between those two crews as they hit the red buoys. But the Armstrong sisters, very confident, very strong. I know both of those paddlers individually have put in some great K1 performances over the winter. K2 is looking smooth, the timing is looking good, the stroke separations is there, and they're almost at 10 metres of clear ahead of what is still going to be lane 3, just ahead of lane 5 as we come into the final 10 metres. The boat's running well, keeping going, the body's hurting at that point, but we have lane 3 victorious over lane 5, and then a Royal combination in lane 7. But lots of mixed crews there.
Yeah, so good, actually, and also fairly close together as well, between the paddlers right at the front from the Scottish Performance Squad through to lane 6 coming through in a fairly tight race there, Barrett and Spencer from Royal Leamington Spa. So the Scottish squad there, tell us, how do they manage to do that then? In that, their age, we've got these girls here, all under 18s, but they just looked so well drilled, didn't they? So together, the stroke was really dynamic, the separation strokes was there as well. They just knew that what they were doing, had a understanding of what's required from this crew boat paddling.
Yeah, I mean, new head of performance sport there with Johnny Schofield, I know has done a lot of work on the ground. They've got a fantastic cohort of coaches up there, between Anton, Rachel Cawthorne, or Schofield now, sorry, to help inspire those goals. But I think those two, being sisters, the time they could spend in gives them a nice potential helping hand, especially given COVID and the restrictions Scotland have had. They've been very limited on the ability to train and leave certain radiuses of their homes. So good opportunity, and you can see they've worked well together. And I believe the youngest sister is still under 16 actually at the current time, so huge future there.
Yeah, real potential for the Scottish paddlers, doing so well. It's great to have obviously Johnny and Rachel up there. Congratulations to them, of course, on the birth of their daughter. That's fantastic. Some real inspiration for the younger paddlers, but also, as you said, new coaching set as well. Is it Anton Vasquez?
Anton.
Or Andre?
Both Andre and
Anton.
Right. Sorry,
Yeah.
I think there's two.
So they're both doing a really good job with them, and as you said, that perhaps that understanding that sisters sometimes have in cups, K4 well for pairs, having that ability to understand. I'm sure they have their spats, as we all do, but it's being able to learn from those experiences and build on it. And they did look good. They did look really well driven there, and it's something we've been talking about, isn't it, Hannah? Crew boats, about really getting working, because it is a wonderful sensation when the boat is running well, and it feels like for at least a while in the race that you're not actually putting any effort in, you're just swinging your body, you're driving, it's all working together. Yeah,
the symmetry of movement allows that boat to run really effectively and efficiently, and it can feel really easy, even though physically it is very demanding. But it's the synergy between two people to come together is tough sometimes, and I think We kind of mentioned it, the time spent in boats is key, and the sisters maybe have an advantage over the others. I know the Way and Wiltshire Youth boat that came second in that race were setting up 30 minutes before in front of us, testing out the boat, working out who was going in front and back, and to come second in that in that race, having given the preparations before, I think that's got a future as well. The more time they can spend and drill together, that's really promising. But yeah, the sisters definitely drilled really nicely, and exciting to see some more Scottish development paddlers coming out since Christina's sort of era up there.
Yeah, a lot of potential there. I'm just thinking about Lewis actually in the 200 metres of the Olympic selection. Actually really did put Liam Heath under quite a bit of pressure, didn't he? So, you know, there's a lot of potential, not just him, but right the way across the board in the different genders and the different distances within the Scottish squad. And maybe that's a little bit like we were talking about, just having that atmosphere where you know some of the other paddlers and those other paddlers are doing well internationally, so you think, well, why not me? And I'm enjoying my paddling, good relationship with the coach, and therefore it just promotes more people to do well and to have that confidence going forwards and to improve.
Yeah, and I think testament to Lewis, he's also a late developer in the sport. Came to it, I think, in his late 18, 19 sort of years of his life, and has just slowly and surely got faster and faster and faster. So putting Liam under pressure this year in a domestic race, and we obviously know Liam's not faring up too badly abroad at the moment, so follow the European Championships if in between our feed. We'd recommend,
yeah, you'll be able
obviously.
To watch that on Facebook Live. Obviously not quite the quality of commentary that you'll find us, but it'll be good to see then Emily Lewis and Liam Heath both competing in the 200 metres there, which was good to see. Certainly had some good races in their heats, didn't they?
Yeah, and Emily made the A final this morning, coming second in the semi-final, so all to play for when the finals occur, which we should know probably tomorrow or later on.
I think it's check that for you. So yeah, they're racing in Poznan, the European Championships, which, you know, there's been so much uncertainty. The European Canoe Association cancelled the event. It was due to be in Duisburg, but slightly unusually, the Germans weren't keen to have it, and it was cancelled. Then it was decided we put it on. The Polish association have put on a great event over there. That's going on as we speak, as some of our top athletes prepare their way towards the Olympic Games, looking like that's going to include Emily Lewis, which is great news for her, and good to see her make the final. And we're hoping, fingers crossed, that Liam will continue with his great performances that we've seen just recently. Well, hopefully we'll see another great performance of the boys under 18 K2 500 metres. The first heat, we'll see 2 heats in this. The final will go ahead at around 12, so just over an hour's time. And we should start in lane 3 with A. Leiper and F. Lewis from Scottish Performance. So let's see if they're as well drilled as the Armstrong sisters were just 5 minutes ago. L. Ferry and D. Stanley from Elmbridge and Falcon. Xavier Hinves, we saw him race earlier, as did Zach Tarver. Both team up together, 2 of our very best juniors. They certainly were in the trials when they're looking at the crew boat process, but they're in K2. We'll see them in lane 5. Benji Cabrera, who paddled well in the K1 earlier, and M. Mother from Foy and Richmond, and then R. Dowling Clark and K. Srucker from Scottish Performance over in lane 7. So 500 metres, remember, not much over 90 seconds this.
Yeah, we're probably looking at a 1 minute 40 for these guys, 1 minute 45. We've got a touch of a headwind now just coming on the course.
Yeah, it's just interesting to see. We can see actually the Armstrong sisters, 1:54. They're a good 7 seconds ahead of anyone else in there. So 1:54. So yeah, we should see around 1:40 perhaps for these. But this is a heat, remember, as well. So they'll be looking to get first to third place, which will guarantee them a place through to the A final. Looks maybe, well, it's pretty close at the minute, Hannah, isn't it?
Yeah, although I'd say the boat of Zach and Zav does look very controlled. The rate's slightly lower than the guys in lane 4. Just controlling it. There's a lot of racing for these boys so far this morning, so that concept of just doing enough to get through the heats into the finals to be in the best position for a race in an hour's time. But yeah, nice controlled. Again, these might be new combinations, learning to run the boat together. You can see the timing, Zav in the back, very nice. And the rate of boat 4, which has got the other Elmbridge paddler in, and the Lincoln paddler, maybe from my angles, but a bit more dynamic.
And Falcon,
sorry,
over
wrong
in lane
blue.
4. Well, yeah, really see this, isn't it? So managing the rounds, managing the energy levels is really, really important, especially if they're going to make it at a international levels. We see lane 5 go through in first place, just doing enough, but hopefully keeping their powder dry. Lane 4 second, and look to be lane 6. Cabrera and Motha will be going through to the next round, to the final, and 3 best times will go through to the B final.
Very confident display there from lane 5 after their first and second positions in the 1,000-metre K1 not that long ago.
Yeah, so a lot of racing to do, Hannah. That's tricky, isn't it? You know, and I'm sure the coaches, it's funny, I was talking to Nick Fowler just last night about how the young paddlers are getting on, but the coaches are actually keen to get them racing. Paddlers desperate to race, but I guess the coaches trying to have to just rein them in a little bit and hold them back, particularly something like this in a heat. Just do enough, get through to the final, see what in the final, but there'll be a lot of warming down, won't there? A lot of warming back up again, a lot of trying to take on enough food and drink to be hydrated and have the right energy levels to manage all of this.
And I think given the weather we've got this weekend, although we shouldn't ever complain, we do need to make sure we're on top of hydration, sun cream, staying in the shade, refuelling, because sunstroke or heat exhaustion will be a massive part if we're racing sort of back-to-back, hour by hour for these young individuals. So huge sort of emphasis there for those guys and for their sort of support coaches to help fuel them up.
Yeah, so all those things need to be put into the preparation, don't they? You know, we've talked already today about equipment, the boats. We haven't talked about paddles. Maybe that's something we can chat about. You know, we'll talk about technique more. Given that we're looking at crew boats, we'll look at synchronicity and symmetry and working together, finding that harmony together, and maybe also managing to get through a race when there isn't harmony, that hasn't worked, but actually get through the rounds and hopefully you can tweak whatever's wrong to put it right for next time.
Yeah, and even those boats that don't look like they're in complete synchronicity, they still flow, they still run. Sometimes it's one of those sort of hard to spot, but when you're in there and the boat is still moving, it isn't like you should ever can it and put it aside. It's worth working on, but it's one of the skills and conundrums of canoeing and crew boat paddling that it doesn't always look pretty. Sometimes it's very efficient underneath the cockpit.
Yeah, you'll see that internationally as well. You know, especially when you see these slow motion pictures and you think, well, they don't look like they're in time, but actually the strength and the drive that comes through the boat is at the right time, and they're working together and the boat forward. I don't know, sometimes I find it's if you watch the boat as well, the boat's moving together, and it might be rolling from side to side, but if it's rolling together from side, that's what really counts.
That is what works, and often we're quite harsh on how the boat looks in the red buoys, but obviously that's the tail end of the race. Fatigue levels are high, lactic levels are probably at the highest during that point, and you know, asking people to come together, work together in the final parts, but also maximise everything they're putting. It's tough, it's really tough. So.
And maybe that's the hours of practice actually count. So you know, you can do the rest of the race with anyone because you can paddle a crew boat, but it's when it's put under the microscope when the arms are full of lac. Quite in the position you wanted to be, and you've got to keep driving and the boat's a bit uncomfortable. That's when really those hours together count, and you can just hold it just about together to keep the momentum on the boat.
So those jelly legs and the trust with your other paddler that they are committing everything to that stroke. They're not going to be coming off the not committing that body weight, which is where the boat really starts to not run well. But yeah, it's tough, it's really tough.
Yeah, and the water providing a lot of support, doesn't it? So it's about really using the water as that of support for you. So the more you lean against the water, the more it provides you with a kind of stable platform to then drive on.
Yeah, very much. That lock we talk about quite a lot. It is a element of purchase on what is liquid, but it does give you that grip, that purchase, that stability almost, as if you're putting an arm out to catch you when you're falling, or a leg to keep you on balance. It's exactly the same. So maximising the lock and the connections through the chain gives stability, although there is an element of commitment before all of that to make sure you've got that set up.
Yeah, well, what's good is that we've certainly seen paddlers delivering under that pressure at the moment. We can see the second heat of 2 heats of the boys under 18 K2 500 metres. E. Crossley, B. Griffin from Royal Leamington Spa in 3, A. Tonkin, F. Topham from Reading in 4, T. Booth, B. Want from Norwich in 5. And you can see them paddling very well at the moment. And then in the yellow boat in lane 60, Price S. Swan from Way. And over in lane 7, that's O. Jackson and H. Woodell from Lincoln.
Yeah, we've got a fairly tight front end of the race here with the 4 boats. I think it's lane 4, 5 and 6 that will take the first to third positions quite confidently. The Norwich crew looking well drilled there as a boat, and actually the Reading crew as well, moving together nicely through that air time, that body rotation. But the yellow boat from Way and Norwich are digging in all the way to the line and do take the victory there, but a bit of an expenditure of energy there, so we'll see how they fare in the next coming through to the final in a short turnaround.
Yes, we've got pretty much an hour until the final. So we saw lane 6 there, really driving to take the win. But remember, the top 3 that go through to the final. And you know, if you're going to win, then it's about winning a final, really, not just a heat. But all these things, you know, a good experience for these paddlers who are under 18, for these juniors. Great to see so many crew boat races here. And we'll be looking just in a moment at the K2, the boys under 16 500 great final. That'll be to see, and that'll be followed by the girls under 16 500 metre final in K2 as well. Paddlers just making their way to the start as we speak, and we can talk maybe a little bit about a process. What's going through your mind when you're preparing for the start? You know you've got maybe 3 minutes to go, you're up there, you've got the right lane, you're about to do your race. How's it feeling and what are you thinking?
Well, it's important to be in your lane with 3 minutes, just as to tick the box for the rule point of view and allow the starters to be confident they can start the race on time. But it's kind of about relaxing at that point. Kind of quite easy to get anxiety, a bit of nerves, sitting there waiting. It can sometimes feel like an eternity, those couple of minutes whilst you're waiting to get in the buckets. But it's often a really good time to check in with your crew if you're there in a crew boat, or recheck through what you want to do in your race plan. So how you want to feel out of the start bucket, how you want to initiate your sort of race strategy, that transition, that pickup point, and maybe even think about one technical cue. I remember a good fact that we as humans can only think about 4 or 5 things at once. Anything more, we really struggle. And actually in the boat, you've got the stability, you've got the steering, you've got the breathing, you've got the fact you're racing. So one technical cue is probably all we can muster as humans, simple humans. So having that go-to, what's that really good point that can together. And for some it's just clearing their mind, letting them relax, knowing that they're going to try what they've ingrained in training and practice. Others, it's kind of appreciating what they're about to do. It's uncomfortable. We're about to ask the body to do something it doesn't necessarily want to do, and understand that it is for a reason, and we were going to both reward it and respect the pain to happen. But it's all about their process, and for some it is just, I'm going to work really hard. And for others, it's a very drilled, I'm going to pick up here, I'm going to feel great here, I'm going to lengthen out there. So.
Yeah, it's interesting, the importance of cues, isn't it, for psychology. Just have a couple of things that you're used to doing, you're used to saying, to refocus your energy. For a lot of paddlers, it might be that first stroke, mightn't it? And then know once they get the first stroke out of the way, everything kind of falls into place. A lot of slalom paddlers would get very nervous about the first gate, even though the first gate was a really easy gate, because once you've got through that, you've done that first bit of the process, you're underway. And quite often, paddlers feel, don't they, they're most comfortable actually doing the race because that's what they're prepared for.
Yeah.
And so the nervous moments maybe come before you get on the water. But once you're on the water and you're paddling and you have a feel for the boat, that's what you're used to, that's what you've been training for. And it's important to keep your focus on that. But we're focusing on this race now, which is underway. Just got underway now, 500 metres. And just actually, we're talking about times for the 500 metre race. We saw the under 18 boys in 1:47. The winners there, Hinvers and Tava. And this race is the boys under 16 500 metres. And it's D. Marva and S. Medipalli from Richmond. It's E. Butler and H. Cook Bailey from Nottingham in 3. A. Hinvers and N. Lamb from Southampton in 4. Arian and M. Kabir from Falcon and Woking in 5. F. Holt and E. Redjeb from Royal in 6. Scribbett and D. O'Connor, Royal Leamington Spa and Richmond in 7. And J. Enoch and H. Singleton from Nottingham in 8. And many of these paddlers, in fact, were paddling in the boys under 16 1,000 metre final, which was 10:35, so only 55 minutes ago.
Yeah, very quick turnaround for these guys. Little shout out to 2 Nottingham boats here. 8. A little cohort of athletes coming from there through the junior ranks, really exciting to see, but I think it's within lane 2 and 7 that are taking the lead, both in red boats. Lane 7 looks like they're really lengthening out now over on the far side of the course, coming just into the red boys. As you can see, the Swans did not get the notification that regattas are back on. They are causing a little bit of an issue with the guys coming down the course, but quite a confident lead over there in lane 7. I think lane 2 just holding on, a little bit of a speed wobble there, and then third place is going to be a battle between actually both Nottingham crews over on the far side, Mr. Enoch and Singleton, just ahead of Mr. Butler over lane 3, so very hard fought there. I'm sure they'll go back and battle it out on some more club sessions, but fantastic. Fantastic racing there, guys, but very good victory from lane 7. Looks like a Richmond and a Leamington Spa paddler.
Yeah, and really good racing again, close racing, which is great to see. That the final of the boys under 16 K2 500 metre race, and it was lane 7 there taking the win. Cribbett and O'Connor from Royal Leamington Spa and Richmond, and then we could see Nottingham crew doing so well, Enoch and Singleton, and was it the other Nottingham crew?
So we had lane 2 who came
second. Oh, lane 2 was, sorry, Mavra and Medapali from Richmond, they were second. We had Enoch and Singleton in third, just ahead of the other Nottingham crew, so some good racing there. Next racing we'll see will be the K2 girls, 500 metres. Just looks at the moment, looking up to the top of the course, 2 boats. In that we have 3 written down, we'll check that for you. But one of the rare races actually, just 2 boats in this one, where we haven't seen many crews in it. So it's a bit of a shame perhaps for that, but it's girls under 16, remember, and there's plenty of time for that to develop. After that we'll see some more masters racing, and then we'll be looking at the girls K1 500 metre heats at 12:10.
So even with 2 boats, it's great to see. Oh, they're just doing another loop round, I think, at the moment. But it'll be a tight fought race, lining up next to each other. There's almost more pressure when there's fewer people in the race. Yeah, we're doing another loop round, just waiting for the starters by the looks of things.
Yeah, and that's always nerve-wracking moments, isn't it? When maybe you've lined up on the start and there's a false start and you've got to go round again, and you've got to readapt and refocus, stay calm, concentrate on. You thought, oh, the race should have been over by now, but in fact, you're going to have to go again. But these, I guess, are the things that the younger paddlers really need to do, don't they? And they've not been able to have the opportunity, chance to do this for almost 2 years, and just building those basic skills will be really important for them as they move through the age groups, through national regattas, maybe international regattas of the future. And this will count as a useful experience, because at some point, Olympic Games and so on, you will have this, you'll have a bit longer, something will be delayed, something unusual will happen, like a swan getting in the way, as we saw earlier, and you'll have to be able to adapt appropriately to it.
Yeah, and I think this regatta is all about priming for the rest of the season. Obviously pending COVID restrictions, but I know some of these guys and girls will be looking to gain selection for Olympic hopes, maybe even a junior team to represent at the Worlds, which I know there's a lot of work in the background to try and facilitate trips running with guidance that's being given and changing regularly. So we'll wait and see in that space. But this is a prime regatta to allow these crews, both under 18s, under 16s, to prep for that July regatta selection event, as well as later on in the national championships for the rest of the season.
Yeah, so we've got quite a bit to look forward to, haven't we? Let's say, we're going to be okay COVID-wise, and hopefully we'll have, in a month's time from now, we'll have the July regatta, won't we? And that'll be selection for juniors under 23, so we've got that to look forward to. We'll have, as we said, some of those paddlers will be looking for junior and under 23 World Championships, We've even got, for the senior paddlers, we've even got a World Championships in Olympic year, which doesn't normally happen. So, there's a lot going on in the season. Currently this weekend we've got the European Championships going on as well, the Olympic Games, and of course Paralympics, end of July, early August. So plenty of canoeing, plenty of sport to look forward to this summer. Fingers crossed things only get better and improve from a COVID perspective. But I guess that's a good lesson for some of the paddlers, isn't it? To control the controllables and to not let the things that are unexpected and uncontrollable get to you, because you can't actually do anything about those.
Yeah, certainty we've seen this year in sport, in school, in so many areas of life. It's just about learning what you can control and harnessing your own ability there. It's very easy to get distracted, to get worried as well around things that we can't necessarily predict or foresee or even control. So sport is another avenue to practice those skills, and it's great to see that we've got lots of juniors out here this weekend.
It is, and I'm doing my teacher bit now, but I always think that sport is a great lesson for anything in life, that there will be unexpected things. It's great to have goals and aims. You don't always achieve those, sadly, but you learn lots along the way, and that's why sport's such an important lesson for life.
Yeah, very much. Very rarely, I'm sure everyone has gone through a couple of years of their life knows that things don't go to plan more often than not. So being prepared and having an immersion within a sporting environment that helps develop those skills is going to just help you get better and better throughout.
Well, this is it. We've also got our own little things that have gone wrong here while we're streaming, and apologies for the internet that we were promised would be sufficient, but unfortunately isn't. However, what we're doing is we're recording this, so if you are with us live, you'll be able to watch the recording. We'll get that on our YouTube channel, the Sprint Racing Committee YouTube channel, as soon as we can, and you can watch glitch-free coverage as well. It is beautiful here in Nottingham at Home Pier Point. We're racing all weekend this weekend. A lot of junior races going on, a lot of masters racing going on. Great to see crew boats. Not necessarily K4s, which is something the juniors are preparing towards, but we're seeing a lot of K2s. We'll see that race coming up shortly in the girls, under 16 K2 500 metres. We've got a 2,000 metre course here. We've even talked to the Sprint Racing Committee about whether or not we'll have an event over the other side of the course. Remember, this is 2,000 metres, we only use 1,000 of it, so we may have other events going on. There's a horse, in fact, riding just beneath the scoreboard. There's people on their bikes, people out walking and running and enjoying the sunshine. There's a nice cream van over there as well, which I'll be popping to a little bit later, I'm sure. And of course, we've got the slalom site over the far side. So Nottingham is a great place, isn't it, for canoe, kayak racing of all sorts. The River Trent, I was crossing that this morning with a lot of rowing boats on there as well. Great community in the sort of Lady Bay and West Bridgeford of canoeists. Just a shame the weather's not always like this.
I know, you get lulled into a false sense of security. Second regatta of the year, second stunning set of conditions. Maybe it is like this.
I think not even just storing up a load of bad weather for a later regatta.
Potentially. I will be testament that we had a fair amount of bad weather for a period of time. I know everyone's had a pretty wet and windy May. Fortunately, we missed a regatta there. Unfortunately, sorry, but obviously.
Yeah, and it does flood. We've had flooding here, this last winter and over several winters, which caused issues as well, doesn't it? Which is a shame. Yeah. But still a great place to paddle, and you can see that actually from Nottingham doing very well. In fact, we have a crew from Nottingham, Emily, not Pete.
Both in red, both standing true to their colour scheme, but I would say it does look like that Way crew, although slightly out of time at this point as they're just transitioning through about 250, do look like they've got the advantage at the moment. I think you can see here just the timing with the back of the just going in slightly earlier than the paddler in the front. And although that can feel nice and powerful for the front paddler, it can often put them out for the rhythm and affect that leg drive and movement and rotation. Instead, we see quite a few crews going through this timing as it alleviates a bit of the pressure on the front paddler, who's also setting the rhythm and the race plan. So if that back paddler is happy taking the weight of two people at the front of their stroke, then maybe that's the best way that boat needs to run.
It's obviously working for them. What's interesting as well, though, is that puts pressure on the front paddler sometimes, doesn't it, to stay on top of the rhythm and not feel like it's getting away from you. But they seem to be managing that, and like you said earlier, Hannah, perhaps that's working for them. Perhaps something they'll work on in the future, but certainly at the moment in this boat, that's working, just taking the pressure off the front of the stroke, off the catch, their rows are there.
And it's really important to keep the leg drive and hip movements the same. So underneath the cockpit, if the boat is running smoothly, sometimes the paddle timing and air time can look different. But that boat, clear victory over the Nottingham and Southampton crew of Poppy and Matilda there. But really good again, because a lot of those girls have done back-to-back racing. It's pretty tough. Tough.
Great training for them, isn't it? Great intensity of training. You can never quite replicate this in training. There's nothing quite like racing, which is why so many of the paddlers are here, obviously missing out on so much over the last 18 months as well, but desperate to race, got great conditions. A big thank you again to all our officials. I can see them in the tower right now, whether they're doing the photo finish, commentating, or the results. All those sorts of things, boat weighing, safety out on the course. You know, there's so many elements to this, and it's wonderful. They do a great job, all volunteers as well. So a big thank you to them. We couldn't run this event if it wasn't for them, of course, and particularly recently with the COVID restrictions, it's been a real difficulty.
Yeah, and what's quite nice is we've got quite a lot of lovely breaks planned in for the officials and volunteers to actually have a tea break, whereas I know in our normal regatta programme they're often back to back and they're the longest days of the week. So I hope everyone's enjoying a small cup of tea, because I think we've got a short break now until races resume at 12.
Well, we have indeed. In fact, just a little pointer, you may be interested to know that last time we had a regatta, because of COVID restrictions, the poor officials couldn't even have a kettle to make themselves a cup of tea. So let's hope they've got that now and they can go and get a drink, and you can do that too, and then hopefully you will join us again at about 12 o'clock, where we'll have K1 500 metres, and we'll also look forward to the heats of the girls under 18 500 metres, followed by the boys under 18 and under 16 500 metres. We'll see you then. Back to our regatta in Nottingham here at home Pierpont, and underway already we have the heat of the K1 Masters 5. We saw these paddlers paddling a little bit earlier on this morning in 1,000 metres. This half the distance, but not half the pain. Pretty intense for these paddlers here. We're talking under 2 minutes for this race, at least that's what they'll be hoping, I'm sure. We've got Neil Blackman, who we saw looking really strong in the K1 1,000 metres. Let's see if he can do the same over 500. He's in lane 3 from Royal Leamington Spa. Paul Gadd from Addlestone in 4. Mark Blatchley from Nottingham in 5. And looks like Robin Avery in 6. I'm just waiting. I was looking for lane 7, Richard Gilbert-Jones from Southampton, but doesn't look like he. So paddlers have settled in. They're halfway exactly now. And actually leading the way, it looks pretty close, but Neil Blackman, that distinctive red kite, red hat, and that technique that he has, and has had for such a long time over both whitewater racing and sprint and marathon, just perhaps leading the way from Paul Gadd next to him. 4, and it'll be the first 2, possibly those 2, but we still have just under 2 metres to go. First 2 it will go through to the final.
Yeah, and he looks in control here, Billy. He's chilling at the front almost, taking nice separation between his strokes. Good pauses to make sure that catch is nice and long and explosive, but it does look like a comfortable lead as he comes into that red buoy mark. We got a little bit of a crosswind coming across on the left-hand side on the grandstand side. So guys just probably feeling that, tolerating that as the fatigue is a bit high, but there's a big racing morning for these guys, so I'm sure they're just working out how to conserve energy moving through heats to finals.
Yeah, and a good distance there for Billy Blackman there, isn't there? Nice boat he's got there with the red trim, white trim on the red kite, and moving smoothly, running true. Just gives us a look over there, just double check.
Slightly red shoulders as well at the moment.
He has, because it is boiling hot. It's in the high 20s here on the roof of the Water Sports Centre here at Nottingham, but we're not complaining. This is a little light breeze, as Hannah said, perhaps coming from the paddlers left. Sun is shining, the water's warm, great regatta, perhaps a not quite as busy programme as we'd normally have, but great to see so much racing going on, and we'll look forward after the next Masters heat to see the girls under 18 500 metre heats. Well, great to see. Just had a little chat there with Richard Stacey Chapman from British Canoeing, who's helped put this event on, obviously supported by all the officials, and it was a massive job to help with the Olympic selection that we had in April. There's so many logistics to sort out for that, to make the event run in what is a public park, but to be able to restrict it and keep it COVID safe was a real challenge. But both officials and staff from British Canoeing have done a great job, because they know just how much these paddlers want to be out on the water and racing, and we've seen that from some of the racing. It's been exciting, it's been close, and you know, we've seen a lot of crew boats out there racing as well. But at the moment we're with the K1s. We should have the second heat of the K1 Masters 500 metres just underway now. We've got 4 boats in that, although my lineup I've got 5, so we'll just see. Should be in lane 3, Peter Metus from Nottingham, Tom Mason, should be over in 4. I think perhaps we're missing lane 5, Peter Gorman. He wasn't earlier in the 1,000 metres, so perhaps Peter helping out is such a important part of the way Kayak Club set up. So Peter probably helping some of the younger paddlers there. Doug Pemble over from Addleston in lane 6, and then Richard Kent from Southampton in lane 7.
And if my maths are correct, with 4 paddlers in the previous heat and this heat, I think everyone is safely through to the final. So there'll be a bit about running the boat, understanding what the 500 metre distance feels like after their 1,000 this morning, but also preparing and conserving the energy for the final later on. It's hard to tell the position here, but it looks like Richard Kent on the far side has got a small lead over Pemble from lane 6. But Tom Mason as well is putting in quite a fine form from Nottingham. Experienced surf ski paddler looking to test the waters over here on the Water Sports Centre this weekend.
Yeah, it's good to see that all the paddlers we've talked about before enjoying other disciplines as well. We're a long way from the sea here, but even in Nottingham, our keen surf ski paddlers, certainly the endurance racing offshore, particularly down in Cornwall. A big hello to Glenn Eldridge, who may or may not be watching. Let's hope he is, because he's a former sprint paddler himself, but runs a great programme for those that enjoy the surf lifesaving, the surf skiing down there near St Ives. But up here in Nottingham, we're on the roof. We're enjoying watching the Masters here racing, and looks like far side Richard Kent, who looked good in the K1000, also looking good in the 500. We'll see these paddlers go through. As Hannah said, we should see all of this in the final a little bit later on at 1:20. And as we see them come through, it'll be lane 7, followed by 6, close race there. And lane 4 will be Tom Mason coming through in 3rd. Lane 3 in the distinctive boat, Peter, also from Nottingham, making his way, just last 20 metres of him to make his way over the line. And then we'll be thinking a little while about the K1 heats of the girls under 18 500 metres. This, of course, such a competitive category, an Olympic category, the women's K1 500. Really competitive over the years. We've seen the likes of Danuta Kozak from Hungary, Lisa Carrington, of course, from New Zealand, and under 18 girls, but this is perhaps the people that they're inspired by, particularly also the likes of Rachel Cawthorne, from a British point of view, inspiring some of the younger generation coming through. And we should have 2 full heats with this, which is great to see. 1st and 3rd will go through to the final along with the 3rd best time. So something to race for here for these paddlers. We'll just take you through the lineup as they begin to line up for the heat 1 of the girls under 18 500 metres. We should have Jessica Holmes from Richmond in 1, Molly Warburton from Lincoln in 2, Charlotte from Norwich in 3, Honor Lewis from Way in 4, Becky Pemble from Addlestone in 5, Grace Anderson from Norwich in 6, Abigail Avery from Royal in 7, Clara Jepson from Falcon in 8, and Abby Fisher from Lincoln in 9. Just coming up to the boots to line up to prepare themselves for the start. Looking over at the finish tower and the scoreboard, I should say, we saw Neil Blackman's time of 2:16 in the Masters men's K1 500 metres. So the under 18 girls will be chasing perhaps similar times. Maybe they'll be looking to go quicker in these good conditions to try and make their way through to the final.
I imagine the heats will see some speedy but also conservative times. I would imagine around and under that sort of 2:10 to 2:05 mark for the top end, but we have got a little bit of wind fetching up now, so that's going to take the edge off the speed. Not to forget that those are just fresh out the K2 from earlier on, so there'll be a bit of fatigue in the system. So for those looking to do well in the final in about an hour time, it will be hugely about that energy conservation, trying to secure one of those top 3 spots so they've got automatic qualification rather than leaving the 3 best times to chance. But we'll look to see, because we have got 2 full heats coming up, so all to play for, and a lot of unknowns given the lack of racing over the past 18 months. So it'll be exciting, and some nerves sat on the start line right now. And they are just in the buckets waiting for the starters' orders, and they are off by the looks of it. A clean start. So we're starting to see the straight rate ramping up as they accelerate up into that race pace boat speed.
Yeah, hard to see, isn't it, at the moment from where we're stood on the roof here, and perhaps you watching just what positions are at the moment. But as Hannah said, start's so important. They're settling into their rhythm now, thinking about the approach to halfway and whether or not they're going to need to pick it up to try and get into that top three to make it through to the final at 25 past 1. We can see, looking across the course, maybe lane 5 and 6 there, looking pretty good. Certainly lane 6, quite high stroke rate. That's Grace Anderson, the Norwich paddler, who's been good over these last couple of years. The Norwich Junior, there's got a good group of junior girls from there, which is great to see. But certainly her boat going well at the moment.
Yeah, and it does look like she has an 5 who's just about in line with lane 4 from our angle at the moment. But it could be to play for. Lane 1 is slightly up on lane 2. It could be it's very hard to tell at the moment, isn't it? But they're half past the mark, and it does look like Grace Anderson from Norwich has got a clear lead ahead of the Royal paddler, I think, in lane 5.
Yeah, so heat 1, I think lane 5 is Becky Pemble. So yeah, she's going well as well. We saw her paddle so well from Addlestone in she paddled well, didn't she, in that distinctive red and white boat in the 1,000-metre event. This is the shorter event, and the highest stroke rate you can see over in lane 6 from Grace Anderson, certainly counting for her at the moment. But this interesting times now, red boys, a bit of lactic acid in the system there, driving legs and shoulders. Part of you wants to say push on, but if you're leading this race, do you really need to?
Yeah, the top 3, but at the same time, you don't know whilst you're in the race and you're in the middle. So it's all about just controlling the boat, let the boats decelerate at any point, but just hold and consolidate. It's going to be tough. The positions 4th to 7th, which could be vital when you're looking at the 3 best times, but it does look like we've got the Way paddler crossing in 3rd, comfortably ahead of Richmond paddler over here in lane 1.
Yeah, so Jessica Holmes and Richmond maybe just getting that 4th spot then. She'll have a nervous wait, won't she, to wait to see what the times are. She'll be down looking at find out what her time was. Has she done a P? Enough to get through to the final she so desperately wants. But a good race there. We can just see that's lane 9 crossing over the line. Abby Fisher, well done to her from Lincoln there. And we will soon cast our eyes up to the second heat of the girls under 18 500-metre race very shortly. After that, we'll see the final, in fact, of the K2 boys under 18 500 metres.
Nice, and yeah, heat 2 are just lining up now, taking their sort of time to get into the buckets. Normally that 2 to 3 minute wait, pull you forward, making sure that the course is cleared of the race before and the safety boats wash has died down. But it's a time for individuals to sit and reflect on what they're trying and want to do over the next couple of minutes of effort in their first 500-metre heat.
Yeah, 500 metres, Hannah, it's a funny distance, particularly if you're used to doing 200 and 1,000, trying to find that difficult balance. 1,000 metres, quite a lot of people will think, well, I'm going to really have to just get into my rhythm for this. It's a long way. It's going to take me 4 minutes to do, so I'm going to have to pace it. Whereas 500 metres, if you're looking at, around about maybe just over 2 minutes for these paddlers, then it is pretty intense. And just finding that there's a very small line, isn't there, between overdoing it and going too slow and leaving yourself too much to do.
Yeah, and we can see that internationally across all the age categories and genders. There are different ways of racing a 500. It's really cool to see the 200-metre style of a fast start transitioning into something that is manageable but not expending too much energy at the front end, compared to the guys that come really strong in that final sort of 200-metre red boy era, where they're a bit more aerobic or endurance-based athletes, and both can win a race. There's not a right rule to race a 500. The margins get quite small at the top end, and a unique blend of both is the best option. But we personally in Britain have had quite a few paddlers from both ends of the spectrum incredibly well. So it's exciting to see that everyone, given their individual sort of genetic makeup and training plan, can come and sort of cross battle against different areas, different clubs, different plans over a 500 metre.
Yeah, maybe that's what the 500 metres is so good for then, as you say, someone with a great base can try and, you know, do what seems like a really fast race for them, and somebody who's a real fast twitch person can try and stretch that out over 500 metres, but all depends on what their genetics are and making the most of them. Well, we're underway with the second heat of the girls under 18 500 metres. Jasmine Holland in lane 1, Scarlett James from Serendower in 2, Georgia Fennick from Reading in 3, Katie Pocklington from Wiltshire Youth in 4, Amy Green from Worcester in 5, Alexander Armstrong, who paddled so well in the K 500 metres a little bit earlier, from Scottish Performance Squad in 6, Elise Montana from Royal in 7, Hannah Gallagher from Way in 8, and Jessica Urquhart from Banbury, who paddled a good 1,000 metres. She's in lane 9. I'm looking just at the course, getting towards the halfway point, the 250 mark. Lane 1 and 2 going well, but also you can see 5, Amy Green, normally with a distinctive hair, Amy Green. A lot of potential, just 17, so still got a little while in the under 18 year groups yet. There's a lot of thought about Amy from Worcester, and certainly she's delivering at the moment.
Yeah, and it's just either side of her, I think, in lanes 4 and 6 that are taking that second and third position, crucial for this heat so far. But Miss Green has got quite a lead above the rest of the field currently as we're coming down, and the times from the previous heat are up, and we're looking around that 2:08, so that 2:10 mark again as we progress through. But we have quite a high rate from lane 5. Sorry, as she's charging all the way. She's not leaving anything to chance for her qualification, and I don't think we've seen the Worcester paddler in the 1,000, so potentially a bit more freshness in the arms compared with especially the Scottish paddler and the Wiltshire Youth paddler either side that have just recently got out of the K2s and racing. So we're progressing through, but it's all about chasing on and holding on for these final positions. A really strong finish by the Royal paddler in lane 7 to take that 3rd spot at the moment, just pushing Katie out of that qualification. Obviously there are 3 best times as they progress through, so all to play for these guys, not in the top 3, but a confident victory there. And I see the distinctive hair colour now.
Yeah, and well, distinctive race from her. I mean, not taking any prisoners there, was she? That was an example. Execute my race this way, and then she just did it. Now, it remains to be seen when we look at the time. We can see Grace Anderson's time of 2:08 for the previous heat, and it'll be interesting to see whether that's, you know, significantly quicker, because certainly, you know, Amy Green looked very good, but she did also look like she was giving it some beans, didn't she? So maybe not leaving a lot in the tank there, perhaps trying to send a message to her competitors, and also maybe just desperate to get out racing, and she's obviously a natural racer, which is good to see. Good to see another paddler from Worcester. You know, Fladbury and Worcester have had their paddlers down the line from the Train brothers, of course, and James Train, who now, of course, coaches on the programme, Lucy Wainwright, who may well come down and join us and watch for a little bit today, and then you've got the likes of Nick Fowler, of course, who is coaching the juniors, keeping his beady eye over some of these performances down here. So over the years, paddlers from the area around Worcester have really delivered, and great to see them again doing well in the form, in this case, of Amy Green. But also Alexander Armstrong coming through second, and Elise Montana look to be the make up the 3 people that will definitely go through to the final, and then of course we'll have a best time going through as well.
Yeah, and that best time is looking around at 2:18 to 2:19 mark from the previous heat, so keeping the eye out on that for these 4th to 6th paddlers in this race, and see if those positions change for those 3 best qualifying times. But and to Worcester's testament, Emily Lewis is obviously out competing Europeans right now, and is a Worcester paddler, born and bred.
Yeah, I must apologise to Emily. I forgot her name. Obviously, because she's in Poznan, maybe she wasn't concentrating on it, because, as you said earlier, she's of course paddled. Paddled very well in the Olympic selection event, putting herself in chance of contention for that spot for the Olympic Games along with Deborah Kerr, and then going on to the Europeans in Poznan and getting through the heats and semis really well.
Yeah, fantastic times. You know, very tightly forward in that 200 metres, so exciting to see how she does in the final, lining up against, well, some of the best paddlers in the world in Europe. So the Europeans is by no means an easy feat for any category. So
no, and don't forget, you'll be able to see that live on Facebook if you go to the ECA, the European Canoe Association website. You can see the coverage on that. And you might see the likes of Marta Walczykiewicz, who of course has been such a great paddler, local paddler to Poznan, a Polish paddler in the 200 metres, and you'll see Lewis. And of course, Liam Heath, who we saw race here. You'll have seen race in the Olympic selection. You'll have seen his interview on our YouTube channel. If you haven't, have a look at that. And hopefully we'll see him win another race as he makes his journey towards Tokyo for what will be sadly the final event in the K1 200 metres. And since its induction, we've won every version in 2012 and Liam Heath in 2016. There's only going to be one more in 2021. Let's hope Liam can put himself in contention for that.
But absolutely no pressure or expectation side. But he is doing incredibly well, and I know he has gone from strength to strength over the past few months of training in the tough times that we've had. So excited at the World Cup and tomorrow over the final.
Yeah, and interesting maybe just a word Eric Farrell there, because of course Emily's been working with Eric Farrell, hasn't she, just recently? And you know, I think she was maybe a little bit disappointed not to win the 200 metres in the selection, but obviously things we've talked about, Dan Atkins, haven't we, and Liam, things with Eric are going pretty well for Emily.
Yeah, there's a pretty solid 200 metre bubble down there with Eric, learning from the experience of Liam and his progress with Alex Nikonoroff in the past cycle, but him and Eric have worked incredibly well obviously over the years, and Dan and Emily have taken opportunities given to them to train down there with them and learn from the best. But yeah, I'm excited to see how they progress. We're going to see Dan in action over a K2 500, I believe, potentially tomorrow, so that'll be exciting to see how he's extending training moving forward. And the times for the second heat are up, and Miss Green 2:10, winning that event in 2:10.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? A little bit slow, just a little bit slower than Grace Anderson. A little bit
slower, and also for place we're seeing Kate Pocklington just outside of the top 3 best times. Potentially a little bit more wind in that condition, in that heat, sorry. So conditions do play a part, and it is meaning that you do need to fight for every stroke, every second, every half a second at that point. But lots of positives moving forward from there, and I know everyone will get stronger and better moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what the sport's all about. Always moving forward, which actually happens to be the motto of the International Canoe Federation, although some people might disagree with that. But great that they're managing to put on the international events at the moment. But we've got a national event here that's going really, really well. It's beautiful weather. Nice to see a number of people out in the park, whether they're riding or cycling or walking. Coaches cycling up and down. Family here watching. Many of you watching at home on your phones and your tablets and your televisions and computers. And thanks for joining us. We are aware there's been some internet glitches, so apologies for that. We're also aware that we're not always have all the information at hand, but we'll try and bring you all information on who the paddlers are and what the races are as much as we can as well. But we really appreciate you watching, and it's a wonderful testament to what the Sprint Racing Committee have done to be able to put this on with, of course, the support of British Canoeing and Media Pack, who are putting together this coverage with a really limited number of cameras, but nonetheless some great coverage of some fantastic racing. And let's hope, lining up now, we'll see some continuation of that. We've got a full lineup here for junior under 18 boys K2 500 metre event. And crew boats over 500 are just becoming bigger and bigger and bigger because, of course, Olympic Games. It's K4 500 for both men and women. And with no K1 200 in the Olympic Games in Paris, the K4 500 is going to become a huge event. So already, British coaches, even at junior level here, trying to put crews together in both K2s and K4s that can rail this half-kilometre distance. We have some history in this, of course, particularly in Olympics, given Ian Wynn's bronze medal under very difficult circumstances in Athens in 2004, and then, of course, Brabants, who was Olympic champion over the longer distance, but also, we mustn't forget, Olympic medalist over the 500 metre distance when it was last in the Olympic Games in the K1 event back in 2008. So, some of these younger paddlers probably haven't even heard of those names, but they're underway in their race here. And just to run through the lineup in lane 1, Scottish Performance Squad, A. Leiper and F. Lewis. From Reading in lane 2, A. Tonkin and F. Topham. From Norwich in lane 3, T Booth and B Want. Way is lane 4, D Price and D Skelner. Southampton in 5, Hinvers and Tarver. Elmbridge in 6, L Ferry and D Stanley. Foy in 7, B Cabrera and M Mother from Richmond, I should say. And then in 8, Scottish Dowling Clark and K Srocker. And over in lane 9 from Elmbridge is the crew. From Royal Leamington Spa is E Crossley and B Griffin. And we would certainly expect from what we've seen this morning, Hannah, to see 5 going well, because we've got Hinvers and Tarver who paddled so well one event early, looked really well, didn't they, in the K2 heat. But actually lane 3 as well, Booth and Want from Norwich, who look very smooth and controlled in their heat, putting them under pressure.
And I think it is two crews. Both crews look well drilled, and we talked about the synchronicity earlier, and it's going to be key at this point in the race how well that boat's been moving, how effortless it's been moving, so all of the energy can go into this final part. A club crew, Norwich, got a lot of time, opportunity to train together, and I'm not aware of how new or old the Elmbridge Southampton crew is, but two very strong, and they are taking it to the line. It is hard to call, but I do think lane 5 have just got that advantage. They just look like they've picked it up just enough to get that boat length ahead of the Norwich crew, but lane 7 from Foy picking it up nicely as well. You know, a Southwest club to compete at this level would be very good, really promising, but it is with Sav and Zach in the middle of the course. Pretty competitive race, good to see everyone chasing to the line. But yeah, that looked really nice, really well drilled from those top 3 crews actually.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? You know, a good strong finish there from Cabrera and Mother, from Foy and Richmond, how much they paddled with each other over in lane 7, but they came strongly. But the two best well-drilled crews, I should say, interestingly, had the best middle part of the race, but when the pressure was on, up the pace and keep that harmony, keep that synchronisation between them. And I thought Hinvers and Tarver did look really good. I know the coaches think a lot of them, they've got a lot of potential for the future, so that's really good to see.
No, I think it's nice to see when, you know, it is a coincidence, but sometimes those two fastest boats come and sit together in a K2 and run well, and it's probably a testament to both those clubs doing their development. Southampton, which isn't necessarily the closest two clubs or furthest apart, but the ability for those guys to harmonise together over 500, it's a really tricky discipline. That sort of energy output, the speed, the power, the endurance element of it. But yeah, they look really strong.
Yeah, they did, didn't they? I mean, Xavier Hinvers has been the top guy, hasn't he, in the time trials in over both 500 and 1,000 metres in, and has been paddling, I believe, a little bit with Zach Tarver from Elmbridge, and a sort of classic Elmbridge paddler there, you know, who can manage decent 200 as well as 1,000, and of course 500 and paddling crew boat. So quite versatile. So good, good matching for those two. And then Booth and Want as well. Look very well drilled, didn't they? Perhaps maybe just when looking to put the stroke rate up, to put a bit of pace into it, they weren't able to match the pace and the stroke rate of Hinvers and Tarver, but not a long way off.
No, and it is such a trade-off over 500, how much you put into the front half compared to saving for the back half. Remember the K2 senior men's at April, the crew that clearly had quite a lead over the rest of the field at halfway really fell apart and just about hung on for the final bit between Dan Atkins and Trevor Thompson, two very fast twitch, speedy athletes compared to some of the more endurance-based crews that were reining them in. But over such a short distance, you know, 500 metres, that 1 minute 30, 1 minute 35 mark, there isn't always enough time to catch, so you need that subtle blend of endurance and speed.
Well, they look interesting to look at what time they did, won't it? I wonder how that's going to compare. We saw the women's K1 just over 2 minutes, so 2:08, 2:10 in those. Maybe we'll see them a little bit quicker in some of the finals. But yeah, we'll see with the. We'll have a look at the times. We'll let you know as soon as we see them there in the K2. Now, what we've got next, I'm just looking through the programme now. We're towards the boys under 16 500 metre K1 heats, and we can see actually really encouraging to see we've got 4 heats of that. So it's actually the 9 best times in heats in are going to go through to the final, so this is a change, isn't it?
This is a different format. It's probably one that we're more used to at Nottingham Regattas, so it's all to race for and fight for, and some of these boys will have just jumped out of a K2000, so potentially some fatigue in the system, so yeah, really interesting. 4 is fantastic to see in this under-16 category.
They can't afford, if they're leading, they can't afford to back off, and so for many of them, you know, pretty much all they're going to have to paddle a hard, really hard race. Just to line them up here, Peter Skinner we've got in lane 2 from Reading, Nathaniel Lamb, the 14-year-old from Southampton, Cormac Siatima from Reading, also 14, he's in lane 4, Philip Levkovsky from Ealing in 5, Hayden Cook-Bailey from Nottingham in 6, Erin Redjeb from Royal in 7, Fred Lovegrove from Hereford in 8, and William Lana from Banbury in 9.
Do you want one each? Like, do it like that.
Thank you, yeah, that's great. Thank you. Well, just have a look at the field there. You can see a long way ahead of the rest there. Looks like, is that Royal?
Foy.
Foy.
Is it not?
Sorry, yeah, it is. No, it's Nottingham.
Oh, Nottingham.
Let's check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is. We're just checking here. We don't have the lane, or we can't see the lane numbers, but it's a long way ahead of the rest of the field. Look at that. The dynamic stroke there, really pounding it in on each stroke. As we said at time trial, well, this paddler, Hayden Cook-Bailey, is a country mile ahead of the rest of the field. Surely he's going to have done enough to get through to the final.
I'd say so. Very confident. Driving all the way, though, he's not leaving anything to chance. And we do see him really reaching, gripping that leg drive, so not the smoothest leg drives, but he's really connected with the water, and it takes him all the way, and their boat's running really nicely.
Then we've got another race, haven't we? We've got a second race, basically, for the other positions. Remember, it could be that 4 paddlers come from here through to the final if the time's good enough. We've got lane 4 leading at the moment, Cormac Titima. Very close with 4 and 5 though, and then 3 going through in 4th place.
Yeah, just ahead, lane 4 I think on the line of lane 5, and then lane 3. A lot of paddlers paddling through the finish line, so the yellow boys are the finish line here, so it's all about surging to that line. Final red boy after that, that just marks the end of the finish area, but don't ever sit up or be complacent across, so keep paddling on.
You're right, and you do see sometimes, don't you, people try to lunge for the line, but when you don't know where the line is exactly, actually, it seems to me anyway to be a better plan to actually paddle as hard as you possibly can right the way through the finish line to ensure your position. If you don't get the look right, you can look a little bit silly and you can miss a position.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few of those internationally. I'm sure everyone can think of a couple. Missed time lunges, but no, all the way to the yellow buoy. Yeah. The finish is on the yellow buoy.
All the way through is the way, isn't it? And you know, just part of the process, which is why they're all racing here, getting this experience, given that they've not raced for so long. I'm just looking over at the scoreboard. Actually, we can see Xavier Hinvez and Zach Tarver there. 1:44. That to me sounds like a pretty quick time for their K2 500 metres.
I think so, because also if you look at the course, we've definitely got a slight headwind now. That's going to take the edge off those times. You know, it doesn't take much of a wind to slow the boats down over these distances. So yeah, that's actually a really competitive time. That'll be exciting moving forward. I'm sure you can see them now debriefing with Nick Fowler, I believe, in a lovely red top. A new attire of British Canoeing's talent department, but really valid points that they'll take away moving forward. But no, a really good run out for maybe their first one of this season.
Yeah, some important information there, particularly on Nick Fowler's fashion sense. But nice to see new kit, and you're never too old to be excited about new kit. And Nick, the former paddler himself, of course, would have had his fair share of free kit in the past, but even the coaches like to get a bit of that as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure the red colour went down a storm, but I think today you'll blend in with the sunburn nicely. So,
it will, yeah. But it's really good. You can see, actually, you probably can't see on camera. We can see from the roof, but you know the relationship required between a coach and athlete. It's a good combination. You know, Nick is genuinely interested in what they have to say. They want to know what advice he's got, and they've got that two-way relationship. So important, you know, to something, and you see it across all sports. it's a good and a positive relationship and a strong relationship between coach and athlete that really makes a difference.
Yeah, also a really important element to remember that there's another coach or personnel in that sandwich. So Nick's, lead junior coach, and then you've got the club that coordinate with the athletes day to day, and they put in a lot of effort, a lot of time of their own time. But it's that relationship with Nick, the club coaches, and the athletes that's vital moving forward. And it does take time, and we don't always get it right, and it makes opportunities, learning, conversations to build those relationships. So.
Yeah, it is difficult, and we'll do the lineup for the next K1 boys under 16 500. But perhaps we'll return to that difficulty when you have a club coach and then the athlete gets better and is under the eye of a different coach. And that can be a challenge. But in that this is the second heat of 4 of the K1 under 16 boys 500 metres. We should have Charlie Eason from Reading in 2, James Bourne from Poole in 3, Edward Butler from Nottingham in 4, Jack Raymond from Leighton in 5, Andre Hinvers from Southampton in 6, Dylan O'Connor from Richmond in 7, Theo Sales from Cambridge in 8, and Sam Bates from Royal in 9. We do have a couple of paddlers missing, I think.
I think Ed Butler is. I know he's gone off to do his D.A.V. award, so he's not.
Right, so
he's had to jet away after his K2 this morning. But it's a clear lead. We're in lane 7 with the Richmond paddler, but we did talk about the fact that we need to go all the way to the line, so it doesn't discount the Leighton Buzzard paddler as well as the Southampton paddler, Minnie Hinvis, who's grown quite a lot since I've last seen him, sort of chasing it all the way to the line because times are important with the 9 best times qualifying through to the final. But we have clean water for lane 7, who is taking a lovely victory line.
Yeah, and a good finish here, isn't there, Hannah?
Oh, I don't know who's going to get that. Ooh. I think that's gone to, Andre Hinvis crossing the line just ahead of the Leighton Buzzard paddler.
That's Jack Raymond from Leighton Buzzard, but that could count, couldn't it? And as you said, every single stroke, every bit of movement, every effort you put in needs to go into this because you just don't know, is your time going to be good enough? And just looking at time, such a broad of the previous heat that it was Hayden Cook-Bailey in 2:03, but second place was 2:17. So a huge margin between first and second. And something quite similar we saw just in this race there. Dylan O'Connor, the 16-year-old from Richmond, far and away quickest there. And it's the other paddlers, Andre Hinvers, as we saw in second, Jack and the others in there, battling out for those other places. And hopefully their team will be good enough to take them through to the final. The final we'll see at 2 o'clock. So there's a bit of it's sort of an hour and a half, just under that, for them to regroup, to chat to their coaches, and to fuel up, to have a drink and so on. Certainly for these early paddlers, but we do have another 2 heats to go in this boys under 16 500 metres yet.
Yeah, by no means does a victory in these heats means they're quite straight through to the final, so there'll be a tentative wait for everyone. Hayden and the Richmond paddler that have taken the victory in heats 1 and 2. Although confidently, it will be interesting and a bit of a tentative wait until that lane draw is out following all regattas.
Let's just go back to the coaches, Hannah. We briefly touched, didn't we, on coaches, and we don't want to get too embroiled in that, but it can be difficult, can't it, if you've got a club coach and you've built a relationship with him, has done a really great job with you, and it can be difficult for that coach actually to know that you're then going to go to Nottingham and you're going to be under the tutelage, the guidance of another coach from British Canoeing who oversees that, and it's really important that they all together have that trusting relationship.
Yeah, and you've used a sort of example of coming to Nottingham for the performance department, but you could go to another club, going off to anywhere, university, you're going to change over environments, club coaches, plans, and we can formalize it and say it's a transition, but it's about those conversations. How can you share and impart the knowledge to help the athlete be the centre of attention, not sometimes the egos of coaches getting in the way, I think we've seen. But it takes time, it won't happen overnight, and if you're aware of transitions like that through going to uni or coming onto a programme, there's time you can take to spend building those relationships, because again, we've talked about it doesn't happen overnight, that that relationship, that build between an athlete and a coach, let alone coach. So it's for both sides of the party to play, Bo.
Yeah,
for sure.
Of course it is, and it's really great to see we've got coaches in place that do that, and athletes that understand their place in those relationships. Well, we'll just go back up to the start. Underway already with the third heat of the K1 boys under 16 500 metres. So remember, this is all about best times. Nobody in lane 1, so lane 2, we've got Hugh Singleton from Nottingham. Lane 3, from Wiltshire Youth, Regan Toop. In lane 4, Gabriel Popham Coverley, we saw paddle so well a little bit earlier on. He's from Falcon. Sam Cribbett is in 5 from Royal Leamington Spa. Arthur Morley from Way in 6. Harry Freeland, who also paddled well a little bit earlier on, he's in 7. Finlay Lewis from Scottish Performance Squad in 8. And then Lewis Andrews from Lincoln over in 9.
And we've a pretty close race across the board here. Potentially lane 4 got the edge on the rest of the field at the moment, but only just. The rest of the guys look like they're coming through the 200 metre mark fairly similar, fairly close. Potentially a couple of the boats in lanes 7, 8 and 6, just taking that lead over the near side, but we'll wait and see until we get to that red boys. The distinctive orange boat from the Reading paddler looks like it's a fantastic pickup as he's coming to the red boys, and I might have actually called it too early with lane 4. Reading definitely looks like he's got a fantastic.
Well, he has. That's Harry Freeland there. We saw him come late in the 1,000 metres, didn't we? It wasn't quite enough to overcome Gabriel Popham Coverley in that race, which was a final, but it is certainly in this race, which is a heat. So that late charge really working for him. So Harry Coverley in lane 7 will go through and take the first place of this, but it's all on times, remember. Paddling hard, Gabriel Popham Coverley in 2nd, and lane 6 just ahead of lane 9. So Arthur Morley just gets ahead of lane 9, which was Lewis Andrews. But of course, as we said, this is all about time. Interesting one, little switch in positions there. Maybe, just maybe, this is Harry Freeland's preferred distance. Quite often paddlers do. I mean, obviously, like we said, both are endurance, both are aerobic events. But, the 500 metres is a slightly different kettle of fish to the 1,000 metres, and maybe Harry just enjoyed that one a little bit more. But he'll have to have his fingers crossed and hope that he will go through with a good enough time to take it through to the final. Yeah,
but he definitely looked like he paced that well. He had a really nice sort of plan, and he executed that almost to perfection. That halfway point, he didn't look like he was necessarily leading the field, but he by far had the stronger back end. So he was in touching distance at the right points, and then picked the boat up and picked the speed up, whilst everyone else maybe didn't have that final burn that he does.
And we have a lot, haven't we? We've talked about picking the pace up, picking the stroke rate up, the speed up, but how do these paddlers actually do that? When they think, right, I know I'm going to get boys 200 metres, I'm going to pick up the pace. What's the process, the thinking, in order to make that boat speed lift?
Well, you've got to make the boat faster. You can either go through increase in rate or an increase in DPS, so the amount the boat travels per stroke. And we often talk about putting a bit more power into each stroke, picking the boat up, making it glide a bit more, and that sort of provides that DPS element of it all. Obviously, the key, if you put more strokes in, surely you're going to go faster, element of raising that rate, and it is a trade-off, because as one comes up, the other one often comes down. It's got that inverse relationship moving forward. So it's for individual preference. Sometimes those styles suit a bit of a lower rate and a bit of a greater DPS element, and others really suit a smaller DPS range but a bit more of a whippy, quicker rate. And we see across international paddlers different variations, and the 500 metres is quite a key area that we see different combinations. And throughout the race, it's about what energetically gives you the best position when you get into this final element. These final red buoys.
Interesting. So quite often it is about putting that power down, but then that, if you manage to keep that length of stroke, that will increase the stroke rate. I remember Alex Nikonoroff saying to me, you just need the longest stroke possible with the most power as fast as possible. And there you go, put all those things together.
It's so easy, isn't it? Yeah. And if you read some of the literature, they suggest just going up with the rate, but there is also a glass ceiling when you think about how quick you can possibly move through the stroke, and there is a limit, and it is highly inefficient at those sort of 150 plus stroke rates, and that's great to a point, but if you've reached that point at a young age, there's only one way to go, and it's about focusing on that grip, that length, that DPS element. And the energetics of a single stroke is high, so can you propel the boat more with a more efficient and more propulsive stroke, again and again and again, rather than shorter, less efficient strokes, but more of them, but they cost more at the end. It's just the conundrum of canoeing, so we'll wait and see.
Which makes it such an attractive sport. So rather than getting bogged down by that, it's interesting, isn't it? It's fascinating, and tweaking all those variables is part of the game. I guess paddlers have enjoyment in that.
Hugely, and we talk about there being only two elements: the run of the boat as the fatigue hits in, keeping the boat running smoothly, not the yawing action, so the energy being spilled out from side to side across that weakness or that fatigue in the core and the hips, looking to just produce forward propulsion as much as possible. But it is a tricky balance, and you know, we ask for these perfect technical models amount of fatigue and lactic acid in sprint racing, so that's what makes it so tricky but satisfying when you get it right.
Yeah, well, we've got another heat here underway now, so the fourth and final heat of the K1 boys under 16 500 metres. We'll have Harry Sewell-Catchpole from Norwich in 2, Sam Hackwell from Truro in 3, Cohen Arian from Falcon in 4, Mohammed Ali Woking in 5, Joe Enoch from Nottingham in 6, Holt from Royal in 7, and in lane 8, and that distinctive blue and white boat will from Regatta. The boys, 200 metres to go now. We can see it looks to be like, well, we've got in fact lane 4, there were 3 and 4 perhaps, no, 4 and 5 I should say, so Cohen Arian and Mohammed Ali Kabir, who are battling it out almost stroke for stroke here as you get towards the red boys, deep into lactic acid, out for the best possible time to take them through to the final.
Yeah, they are, and they need to. If we see the times just on the board of the final heat, that was the fastest one we've had so far, so it's all about going to the line, fighting it out, and maybe the fact that these two paddlers from Oxford Falcon, and I'm not sure Kabir in 5, but he's definitely got the edge over lane 4 at the moment, and it's a confident win. Lane 8 over on the far side, also holding strong, nice long rate stroke there we see. And yeah, finishing that fourth and final heat confidently there.
Yeah, so good race that, particularly between 4 and 5. So Cohen Arian from Falcon in lane 4 in the white cap, but then the black and red boat, I think it looked to be like Mohammed Ali Kabir, who paddled well in 1,000 metres earlier, taking the win, just getting that little bit more off the stroke. Maybe he'd been listening to you talking about the distance per stroke, Hannah. But yeah, making it work for him. So, but he's going to be under pressure, as you said. Harry Freeland, 2 minutes. So 2 minutes 00.93. That was a quick time in the previous heat, so it's going to be tough, isn't it, to get one of those best times.
Yeah, and we see second place 2:01, third place 2:04, fourth place 2:05. You know, that's a tight knit time from that, a good group of times there from the third heat, so it's all to fight for right up until that line. I think you're probably looking at being around that 2:05, if not under, to secure your position now, I think, in that final.
That's tough, and you can see the little flotilla of paddlers coming down now. You might not be able to see that. We can see that right directly below us now where the pontoon is. We're on the roof of the building. Paddlers coming in to chat to parents and coaches and debrief, as Hannah said, so important to have a little, just a bit of feedback about how it went and how they felt and how they're going to approach a warm down and get out of the sun for a little bit as well and refuel and prepare themselves for the next races. Next race, incidentally, we'll see in a few minutes' time, will be the heats. We've got 2 heats, girls K1 under 16, girls K1 500 metres. We'll see the final of the boys. So we've just seen 4 heats in the boys K1 500 metres, the under 16 boys K1 500 metres. That final will be around 2 o'clock, so we've got an hour and a quarter till that. We've got the girls, as I said, under 16 girls K1 500 metres heats coming up. We've got some more masters. We've got women's and men's masters after that. Then we'll be looking for the final of the girls under 18 K1 500 metre race coming up around about 1:25. So lots to look forward to. We've got lots to look forward to tomorrow as well, incidentally. We'll have some This afternoon we do have some para racing, which will be great to see. There's nothing up for grabs necessarily in selection at this regatta, whether you're canoe sprint or Paracanoe, but of course racing really, really important. And then tomorrow we'll have under 23 men's, we've got men's in 1,000 metres, we've got women's canoe, both under 23 and senior in 500 metres. We've got more para racing, which is always over 200 metres. We've then got a lot of racing over 200 metres. As we've said, we won't see Lima Heath and Emily Lewis. They're out in Poznan competing at the European Championships, but we will see some of our top senior paddlers racing tomorrow as well. So hopefully you'll be able to join the stream for that. But we'll just take a minute or two's break, and then we'll look towards the next races, which will be girls under 16 K1 500 metres.
Gonna stand in the shade.
So we've got the girls under 16 heats of the K1 500 metre races coming now. We've got 2 heats in this, and it'll be the 9 best times in the heats going through to the final. So as we saw with the under 16 boys earlier, the paddlers really doing a time trial here, having to race as hard as they can right the way down the course in order to secure themselves a place in the final. So we'll have Hannah Pemble in lane 1 from Addlestone, Kasmina Salika from Scottish Performance Squad in 2, Stephanie Blatchley from Nottingham in 3, Molly Gwynn from Wiltshire Youth in 4, Poppy Gilbert-Johns in 5, Jasmine Spencer in 6. We've got Christina Armstrong from Scottish Performance Squad, paddling so well at the moment over in lane 7, as you can see. Sienna Payne from Chelmsford in 8, and Isla Bethune, we saw her paddle well earlier as well in the 1,000 metres. She's over the far side in lane 9, you can see. That is a big margin again. There's a lot expected from Christina Armstrong, and she's delivering that again. So good with her sister in the K2, but she can do it in the K1 as well.
Yeah, what a future this girl's got. She's absolutely head and shoulders above the under 16s, and I think that time would be so competitive in the under 18s. And I think, in fact, she was the fastest in the crew boat time trials a couple of weeks ago, but she's paddling with confidence and a really lovely open stroke there, pausing and accelerating through that water phase. But again, all to play for in these final, in these positions, following up. And the Elmbridge paddler, again, confidently over the far side, taking that 2nd position. But 3rd is going to the line. I'm not sure I would like to call that. Maybe lane 1 from our perspective, but jeepers, that was close.
It was. That's great. 3 boats in it for that 3rd position there. That's what we want to see in under 16 girls racing, isn't it? You know, fantastic battle for that 3rd place. He's battling for every single position here because trying to get a good time. But a real demonstration, wasn't it, by Christina Armstrong? And talking to, you know, they do say she's been paddling really, really well. As you said, she did really well in the trials that they're looking to put crew boats together. So really big potential for the future, but also for the other paddlers in the race to think, well, how close can I get to Christina there?
Yeah, really good, and something we see in the age categories. You know, it's easy to presume the fastest paddler is going to be in the under 18s, but some fantastic opportunities. I know she's taken a lot from her older sister and the fantastic structure of the Scottish development system up there, performance system set in place. With the coaches on the ground and Johnny Schofield overseeing it.
Yeah, doing a great job over there, isn't he? Which is good to see. So we've seen that over the last few years, a number of paddlers come through the system from the Scottish Performance Squad. I'm just looking over at the scoreboard, actually, just for those of you interested in the previous races of the boys under 16. And we've got 2:03 there for the winner, Mohammed Ali Kabir. Just maybe a little bit slower. Remember, Harry Freeland won the previous heat to that in 2 minutes. But 2:03 is competitive. 2nd place also in 2:03 as well. So I'm sure there'll be a number of paddlers from that race make it through to the final. But we'll bring that final to you in just over an hour's time.
Yeah,
2 o'clock.
I think you're right. Those top 2 paddlers there will have secured their positions, but the rest of the position, that's going to be pretty tight between guys doing 2:03s, 2:04s, 2:06s and 2:07s. I'm not sure if Nelson will just get that 9th place. We'll have to wait for the officials to pop out the official start list for the final.
Indeed, well, we'll head back up to the start underway with the 2nd and final heat of the girls under 16 K1 500 metre race. Already well into their racing, and just to line you up here, we should be starting from lane 2. Molly Ball from Devizes in 2, Beth from Southampton in 3, Iona Patrick from Scottish Performance Squad in 4, Greta Rosa from Way in 5, Imogen Hunter from Cambridge in 6, Annabelle Hutchinson from Reading in 7, Matilda Enoch from Nottingham in 8, and Edith King from Royal in 9. So we've got a number of paddlers here. We've done a lot of racing, haven't we, Hannah?
It's a lot of racing so far, and this looks tight from our angle. I'm not sure if Molly Ball in lane 2 is just neck and neck with lane 4 and potentially even lane 5, but not to discount boat on the far side, lane 9.
Never forget the mint green boat. Yeah, no, I mean, interesting, when you're over there, nobody in the lane next to you, the race is all going over on the other side. It can play against you or for you. It depends on your perspective, I suppose, doesn't it? But if you just think, right, I'm over here, can't change that, I'm going to really concentrate on my own race, I'm going to pick it up as I get to the boys, as she's doing now, she might well give herself a chance of getting one of those quick times.
Yeah, she's definitely in the running for actually 3rd or 4th position at the moment. So 200 metres to go. This is where we saw a couple of races ago. The really strong finishers can pull out that half a boat length to a boat length ahead of everyone else. But it's all about that consistent patterning and consistent drive. But lane 5 definitely look like we can see they're up, their pickup of a stroke rate. The model we talked about between distance per stroke and stroke rate. So lane 4 were definitely gripping the water a bit more, propelling the boat further per stroke, but they are neck and neck, 2 very different styles.
Yeah, it's really interesting. That contrast is exactly what you're talking about, Hannah, isn't it? The longer stroke, really gripping the water, but maybe a touch heavier if we're going to be negative from lane 4. But lane 5, which is Greta Rosa, the highest stroke rate, maybe she's not the most efficient, but she's making it work for her. So contrasting styles, but doing really well. And we mustn't forget, height over in lane 9, possibly in 2nd place. It's that mint boat again, isn't it?
I think mint green boat got the 2nd place there. Yeah, a good race on her own over there and holding true and holding strong all the way to the line, which is just what you need for when the places for the final up to grabs.
Yeah, and that was Edith King from Royal, going well over the far side, racing her own race, which is what you have to do when you're away from the rest of the racing. Whereas really Iona Patrick, Greta Rosa were kind of going toe-to-toe there, lanes next to each other, pushing each other on to better things. As you said, Hannah, contrasting strokes. We're not saying one of them's right, one of them's wrong. You've got to make it work for you. Both obviously, they'll wait to see the times, but they've got a very good chance of making their way through into the final. Talking of times, we can see that the first heat is Christina Armstrong, who's so impressive, 2:12, almost 10 seconds ahead of Iona Bethune, who's in 2nd place. So 2:12, the winning time there, but we've got 2:21, 2:29, 2:29, 2nd, 3rd and 4th place. So we'll have to keep, and 5th place 2:29. We'll have to keep an eye on those when we see the times of this race that we've just seen now.
Yeah, we are seeing the wind picking up a little bit, so his times are getting a little bit slower than the guys might want, but still excellent time by Christina Armstrong there, near that 2:10 barrier that we were talking about with the under 18, the under 18 girls. So very competitive and in potentially slightly stronger winds, but still gorgeous day out here. The sun is shining, the clouds are coming to provide a bit of relief from the relentless UV rays, but it's another fantastic conditioned regatta for everyone here this weekend.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, fingers crossed we get good weather tomorrow as well. Some great racing to see, exciting and close racing from juniors to masters. Masters, of course, next on the course here. We'll have a little break before we start that, but we have seen some fantastic racing, and maybe to summarise so far, it's just the fact that we've seen so many young people out there enjoying racing kayaks. Has there been any particular highlight for you, Hannah, so far?
I've enjoyed watching some crew boats actually. It's first time this year. Really awesome to see some really nicely drilled boats, but also some crews jumping in front of us, setting up the boats probably for the first time, and then getting out there and racing. It's all a learning environment, and it's cool to watch. Well, it's a privilege to watch from up here, so we get a really lovely view of it, but also a privilege to see them cross the line and have that camaraderie of racing together and enjoying the process.
Yeah, such competitive racing in the crew boats as well. It's wonderful to see packed races in the juniors in K2 racing. So let's hope maybe we'll see that in the future with the K4s.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, 4 heats for under 16s, that's really promising. Exciting, tough to do qualifications on times, but no, some really good performances for individuals coming down. And I think we talked about this regatta setting up for the rest of the season. Not necessarily a big selection race, but it's an opportunity to come and see where you are, assess how that lockdown training has gone and what you need or want to do for the next 4 weeks leading to July regatta and on to September into clubs, obviously, never forgetting the importance of that. I know Nottingham will be looking to retain their victorious crown there, so they're looking at what categories they can put individuals in to maximise that point system.
And that's a big thing, isn't it, for the clubs? You know, September Regatta is a huge regatta, isn't it? Great to see, and hopefully we will see lots of people there. But wonderful to see Nottingham, you know, really back at the forefront there with so many paddlers. We've seen them here with the juniors as well. We've got a great group there paddling just right next to the Nottingham Forest, the city ground there on the River Trent. And of course, access to the River Trent, really good for them if you're in Nottingham. Go get down to the club and get into an organised event and join in some kayaking on the River Trent. And of course, some those are also able to use the regatta course here, which is great. So we'll see Masters races in just a few minutes, and then we will see a final. We'll see the final of the K1 girls 500 metres, and that's in the under 18 girls, before we see the heats of the boys under 18 500 metres. Right. Well, we're back on water with the 500 metres, the men's, sorry, I should say the women's masters, excuse me, of K1 500 metres. We've got three paddlers in this. S. Alexander in lane 4 from Addlestone, S. De Bruin from Norwich in 5, and C. Drummond from Reading in 6. So the first of the women's masters, which is great to see. Masters events ever developing. Of course, we've had some great world championships, including one a couple of years ago at Monte Moro in Portugal, which was a great success. And as we've talked about, we've seen of under 16 paddlers, some of which are 14 years old. We're now seeing those that are slightly older but enjoying their paddling just as much, and it's great to see the family of canoe racing being so wide and including so many. Sadly, we've also just seen a swan attack C. Drummond from Reading over the far side of the course. I hope she's okay.
Oh, as we said earlier, I don't think the swans realised the regattas are back on. They probably enjoyed a fairly quiet 18 months, so yeah, a shock.
You have to get a bit used to that. We have triathlons taking place on here. We have open water swimming events, you know, national regattas. Lots that goes on. There's a great event here that's the National Relay Championships for Triathlon as well. It's worth watching that one. And so yeah, maybe the swans get a little bit more used to that.
No, they've definitely got a busy calendar coming up in across June, July and August from what I've seen on the Serco calendar, so events are back on. It's so nice to see venues like this being used after the lockdown experience, but we've got a clear victory from the Norwich paddler here.
Yeah, and you can see that Esther Bruin paddling really well, isn't she? Very upright. You can see the rotation in the back. You can actually see the leg drive. Nice when they haven't got the spray it on. You can see her pumping those legs, just keeping it really, really consistent right to and over the line. So good, great win for her. And of course, we've got lane 6 followed closely by lane 4, just coming up for the last 20 metres of their race now. So that is C. Drummond from Reading, who will be followed through by S. Alexander from Addlestone.
And it's really these individuals, the masters, are role models for youngsters at their clubs. If they mean to or if they don't mean to, you know, youngsters will look up at them and copy their technical models, take inspiration, take learnings from them. So having a technical model like that from our Norwich paddler will be really useful for any incoming paddlers to have a little spy, have a little copy, and yeah, really good. It's that community side of the sport that we should never forget.
No, absolutely, and you're right, you know, one of the best ways people learn is by copying somebody else. So watch it, all you paddlers out there. You know, there will be other paddlers, maybe younger than you, watching what you do and perhaps trying to copy it. And that's what we've talked about before, that some of our Olympic athletes are so great at. They understand that responsibility. They turn up here at regattas, they sign autographs, they speak to people, they paddle on the water, and so other paddlers have got somebody to look up to and develop, because invariably with sport, it's ever changing, ever developing, always evolving, and there's always another generation coming up through, and it's a responsibility at the top of the game to inspire and set that right example to other people.
Yeah, very much, and it isn't just a young kids game either. Like, canoeing is accessible to all, racing and every discipline out there. So you don't have to stop racing when you get a bit older. By no means, there's opportunities for everyone, as we can see on this regatta with our next race on the cards.
In fact, I must say, Hannah, I'm not often tempted to get out and paddle on the lake, excuse me, here at Nottingham, but today is one of those days. It does look nice. I'm sure you wouldn't mind a little tootle round in a kayak.
No, a nice K4, as I said, that would be,
it would be
well
good,
drilled. That would be lovely on weather like this.
Yeah, K4 running well, although I suspect for me, if I went in a K4, my idea of how it would run is slightly different to what actually I managed to execute. But probably enjoy the experience nonetheless, as these Masters paddlers will do. We've got the men's Masters now, slightly younger age category, 34 to 44, in the K1 500 metres. We should have John Drummond from Reading in 3, Paul Brooks from Gailey in 4, James Mayers from Runcorn in 5, Sean Walsh from Nottingham in 6, and Paul Hackwell from Truro over in lane 7. Just setting themselves up for the start. They're underway now. You can see the paddles flying round. Stroke rate lifts, of course, and whether you're a Masters, Olympic champion or a junior, it's the same process that you go through. You've got to try and nail the start, get away from the first stroke, up the stroke rate, find the rhythm about this stage in the race of the 500 metres, and then start thinking about when they're going to pick it up again as the boat speed begins to drop off through the race. And then, of course, they've got the really painful section towards the end as they see the red buoys.
And this could be quite a speedy race. This is the youngest Masters category, so some of these guys are not off their speeds that when they were younger. So it looks like a really competitive field from Sean over in lane 6. to lane 5, 4 and 3, all holding a good form as they're coming through that halfway mark. And we can just see the wind picking up there, which is going to take the edge off the feel that they have at the point with the boat run, the stroke rate, the execution that they're trying and wanting to do as they're starting to go through that 1 minute barrier of quite a lot of lactic acid being accumulated. But it's all about holding form and executing the final section of their race, trying to minimise any speed drop-offs.
Yeah, and I think he's doing that very well. James May is 46 years old, so, we're only talking years older than Olympic champion Liam Heath. But James, keeping the rhythm together, holding it together. You've noticed, Hannah, a little bit of a breath of perhaps a headwind. We'll see slowing the times down, stretching the race out. That pain's going to go on for slightly longer than maybe they expected if they thought the conditions were going to be they were this morning. But just an afternoon breeze getting up to the paddlers down, but nothing putting James Mayers off his rhythm there. Coming through, he's got just a boat length over the paddler outside of him, Sean Walsh from Nottingham, the red vested Nottingham there. First and second place for them. And then lane 3 through in third place. That would be John Drummond from Reading. He'll be followed by lane 4, Paul Brooks, and then we will see over in lane 7, Paul Hackwell from Truro, just making his way towards the line now. So well done to those Masters paddlers. Good to see both women and men racing in the K1 500 metres Masters. And we will look forward to, we're due to have a Masters final. I'm not sure if that's going to go ahead. We'll see. I think we are just going through. I think. Oh, right. Thanks. Hannah's got the detail. Thank you, Hannah. And there, no surprise, we've got Neil Blackman towards the centre of the course there for this final, which is coming up very, very shortly. So as the paddlers paddle round, circle round like vultures waiting for their prey, before their race of the 500 metres, it gives us a chance maybe just to chat about how the technique develops. How do paddlers manage to develop their whole technique? Because it's a difficult sport, isn't it? We've got a moving water, so we've got a fluid, something that moves around. We're sitting in a boat, a narrow boat, which is difficult. We've got our bottom on the seat, we've got feet on the footrest. How are we going to make the most of the fact that our hands are holding the paddle, our arms, the link to our arms, shoulders, down the way through the core, through to the legs, onto the footrest? How do we make that complex thing work?
Yeah, and it is
in 2 words, please, Hannah.
in 2 words. Stable boat.
Yeah, like that.
Stable platform. Stable platform. You can do a lot from a stable platform. And we've talked a bit about boats already. Everyone loves the racy boats. They look great, they're new, they're modern. Interestingly, they've actually gone to a more stable design to help people execute the paddle stroke under fatigue, under pressure, under high forces and high rates. So I would recommend having the most stable boat that you can get away with, that you feel is the fastest model, and there are loads of options out there. But also doing stuff on the land. Take away that fluid platform and learn the patterning, the movements on an ergo, on a slider. We highly recommend them. But even just Swiss ball activities with a broomstick can take you a long way.
Yes, there's so many moving parts on it, so quite complex for you to be able to balance all those things and then put it all back in. It must be very difficult, mustn't it, for the youngsters learning all those, so many things. You said earlier, maybe just 1 or 2 cues before the start, because we can only take in so much information, and yet youngsters are having to balance so many different things to get out on the water and to race. A real challenge.
Yeah, it's tricky, and it takes time. We have also mentioned how long it takes for some of those guys to reach the top, and there is, nothing more tricky to overcome and master than the technical model of a kayak, let alone the canoe. Yeah, we're just noticing the support crew of the Reading paddler down there in my old boat.
That's your old boat makes an appearance again. We might be able to see that, I'm not sure, but Hannah's making an appearance there down by the pontoon. But isn't that lovely? We've got youngsters and friends and family supportive down at the pontoon there, and enjoying the racing, enjoying the day. We better get back up to the start because we're already underway on the Masters 54 to 64 age group. So this is the Masters, Men's Masters K1 500 metre final They've already done a lot of racing, but this is important. This is the final for them. We're starting in lane 2. We've got T. Mason from Nottingham. In lane 3, we've got D. Pemble from Addlestone. In 4, we've got R. Avery from Banbury. In 5, we've got Neil Blackman from Royal Leamington Spa. In 6, P. Gadd from Addlestone. In 7, R. Kent from Southampton. In 8, M. Blatchley from Nottingham. And in 9, P. Meters, also from Nottingham. Within a battle of the Nottingham paddles over the far side of the course, but an interesting race here because we can see lane 7 R. Kent from Southampton, the red vest of Southampton, going particularly well at the minute, but also we can see Neil Blackman once again at or very close to the front of the field here.
It's definitely between those two paddlers, isn't it? Two different styles. Rich's stroke rate is dropping on the fast side. Maybe he's gone off hard and he's paying for it now, and Billy's saved it for the end. That endurance element, he's got a lot of experience in the tank and he definitely looks like he's upping it and has drawn out a little bit of an advantage over Rich at this point. It's never to underestimate the fatigue that hits you about this point. 20 to 30 seconds left of the race. It's still a hefty amount of time to keep the system moving, keep the boat moving, but yeah, Billy is chonking along there really nicely. He's definitely up the rate and he's allowing that boat to run really smoothly.
He is, isn't it? It's very efficient, and as we get older, we maybe lose some of that power that we had. But if you can use all of it effectively, it works. And it seems to be working for Billy. And there, as he comes across the line, a long way ahead of the rest of the field, and a sneaky look round from lane 7, desperate for the finish line to come. That is R. Kent. Takes the second place, probably just ahead of lane 3, although it was close with lane 6, P. Gadd. So looks like third place was probably D. Pemble from Addlestone.
And Tom Mason may have just got it all, I'm not sure. Mark Bletchley between the two guys from Nottingham having a little bit of a race off there as well.
Well, that's good to see, isn't it? We race within your race as well. Everybody's racing, everyone's themselves, trying to improve on the last time they went onto the water, be that an hour ago or for some of these paddlers 18 months ago, certainly as far as racing goes. Now we should have I should say, I think we've got the next race, thank you Hannah, which is the girls under 18 K1 500 metre final coming right up. We saw some fantastic heat times in that, didn't we? I think it was less than an hour ago. Some really good times. It'll be a really good match. Some of these paddlers in the middle of the course, and so an exciting prospect to look forward to, an exciting prospect for now, exciting prospect for the rest of the season, and hopefully for these paddlers for the years to come, and maybe in K1s, in K2s and in K4, which I know is a great deal on the mind of the coaches currently, trying to make those work.
Yeah, I think most of these girls have been out having competed in the K2 already, so big days racing for the junior athletes, but a great opportunity to go from race to race, strength to strength, and learn again and again. But this will be a close race if I remember the heats correctly, so we'll be looking at the centre of the field with the Worcester paddler and the Norwich paddler, as well as the Scottish performance paddler.
Yeah, a bit interesting, it won't it, and maybe quite nice for them to stay separate in the heats, but now we'll really find out when the pressure's on, who's got it and who can deliver. What's great about this, I suppose, is the fact they're just racing, and not too much counts on this, although when you're young sometimes it's very difficult to see beyond the next race, but they've got another opportunity in the next regatta, which is only a month's time, to then put themselves into contention for selection for the Junior World Championships, which will be in September. But for now, they're probably just thinking about the next stroke.
Yeah, the first stroke out the bucket is so important, so crucial. You want to feel the connections, but you don't want to feel unsteady or wobbly. And you also want it to grip and lock and propel you forward. There's nothing worse than the bucket dropping and the stroke slipping and the boat not propelling forward, but your compatriots or your competitors either side of you having that jump on you. Although it is a single stroke, it can really sort of make or break the race from that psychological aspect that we talked about earlier on.
And already underway now, so it's going to be fascinating, this one, so you'll be able to see them come towards the camera. Shortly we'll get a good idea of who got the best start, and we can see over perhaps lane 3 and 4 and 5 going to start, but a crucial part of the race now as they settle in keeping the rhythm going, just perhaps conserving a little bit of energy, but trying to maintain the run on the boat and perhaps just relax. And if they manage to do that, that could count as they get down to the business end towards the finish of the race, giving them just that little bit more energy, that edge to push on again if they need to.
Yeah, but it looks like a really centre of the field. As we said, the lanes 3, 4 and 5 very close fought, but even lane 6 is in touching distance, and they're coming through with 300 metres to go, so roughly that minute marker left. The Norwich paddler looks like she's opening up a small lead, but the Worcester paddler on the inside of her, and the Scottish paddler again very closely fought there as we're coming past the halfway mark. I'm not sure I'd want to call it at the moment between the Worcester and the Norwich paddler, but it does look like Grace has that advantage as we're coming into the final 200.
Just fascinating, isn't it, as it develops? So lane 3, they're still in with a shout. Armstrong, we saw so good in the K2, but lane 4, we've got, that's the Worcester paddler, Amy Green, but put under huge pressure by Grace Anderson in lane 5 there, that distinctive black and white boat. She really is motoring. And we've got to keep an eye on lane 6 as well, who's looked good from Addlestone in the heats, and she's moving forward now as well.
She's having a fantastic finish. You know, we saw Green go quite hard in her heat, and maybe she's paying for that at the moment, but it's going to be close fought for that 3rd position. I think it is with the Addlestone paddler for 2nd, and Grace has just about clear water between her, very controlled as she crosses the line. Addlestone and then Worcester in 3rd, and Scottish Development just behind her in 4th position.
Yeah, and that's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, a really great race, a really good win there from Grace Anderson, but the likes of the Scottish paddler Armstrong and also Amy Green really hard in the heats, and Armstrong of course doing the K2 as well. Maybe they are beginning to tire, and that's the thing about doing the rounds, is trying to time your energy levels so that on the big race, in the final, as we've seen now, that's the one that counts, and that's where it really gets tough. You can pull out something more.
Yeah, it does, and it is about that energy conserving. And I think we're seeing that in our next race, which I think is the boys coming up again after a pretty ruthless turnaround, hour by hour, race by race. And it's tough when you get to this sort of a day of racing like this to manage your nutrition and energy. You know, it's easy to forget to eat. It's hard to get a full meal in, so those snacks, those short hits of bits and pieces that replenishes those energy stores is vital. And whether we really need to stay on top of hydration, again, a really simple thing, but one we often forget until that mid-afternoon, by the it's a bit too late.
Which reminds me of the sandwich, Hannah, thank you for that, and the drink, of course, and make sure that people are doing that when you go out for a paddle when it is warm weather. I know it doesn't seem to happen too much in the UK, but when it does, for those of you that are paddling, are out doing exercise, it's important to remember to rehydrate and to refuel afterwards. We'll have a little bit of a break. We've got just 6 minutes or so until we'll see the heat of the under 18 boys K1 500 metres, and again we'll see 4 heats of that, so that's fantastic to see. 4 heats of the boys under 18 500 metres, but a wonderful final to finish us off that we've just seen, which was the girls under 18 K1 500 metres. A fantastic win for Grace Anderson, but also well done to Amy Green and Hannah Pemble as well, getting in the top 3 there. Well, we're going to get underway very shortly with the boys under 18 K1 500 metre event here at Home Pierpoint, where you can play cricket within the sight of the sailing event. So, just while you have a minute on the stream, you can check the cricket score. England New Zealand today as it was yesterday. You can check out the cricket, and then you can feast your eyes on some fantastic and close racing in the boys' heats of the K1 500 metres. And we have seen close racing, which has been great, and we in fact can see on the scoreboard the result of the girls under 16 K1 500 metres, 2:10 for Grace Anderson there, B Pemble in 2:11 just behind, and then A Green 2:12. So good close racing, and one of the Armstrong sisters there, you'll see her other sister racing a little bit later, 2:14. So close racing there.
Close racing in the under 18s. So we've got Christina Armstrong in the under 16s coming up later on.
Oh, sorry, that's the under 18s.
Under 18s, no, that's okay.
So that's the old one. We'll see the younger one a little bit later. Well, that's exciting. We'll also already see some racing underway now. The boys under 18 K1 500. So the first heat, we'll see Ben Griffin in 1, Joe Railton in lane 2, Finley Topham in lane 3, Rory Dowling Clark in 4, Zach Tarver in 5, Benji Cabrera in 6, Oliver Jackson in 7, Casper Strucker in 8, and Alex Ray in 9. And just so you're aware, we've got the first and second and the best time through to the final, because remember, 4 heats in this, so it's going to be tight. This isn't a time trial as we saw with girls under 18s. This will be about positions, but they have to get in the top 2 to be guaranteed of a place in the final.
I think you recognise some of the names in this category. It's their 5th race of the day so far, and it is only 1:30. So huge amount of racing so far under their belt, approximately 3 kilometres, I guess, if we add it all up. But yeah, a lot of racing with Zach in the middle, as well as the guys either side of him that have done both K1 and K2 so far.
Yeah, and close racing as well. We can see, we saw lane 3, 4, 5 and 6 really very close going through the 200 metres. So in 3 we've got Finley Topham, 4 Rory Dowling Clark, 5 Zach Tarver, and then over in lane 6 we've got Benji Cabrera in the white cap. It looks to be, perhaps just with the edge at the minute, is Zach Tarver, the 17-year-old from Ellenbridge who loves to race. Well, he's doing plenty of it this weekend. Perhaps he's just got the edge at the minute, but picking it up and having a quick look round in the white cap. Looks around once again there. Benji Cabrera putting him under pressure.
Yeah, really close race here. I think those first 2 spots are with lane 5 and 6, but as you said, best times all to fight for. Lane 4 just off lane 2, although that is going to go to the line, and I'm not wanting to call that. I think that's a photo finish for the guys there.
So that was lane 2 and lane 6, I think.
Lane 4. Lane 4 for the 3rd position.
2 and 4 for the 3rd position, but first and second, no doubt about that, Zach Tarver and Benji Cabrera both have paddled very well this weekend. There's so much racing, as you said, Hannah, but also paddled well in the trials that they did just a couple of weeks ago. So things going well for them at this regatta, but I'm sure they will sleep well when they do get to bed finally tonight after such a busy day's racing. Well, those two certainly will have more to look forward to later, because they will go through to the final that they'll see. In fact, final one is at 2:50, so just over an hour's time, so not much time really, apart from warming down from this race and warming up for the next race to get off the water and get a drink. We'll go back up to the start of the 500 metres in just a minute to see heat 2. That's heat 2 of the boys, under 18 boys, K1 500 metres, coming up in just a minute. Just saw a little comment there, you may have seen him, but that lane 5 Zach Tarver there, just coming in onto the pontoon, having a little chat, saying he noticed so many paddlers around him coming fast, coming quickly towards the end, so he just did enough to hold them off. But really close racing, which is exactly what we want to see, of course, in the 500 metres. You see that Internationally, you'll see maybe 4 boats all on the same second, but great that we're seeing that nationally with some of the juniors as well.
Yeah, you can see he's taking on hydration as well, really, really important, and good to see that his support crew, maybe coach, maybe family member, maybe friend, we don't know, helping him out there. But he barely looks out of breath.
Yeah,
him a 500-metre race,
he was
and
able to chat pretty soon after the finish line, and that's impressive. Because, you know, if it was me, I'd still have my eyeballs out on the deck at this time, having exhausted myself getting over the finish line. But well, he's just shown what a quality paddler he is. Lovely boat there as well. That looks like a really nice.
Yeah, one of the new models of the Nello Sete. Again, going for that. A couple more weight ranges offered with this model.
Yeah, interesting as well that you talked about stability, Hannah, and it sort of goes round in circles, doesn't it? You know, the boats become more and more unstable till people realise actually I can't paddle this properly. I want something really stable. And some of the paddlers really throw their weight around in the boat, don't they? And swinging their weight across sideways slightly as well as forwards from the blade. So they need a stable platform to be able to do that.
Yeah, really useful to be able to not lose energy. So energy leakages from the outside, from that sideways movement, but also that rotation element of the stroke is massive. So it's a subtle blend of forward and sideward movement to propel the boat as fast forward as possible. But it is a balance, and we do see some differences in technique. And we talk a lot about that efficiency, but also we want to keep that movement. It's not just arm push pulley. That's not going to get us down the course as fast as a good rotational open stroke that involves the legs and the hips.
Yeah, and then to get it swinging, some of the best paddlers, certainly over longer distances, really manage to swing their whole body into it, don't they? So they're actually using momentum rather than just pure strength.
Yeah, I have been told off for using swinging as a terminology.
Right, well I'm allowed
rotating,
to do it.
driving, but you're right, there is a swinging action, very much, but controlled swing.
Yeah, that's
but
it.
Keeping the weight on the blade, that look, sort of rotate off or swing away from a stroke, actually there's a sheer amount of weight on that paddling side and that bum cheek on the stroke side. So yeah, it's interesting. The visual and the connections can sometimes be different.
And also interesting, quite often it is the language. We need to be careful with the words we choose, because swing might mean one thing to one person and something else to somebody else. So very important, but I'm sure the coaches can get that message across of how to paddle most efficiently to their paddlers. Well, we'll see the next paddlers in the Heat 2 of the Under-18 Boys K1 500 metres, halfway right now as we speak. Alex Tonkin from Regatta, Harvey Grant from Richmond in 2, Edward Crossley from Royal Leamington Spa in 3, Toby Booth from Norwich in 4, Xavier Hinvez from Southampton in 5, Michael Mutter from Richmond, Drew Howells in 7, Adam Baker from Buzzard, Daniel Price from Way in 9. We can see right over this side of the course, the finish tower side of the course, and the white cap there, Alex Tonkin paddling really, really well, but also about 4 lanes to his right. We've also got lanes 4 and 5, so that will be Toby Booth and Xavier Hinvez. Xavier Hinvez, of course, doing a lot of racing this weekend, who are also paddling extremely well, battling out for one of those top 2 places that will go through guaranteed to the final.
And it's definitely with Zav in the middle for that first spot, but second, definitely a little bit of a battle, but lane 1 looks like he has that advantage, and he's holding on to it really nicely actually as they come across the finish line. So great opportunity there from Zav and the Reading paddler ahead of the Richmond and Norwich guys battling out for 3rd and 4th.
It's a really close action between 4 and 6 there as well for the 3rd place. Toby Booth in lane 4, Michael Mutter from Richmond in lane 6. Well, Xavier Hinvez looking really strong, leaning forward in that boat, forward lane, driving the paddles outside, trying to get a really good grip on the blade. Working for him, but certainly looked like he was working hard for that, didn't he?
I don't think he was leaving anything to chance in that race. You know, he's unaware where the guys are either side of him, maybe. Toby was right up there with him at that 200 metre mark, so maybe that was just his race plan. And yeah, he's looking to put down a marker in a time. And there's nothing worse than crossing the line, even if you were the strongest paddler, but not having executed a race that either puts you in the final or does you justice. So.
Indeed, and we actually just looking at the flags over the far side of the course, looking at the water, just a little bit more choppy than we've seen earlier on. You can see it blustering across the course. There's kind of a patch in the middle that's maybe a bit more settled, but there is wind coming up here. It's going to slow the times down, isn't it?
Yeah, and if we're looking for that, if you're relying on that best time, it is putting it to chance a tiny bit.
Well, we'll see the third heat of the under-18 boys K1 500 metres coming right up. Then we'll have the fourth heat. And remember, it'll be the first two guaranteed their spot in the 5 hours time. It'll be the one best time from all those heats. We'll take that 9th spot. And then we'll be looking at the final of the under-16 boys K1 500. Then we're going to see, well, we were hoping to see some Paracanoe racing. Race 47 at 2:20, but I think that race has been pulled. But hopefully we will see some para racing a little bit later on, a little bit later in today's programme, around about 4:30. But great to see the power racing alongside the sprint racing. We're seeing that internationally a lot more as well. We've got a really strong para canoe team going to Tokyo, and it'll be great to see what they can do, what they can perform there. They're not competing in Poznan at the Europeans this weekend, but a number of their paddlers, they're in hard training, but they're here. We're looking forward to competing at Nottingham once again, having also raced in the Paralympic selection event in April.
Yeah, they've got a busy back end of the season, looking to select the second boats for their events at July. And then whilst those guys are out competing at the Paralympic Games at the end of August, we'll be preparing for the championships at the end of September. So it's a shame to have not competed or entered the Europeans, but unfortunately it's DCMS guidance that held us back on that opportunity. But we're looking to maximise as many other opportunities moving forward through the season, both under 23 juniors and the senior competitions in the later months.
Yes, and we've said this before, haven't we? Huge amount of logistics put into making those events happen and allowing athletes to go out there. Slalom athletes, of course, will be racing next weekend, which is great to see the World Cup in Prague. And, a lot of protocols gone into making that safe, but they're out there currently looking forward to racing. We've got some more. It is the third heat of the under-18 boys, and we've got Dominic Stanley from Falcon in 1, Miklos Sabadvari from Reading in 2, Charlie Allen from Devices in 3, we've got Dan Skelner from Norwich in 4, Luca Ferry from Elmbridge in 5, Jonathan Pyramidhedov from Chelmsford in 6, Jack Carter from Royal in 7, Sam Swan from Way in 8, and Alfie Jewson from Lee Valley in 9.
Looks like it's with the Chelmsford paddler in lane 7. I think distinctive yellow boat. Yellow nosed boat, actually, I should say. Just ahead of the Elmbridge paddler in lane 5. Sorry, that's lane 6 and then lane 5.
Yeah, so you can see there, well, it looks to be like lane 6. It is an interesting design of boat, isn't that? Very distinctive. High stroke rate, that. And he's got to make sure he's still gripping onto the water. First two will go through. We've got 5 and 6 here. We've got lane 5, Luca Ferry, and 6, Jonathan Piram Hamidov, I should say, in lane 6. So 6 ahead of 5, just taking the top 2 places. Looks like lane 1, which would be Dominic Stanley, perhaps getting third, just over lane 7, Jack Carter. So close race, that one, really working hard towards the end as it was getting intense and the arms and the shoulders were painful. Kept battling there, but the best of it made by lanes 5 and 6. We will see those in the final. As we look over also to the scoreboard, we see just under 2 minutes for Xavier Hinves. So 1:57 for the 500 metres. That was in race 41, and that was the second heat of the boys under 18 500 metres. And he was followed by Alex Tonkin, which was 1:59. And then the third place there, which is 2:01. So Toby Boo, 2:01. He's the one that's got a nervous wait to find out whether 2:01 will be good enough to get him through to the final.
And we've got a long wait, actually, haven't we? Another heat to come down to see what that third, the fastest time may be. So 2:01.33 is currently sitting as the fastest time with Toby Booth.
Right, we'll look back up to the start for the final heat, the fourth heat of the boys under 18 K1 500 metres. We should have Robert Aries from Royal Leamington Spa in 1, David Edward Heyman Joyce in lane 2, he's from Way, Harrison Wardell from Lincoln in 3, Aidan Leiper from Scottish Performance Squad in 4, Lewis Smith from Lincoln in 5, Benjamin Want from Norwich in 6, Jacob Wright from Reading in 7, Oscar Partridge from Truro in 8, and Joseph Woods from Royal over in 9. The paddlers just waiting, not quite got into the boots, starting boots yet. You can just see if you look down at the 500 metre mark, maybe a little less wind down there, but there is a bit of a blustery wind in the paddlers' faces as they come down here. But you've got to deal with what's put in front of you. These paddlers now just focusing on getting the bow of their boat in that boot, feeling the pressure of it and preparing themselves for their start. And I know that it's a fantastic venue we've got here, especially in these conditions at home. Full 2,000 metres of racing. We see a number of rowing events on here. Canoeing events, of course, taking over 200, 500 and 1,000. But the Sprint Racing Committee is certainly very keen to support more racing on rivers, on shorter courses, on different venues, maybe some knockout racing as well, just to give paddlers more of an experience and opportunity to race. So important to develop the skills that they are using today. Thankfully, they're going to do an actual race at the National Water Sports Centre today, but it's been such a long wait for them. We want to try and promote more racing over different distances, different styles in the future. So we've got, as we said, the fourth heat of the boys, under 18 boys K1 500 metres. Looks like lane 1's got away to a good start. That's Robert Aries over in lane 1. And then lanes 4, 5 and 6 also going well. Aidan Leiper in 4, Lewis Smith in 5, Benjamin Want over in lane 6. Remember, it'll only be 2 that are guaranteed to take their place into the final.
And lane 1 very much doing his own race here on the far side, as lane 6 and 7 have 5 and 6 have a bit more of a battle head to head against each other. So it's all to play for, but it does look like it has a slight advantage at the moment, with lane 6 taking out a tiny bit of a lead. We see a very long stroke from lane 6, so nice, well connected, really driving round throughout that water phase, compared to a slightly shorter but higher rate in lane 5. So again, 2 styles, both at the leading edge of the race. Not saying there's one that's better than the other, but
no, it's what works for them, isn't it? It's certainly working for Benjamin Want from Norwich at the moment, really driving, pushing against what is now a headwind, but is not put off by that. Continues to drive his legs, to work that body, to rotate rather than swing all the way around that paddle stroke there. And actually a big gap between him now, which really opened up over the last 100 metres. Him in lane 6 and Lewis Smith in lane 5, who takes second, and third place Adrian Leiper in lane 4. He'll have a wait to see whether it's good enough to get him through into the final.
Yeah, and maybe that headwind, that style of stroke in the headwind creates that strength across the system that keeps the boat running nicely and smoothly. Up in the rate with a slight wind could also connection and energy that they may have, and again, what works for someone might not work for someone else, but interesting to see different styles.
Yeah, about the style of different conditions as well. I know I always used to enjoy racing in a tailwind, but it was quite difficult to keep on top of the stroke in the tailwind, whereas when you've got a headwind, it's kind of easy because you lean against the wind, but you need that so much more just grunt and power to get through.
And it is, you feel more stable with a headwind, without a doubt. The grip or the lock you get with a tailwind, it comes and goes really quickly, and that feeling of being over it or on it, or not at all is quite a one that everyone a feeling everyone gets, but the feeling of lock and grip in a headwind can sometimes zap that energy out and creates a really long stroke and also a long race. So you start talking about different energy systems there, and that conditioning element. And
you feel like you're dragging the boat through the water, don't you, sometimes when you're up against a headwind, which suits some that are really strong with that not low down grunt, but if you like to be on top of it with a high stroke rate and a strong catch, maybe that suits people in a tailwind, but you've just got to adapt, I guess, to the conditions. These boats, by the way, aren't they lovely? I don't know if we can see lanes 8, 6 and 5 there. Fantastic boat designs.
Yeah, really cool, funky designs. I don't know if they're new boats with these guys and they've spent their time in lockdown designing their new boats instead of doing their school work at home maybe, but no, really cool to see how much that space has moved forward with each of the boat manufacturers.
Perhaps we need that with the paddles. The only sort of difference we've seen really is white bladed paddles.
Yeah, and I think that's individuals spraying them rather than the manufacturer creating them like that as such. But yeah, I say now just down there we've got a red paddle shaft. It's a slight unusual to see that. Again, that may just be tape. We don't know from this angle, but yeah, nice matches his boat nicely. So yeah, it's good.
These things are important, particularly to some of the youngsters, that how they look also impacts on how they feel on the water. And if you look good, you feel good. You've got some nice kit. It just everything seems to work that much better, doesn't it?
There's something to be said about the grip tape as well on paddles. Another really individual point that they play with, and again, people love. The natural paddle shaft, a smooth carbon fibre paddle shaft, but some people love a good sort of grippy, sticky tape or aggressive hockey grip tape to maximise that. So again, very individual, and if you have a little look at paddles, you'll see quite different setups for individuals.
Yeah, it's interesting also, one thing we haven't talked about is paddles, isn't it, Hannah? You know, I always think maybe the boat design's come on a long way, but I'm not sure paddle design has a huge amount. There's a lot of flex in a lot of these paddles that even the very top paddlers of the world use. And I know that there have in the past has been work done on making bespoke paddles that are a lot cheaper than the ones that you buy, but sort of most paddles are the standard ones people tend to buy, aren't they? And we haven't had anything. We haven't perhaps looked at that, and maybe something that English Institute of Sport might look at in future, you know, developing that area, because that's the connection between you and the water, isn't it?
Yeah, there's been a couple of little projects in the background about super stiff shafts, and actually Yantex have pulled out a new model this year called the One. To put it into perspective, it's just a single piece paddle, so there are no joins. The paddles cannot be taken apart at any point, so you need to be pretty accurate of what your setup is, length and feather. But there are experiments going down for that single piece work, and some of the guys, I know Johnny and Liam, have definitely fought some pretty hard battles for 200 with really stiff shafts and stiff paddles. Not necessarily trained with them day in, day out, because there is an element of there's not much forgiveness in them, and actually that then gets absorbed and taken to the body, into other joints. So maybe not the best for junior paddlers or developing paddlers or anyone that does a lot of miles, but definitely there are some areas of for those that are taking sprint really seriously and want to look for those marginal gains.
Well, absolutely, it's happening across sports. You know, you look at the bikes that they use in cycling, or you look at the new trainers that are causing so much controversy with carbon in them for the athletes, for runners. You know, and it's important, certainly at the top end, that these paddles look at all their aspects of what they do. And as you said rightly, you know, it's marginal gain. So this is only really when you're a top paddler and you are really, really fast. All you can start looking at all those other things that maybe will just add that little 0.5%, which can be the difference between winning a gold medal and a silver one.
Yeah, but never forgetting the big stones, nutrition, sleep and training, actually. You know, there's a huge amount of gain to win there, rather than looking at those tiny margins, a lovely shiny boat and a new set of paddles. For the majority of paddlers, I'd say.
Yeah,
even at the top end, nutrition is still one of the biggest performance wins.
Nutrition. Why do we need to eat the right foods? And this is about getting the right fuel into your body. It's about recovery.
It's a bit of everything. I think the sport is physically demanding. You know, we talk about speed, power, endurance. I'm sure everyone out there knows the training is pretty ruthless and relentless, and we do a lot of it as a sport. We're not often let's do one session today and give it 2 days until the next one. We're out often once or twice a day, either in the gym or on the water, or even cardiovascularly sort of running, cycling, swimming, and all that requirement. All that means we require energy, and energy through sugars, fats, and proteins to keep the muscle bulk there.
Yeah, it's an interesting combination, particularly if you're a 500 metre paddler, because the sheer muscle power must matter so much, and yet you're also aerobic. You might be swimming, you might be running, you'll be doing aerobic paddles as well. So you're trying to balance, protein and supporting your muscle development, but also trying to keep aerobically fit. Those two have very slightly different demands as far as nutrition goes.
Yeah, and if you talk to any sports scientist, it's probably a complete nightmare on paper to try and combine muscle growth, muscle development, muscle strength, maintenance on top of aerobic conditioning, and you are blending a really fine sort of balance of the two. We talked about those guys that have a bit more preference at the speedier end compared to the endurance end, but both of those types of athletes need a blend of the other to balance out over 500. So it is often that down to the coach's eye and the coach's sort of thought process of how to include both within a plan that means that one doesn't take away from the others, but you build and develop both areas, especially for sprint racing.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Just in one day, we've equipment for the boat, we've talked about paddles, we've talked about the training, we've talked about technique, we've talked about racing, the psychology, food. There's so many elements to it. Fascinating. And please comment. Those of you that want to put a constructive comment onto our YouTube channel, please do. Maybe we'll get the opportunity to discuss something else. I'm just looking over the scoreboard now, where we can see, I think this was the final race in the boys under 18 K1 500 metres. That's race 43, and it was a quick race, that one. So won in 1:57 by Benjamin Want. And the third place there is Adrian Leiper with 2:05. I'm not sure. I don't think that's going to get him through, because I think it was Toby Booth in Heat 2 had a quicker time. But they'll be able to confirm that, won't they, once the draw is released. And we'll let you know that as soon as we can. We'll give you that information. We already have another race here, which is the final of the boys under 16 K1 500 metres race underway already. Yeah, and we've got F. Lewis from Scottish Performance in 1. We've got H. Cook Bailey from Nottingham in 2. M. Kabir from Woking in 3. Gabriel Popham-Coverley from Falcon in 4. Harry Freeland from Reading in 5. We've got
D.O. in 6.
D.O. from Richmond. Now, apologies, we'll try and get that information to you shortly with a little bit more detail. We've got Kay Arian from Falcon again in 7. We've got Aim Morley from Way in 8. And we've got Jay Nelson from Reading in 9. As we can see them, 250 metres done, 250 to go, approaching the 200 metre mark. Looks to be like 4, 5 and 6 are still in this game, but it's very close at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure if lane 4's just got the advantage at the 200 metre mark, but it is close from lanes 1, 2, 4, 5 and 6 at the moment. So it is exciting and all to play for in these final 150 metres of the race. We've seen some pretty stonking performances from the Nottingham paddler of Hayden, so we'll see if he's got that finish like he did in his heat. But we are maybe in the centre of the course with lanes 5 and 4 and 6 going toe to toe.
And here comes 5. You can see, I've just noted to pick up his stroke rate now, but it's Dylan O'Connor that we didn't get the name right. Apologies, Dylan, but he is really now. But lane 4 beginning to have a go. Gabriel Popham-Coverley is coming back at them, but has he got enough? It looks like lane 6 is going to hold on. Lane 4 second, and Harry Freeland in lane 5 is going to take 3rd place. So fantastic racing there. Wonderful race from the red and white kayak in lane 6. That was Dylan O'Connor from Richmond. Really towards the end, and a fascinating race to see over the last 100 metres. It was any of those 3 boats that could have taken a win there.
And you're literally talking 10 centimetres of there, and we go to stroke rate and DPM and get a couple of centimetres per stroke more over a couple of strokes. That gives you that 10 centimetre advantage straight away, but it's easy saying that with on paper and in a calculation. When you're out there in the final seconds of that 2-minute race, that is a tough place to be. Thinking about those small margins, those small executions. But yeah, massively one of the closest races or finals we've had so far. So pretty amazing to see. And these guys had to properly race in their heats to get to the final. So don't forget about the hit they're going to have got there and.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
it was a time trial, wasn't it? They had to do the best time they possibly could to get through there. So they've done 2 hard races within an hour. Many of these paddlers racing other races as well. So really impressive performance. Great to see close racing right across the whole final, wasn't it? And under 16 boys, a really closely fought, fantastic race. Very well, with good technique. Having not raced for almost 2 years, I'm sure the coaches, see Imogen Collins down there, who will be looking after one or two of the paddlers, probably the Reading paddlers, will be really, really impressed with the way the paddlers have conducted themselves, with the way they've raced and the way they fought as it got really hard and full of lactic acid, seeing stars ahead of them in those red boys, but keeping driving all the way to the end. And that's what sprint racing is all about. It's dynamic, it's powerful, it's dramatic, and it's wonderful to see that at under 16 level.
So we've got final 2 coming up of that event, the under 16 boys. It's pretty impressive to see such competitive skills in the under 16s out here. You know, that the full heats leading to very competitive finals. So they're off and out of the start buckets so far, and it could be anyone's game by the looks of from our angle, but we're on the roof looking over the course.
Sorry, and I'm just, apologies, I'm just looking across at the scoreboard actually, and they've put the first race of the boys under 18 K1 500 metres, which looks like it may well have been the fastest race. Zach Tarver 157, Benji Cabrera 157, then R. Dowling Clark 159, so that may well be the fastest.
That looks like it's the fastest time so far, definitely the fastest heat we've seen.
Right, well, back to this race. This is the second final of the boys under 16. K1 500 metre race. We've just seen a fantastically close race in final 1, but this one, Hannah, looks like it's developing also into a close race. We've got lanes 3, 4 and 6 all within a shout here.
Yeah, it does look tight. We've got Nottingham paddler in lane 3, Hugh Singleton holding the Leighton Buzzard paddler in lane 4, across to a Royal Lemon paddler, I think paddling in Philip Miles' old blue boat by the looks of it. Another fantastic paddler that the club has produced. But yeah, really closely fought between these guys, and we have about 150 metres to go. So we're at that point where the lactic acid is burning through the system, burning through the muscles. So it's all about keeping the stroke nice and long. And you can see the Nottingham paddler's got a really nice long open reach using that rotational element. But I do think it's the Leamington Spa paddler that is driving down in the blue boat in the middle of the course.
He is, isn't he? But he's sort of come across, it looks like he's beginning to paddle through treacle, which is how it feels at this part of the race. He knows the others are coming to get him. Has he got enough in the tank here to keep powering towards the line against that headwind, knowing that they're coming at him strongly? But lane 3, lane 5 now coming for a late charge.
Lane 5 has had an outrageous finish there, and that is a close finish, which I think Nottingham over Southampton, over Leighton Buzzard for that second, third and fourth position. But yeah, wow, what a finish by Zav Himvis's brother, Andre, Mini Himvis, really took it to him in that final 100. Maybe left a bit too much, because he was much further back at that half.
He might learn from that, mightn't he, and take that in the feedback, because if you looked at him at the 200 metre mark, he wouldn't have been in the top 3, but then he came through really strongly. But it's where you finish on the finish line that matters, isn't it? You know, and trying to time your race right for that really difficult job in the 500 metres to do. But yeah, great to see another fantastic race. That's the second final in the boys under 16 K1 500 metre race. So 2 really packed finals, really interesting, fascinating racing. Well done to all those paddlers, and we look forward to seeing you at the next regatta in early July. Well, we'll have the girls under 16 K1 metre final coming up very shortly. We saw some good, really good qualifying in this. Christine Armstrong saw a sister race earlier. We've also got, see Rosa from Way and Beth Yoon from Elmbridge. Those both paddling very, very well. Greta Rosa already done well in this regatta so far. A lot of paddlers doing a lot of racing, but that's what the junior coaches wanted. The more they ask themselves questions, the more they find out about themselves. And they find most about yourself when you put under that pressure of racing. and they're under the pressure now of the starter. Starter's orders, they'll be getting their bows in the for the start very, very shortly, preparing themselves mentally, just perhaps taking that moment of calm, that deep breath before it all happens, it all kicks off and the racing begins.
And this will be a close fought final, I think, between the Way and the Scottish paddler in lanes 5 and 6. We saw some pretty speedy times from their heats, so lining up next to each other will be a battle in the middle of the course. But we are still waiting for them to come onto the start line for our last, well, lunchtime final, I guess, at this time. But yeah, not to underestimate the rest of the guys and girls. There's a of names that we've seen so far across both the boys and the girls, so some family members out here racing. It's great to see.
Yeah, it is great to see. As you say, lunchtime racing. Of course, we haven't. Well, I've had a sandwich actually, Hannah.
I mean, I'm going to go get a sandwich after this race.
Sandwich after this, and at some point now, we're trying to work out. There's an ice cream van over the far side of the course. Probably about 600 metres for us to run around the edge. That's 1,200 metres in total to run round, get an ice cream, get it back in time before it melts, finish it off, and then join you back for commentary. So we might need a long race in which to do that. But for now, this race is 500 metres. That's far too short for us to do that, because this is going to be around about the 2-minute mark, perhaps a little bit longer than that, given that there's a headwind now. And we've got H. Pemble from Addlestone in lane 1, A. Hutchinson from Reading in 2, I. Patrick from Scottish Performance Squad in 3, I. Bethune from Elmbridge in 4, K. Armstrong from Scottish Performance in 5, G. Rosa from Way in 6, E. King from Royal in 7, M. Ball from Devizes in 8, and B. Perry from Southampton in 9. We're already well underway with the racing paddlers, making their way through to the halfway point. We can see as we look across there, the white boat in lane 4, but looks to be multicoloured boat, and the distinctive yellow vest of lane 5, Christina Armstrong. A lot expected from her, the great paddler from the Scottish Performance Squad, paddled so well with her sister in the K2. Looks to me like she's just leading this one out.
Yeah, I think she might have clear water just over lanes 4 and 6 either side of her as she's coming through the 200 metre mark, clearly looking like she's leading the crowd there, but she's not holding up. She's digging in now. You just see the rate pick up ever so slightly. She's looking to produce a really strong performance over the whole 500 metres, and she's tackling that headwind as if it's nothing, which is pretty impressive for an under 16 girl. That strength in the stroke, the length, the rotation, like a very solid sort of technical model that we've talked really a lot about so far, but a great execution right in front of us.
It just, I mean, it looks like she's actually picking up pace. It looks like she's paddling in a pace. She's just getting faster and faster, but her technique is holding really, really well. It's very impressive.
And we've got a battle for that second place between lane 6 and 4. We've got a very high rate from our Way paddler, Rosa, just ahead of lane 4 with a bit of a longer, stronger stroke in comparison, but lane 7 are clawing in for those final metres, but Christina has crossed the finish line, 20 metres ahead, pretty impressive. Way coming into second, Elmbridge third, and Reading fourth.
I mean, a great race. We've got 8th and 9th place coming over now, not far behind the main part of the race. Really interesting there. We've got a late charge again from Greta Rosa. Really picks up the stroke race. She does have maybe a shortish stroke, but it really works for her. She gets her body all the way around the stroke. Great rotation, a real late charge for her to come through and take that second place from Bethune, who perhaps has that longer stroke, the Elmbridge paddler in lane 4. She took third, and they're not far behind that, E. King from 4th place.
No, impressive display from the Scottish paddler there, but also everyone else fighting to the line.
Yeah, and that's what 500 metres about, isn't it? Fighting to the line. It is really, really tough. You're asking a lot of your body. Yes, it's a rope, but you're really digging deep into the anaerobic reserves as well, and causing a lot of that painful lactic acid to float around your system towards the end. But they held on well, and a real dominant performance of Christina Armstrong. She is a name to watch for the future. Well, we'll have a little bit of a break. As we said, we've got a few minutes before what was going to be a Paracanoe race, but we're not having that Paracanoe race now, so we will be back shortly at around about 2 with the first heat of the under-18 girls 200 metres. So we're going for the shorter distance, the first orange set of boys 200 metres, so around about the 45-second mark perhaps for these under-18 girls. We'll see what it's like in these conditions, but it'll be good to see some short racing. We'll bring that to you in about 10 minutes time.
Good, yeah. I'll go grab my sandwich.
Yeah, sure. Welcome back to Nottingham. We're now doing the 200-metre racing, which is fantastic to see. First time out in this regatta. We've got the 200-metre races. We've got Heat 1 of the under-18 girls. Emily Barrett in 2, Scarlett James in 3, Abigail Avery in 4, Becky Pemble in 5, Alexandra Armstrong in 6, Molly Warburton in 7, and Jessica Urquhart in 8. We can see they've done so much racing, these paddlers, over the last 5 or 6 hours. But they're back fighting out again, and it is between 6 and 5. That's Alexandra Armstrong, who saw her sister do so well just a few moments ago in the younger age group, just taking first place ahead of lane 5, and that was Becky Pemble. And it will be the first and second and the third best time that will go through to the final. So this will be about positions, certainly for a guaranteed spot in the final, and then the third best time will take that paddler through to the final. That was Heat 1. We've got Heat 2 coming up very shortly, and then a Heat 3. So great to see 3 heats in this 200-metre distance. Different sort of racing to the 500 metres and 1,000 metres. A lot shorter, a lot less than a minute to win it, as they say, and really using those fast twitch fibres, and not quite full on 100% all the way, but it's not far off. It's about getting up to that speed as quick as possible and then maintaining that pace that is close to maximum for as long as possible. And the really top paddlers, is in the last 50 metres, the last 5 sets of boys, we'll see some of the other paddlers drop away while the top paddlers manage to maintain their pace. So we'll look out for that as we see the paddlers just easing their way down, having raced, flushed the lactic acid out of their system, prepare themselves for their final. They see their final one at 4:40. So they've got 2, which is nice for them, and they've got a little bit longer to rest and recover for their final. They'll be just warming down now. They'll pass the start in a minute of the next 200-metre race. I'll line that up for you. That's the second heat of the under-18 girls K1 200 metres, where we'll start over in lane 3, where we'll have Charlotte, Elise Montagna from Royal in 4, Amy Green from Worcester in 5, Honor Lewis from Way in 6, Abby Fisher from Lincoln in 7, and Jasmine Holland over in 8 in a bright orange vest. So paddlers just coming towards the start now, preparing themselves calmly for the race. A little bit of breeze on the water. Up on the roof here, the National Water Sports Centre, the breeze is fluttering around just a little bit. Sun's gone behind a cloud. Cricket match continues over towards the River Trent. The sailing boats are also out over there. People enjoying themselves over by the river. People enjoying themselves here, watching some of the racing, getting out for a run or a walk or even an ice cream. There's an ice cream van just below the scoreboard there. And the paddlers that are in the second heat of this girls under 18 200 metres are just readying themselves for the start. Well, tense moments now, just as the second heat is about to get underway of the girls under 18 200-metre race. Only 5 paddlers in this. Difficult job for Charlotte LeMay in lane 3. She's nobody around her. She's got to concentrate and focus on her own race. Heat 2 of the under 18 girls K1 200 metres. That first stroke, so important to try and get the boat up to speed. And Charlotte LeMay in lane 3 managed to do that well in the 5. Look at the stroke rate now. The stroke rate really builds, really getting that up. That's Amy Green from Worcester. She only knows one way to race, and that is hard and fast. She did that in the heats of the 500. She managed to get a good result in the final, though she didn't win. She's certainly looking to win this heat and take her way through into the 200-metre final. Paddlers from Worcester, of course, doing so well over these short distances, whether that be from Worcester or Fladbury Canoe Club. The Train sisters, Train brothers in the canoes, of course. Emily Lewis in Poznan at the moment, and Amy Green here in Nottingham, making her way through with a win to the final, followed closely by Honor Lewis from Way in 6th. Those two will go through to the final. Then, of course, Charlotte LeMay will probably have to wait to see if she's one of the best times to go through into the final, which we'll see at 4:40. So we'll soon have the third heat underway of the girls under 18 K1 200 metre race. That will be followed by, we've got a men's Masters 200 metre race. It'll be great to see Timothy Lodge in there as well, who's on the ICF Athletes Commission. We might get a chance to talk about that a little bit later. And then we'll be looking towards the finals. Under 18 boys in the K1 500 metres. That will be shortly. But before that, we've got the lineup for the third heat of the girls, under 18 girls, K1 200 metres. And we should have Hannah Gallagher in lane 3, Lucy Walker, Hannah Gallagher from Way in lane 3, Lucy Walker from Norwich in 4, Grace Anderson from Norwich in lane 5, Katie Pocklington from Wiltshire Youth in 6, Clara Jepson from Falcon in 7, and Georgia Fennick from Reading in 8. Well, Hannah, this would be your preferred distance, 200 metres?
Definitely, although the slight headwind will make it a bit long, but no, we're seeing sometimes 48 seconds, 49 seconds in the first heat there. Yeah, we definitely got a 3 or 4 second headwind potentially for some of these girls, so it's strong enough to change the dynamic of the race. But yeah, 200 metres is fast, furious and exciting to be part of and watch.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? And particularly when we get to a venue which has big crowds, which hopefully, of course, we'll safely be able to do that soon, although we're not quite sure what's going to happen out in Tokyo yet. But the crowd can see the whole race develop right in front of them, which is nice to see. And positions do change, don't they? It's not always the person who gets away to the best first 10 strokes that wins the race. It seems to be those that manage to maintain that close to maximum pace that come away with the good results.
And I think if you look into the numbers and any GPS traces or speed traces that anyone gets the luxury of seeing, it's quite often the guys and girls that hold on to the speed as the diminishing speed at the end of a race more than their compatriots. A lot of people often hit a similar top speed and in a similar point of the race, but it's those guys that hold on to it, or the higher percentages of it, or pretty much don't slow down as much as everyone else, are the guys that finish across the line ahead of everyone else. So although it looks like there might be an up and people accelerate towards the final 50 metres of the race, they're actually just not losing as much speed as the person or people around them.
So it's about trying to maintain as much of that boat speed as possible, not necessarily go faster, or it might look like they're going faster because the other paddlers are dropping away a little bit.
Saying that, you don't want to give away too much at the beginning of the race, because it is only a 40-50 second event, or even 34 seconds for the men, and there just isn't an opportunity or a chance to regain any time if you've given away half a boat length or a boat length at the front end through an average start or a poor start, or just not being able to accelerate as quickly as the person next to you. So it's a real challenge as an event. I think one that takes a lot of technical skill to be able to connect with the water, wind up that stroke rate, drive the boat speed all the way to the maximum as quick as possible. But you've also got to be pretty physically fit, both strong and aerobically, so you can maximise the ability to produce force and forces as quick as possible, but also hold on to it during the tail end.
So there's a lot going into that, all that in 48 seconds, so it is a great deal, but it's difficult, isn't it, as you said, trying to accelerate quickly, but a car can't go from first gear up to fifth gear, or it just doesn't work properly, so you do have to go through the gears to be able to get there, don't you? But I guess you've got to make that time as short as possible to get up to the speed, and then it's about trying to maintain it. We'll just take you through the lineup here. So Hannah Gallagher should be in 3, as we've said. We've got Lucy Walker in 4, Grace Anderson who's raced so much in that distinctive boat in 5. She choosing to start on the left-hand side there, as you can see. Katie Pocklington in 6, Clara Jepson in 7, Georgia Fenwick in 8. Of the girls under 18 200 metres, and certainly looks to me really good technical at the moment, really on top of it. She's paddling so well at the moment, is Grace Anderson.
Yeah, you can see she's really using that body rotation. She's got that boat length just ahead of maybe Katie on the right hand side. She did look got a bit of a slow start in comparison, but perspectives can be a bit deceiving, and actually she's got clear water as she's moving forward, so dominant not just at that 500 metre discipline but also this 200, but very nice stroke we're seeing in the final metres. And yep, Katie Pocklington definitely holding on for that second place. Kevin Bowerbank churning out another paddler who's come up the ranks really well over the past 2 years, so nice there. And Norwich picking up that 3rd spot.
Yes, so Grace Anderson making no doubt of that whatsoever. It is first and second that will go through. So Katie Pocklington from Wiltshire Youth will go through, and then I'm afraid Lucy Walker will have to wait good enough to get her through. We did see Amy Green from Worcester looking at the scoreboard now. She did 50 seconds, so she won her heat in 50 seconds. The previous heat was won in 48 seconds, so it'll be interesting to see. Grace Anderson good and so in control there, and as Hannah said, get the best start. Be interesting to see what her time is. But I was going to say actually, Hannah, when we were talking about keeping your speed and starting, even at international level, you will see some paddlers perhaps not get the best of starts, but if they just lose half a stroke on the start, if they've got the speed, they've got the momentum, they can really come through and make more than up for that towards the end of the race.
Yeah, and it's often about that psychological aspect. How much do they feel in a way at the beginning, and how much do they think they can claw back in? And sometimes you have that average start and you actually have one of the best 50 metre splits or top speeds later on down the line because you really don't hold back. So an awkward first stroke isn't necessarily make or break in any respect, but yeah, really good. Good to see the Norwich community down there supporting the 2 girl paddlers that have just finished. So Anderson and I can't quite make out the other paddler. Lucy Walker, I'm not sure. So. There's a lot of people, obviously socially distanced, but just rehydrating, which again we have mentioned a couple of times as being fairly important today.
But isn't that great? They're all looking towards the scoreboard. They want to know what the results are. What were the times? How did they get on? But lovely that club, that community atmosphere with the paddlers there, just wanting to support each other. So it's really encouraging to see, and this is what the paddlers have missed so much, and what's so important about sport. And I don't just mean sprint racing and canoeing, I mean all sorts of sports, whether people are playing cricket, as we've seen already this morning here in Nottingham, or football, or whatever it is, cycling, running, or canoeing, that they're back in their communities enjoying it again, which is so important for well-being. Well, we should have another race just setting themselves up now. This should be the we've got the women's K1 34-44 age group. This is the 200 sorry, not the women's, sorry, it's a final of the men's K1 Masters, and that is James Mayers from Runcorn in 3, Tim Lodge from Way, James Mayers should be in 2. Now unfortunately Tim Lodge isn't there, so that's a shame, we're not going to see him. Jeremy Freeland from Reading in 4, John Drummond in 5, he's from Reading also, Jonathan White from Exeter in 6, Paul Brooks from Gailey in 7, and Paul Hackwell from Truro in 8. And it seems to be certainly Jonathan, perhaps White over in lane 7 got away to a good start there.
I think that's lane 8 we're seeing, but a little bit of a shout out to John White from Exeter, actually here to compete in the para race first time. Single arm paddler, so an incredible feat here, and he's holding his own as we're coming into the red boys. His distinctive red nose of the blue boat, ahead of we've got the Reading paddlers having a little battle in lanes 5 and 4, but it does look confident in lane 2 on this far side. But yeah, decent turnout and very good, well held all the way to the line for all of these Masters paddlers.
So Jonathan White going through just what 5th place there, but close to the rest of the race, which is really a good achievement for him.
Yeah, and I know he's looking to go from strength to strength. We've talked about racing opportunities, and he's come here to maximise where he can race in the Masters and the para races later on today and tomorrow. But every chance, every start line opportunity. He's just given us a pretty good evidence there that if you maximise the opportunity and get faster and faster.
Yeah, so that's great. So will we see him be racing in the KL event a little bit later on?
Yeah, we'll race in it's a combined event, but KL2 and KL3 men later on, and potentially tomorrow. I guess I haven't. Not sure if we've got an entry in for that day.
That's
but
really encouraging, though, isn't it? And also, just shows, well, that's really good thinking. Look, if there's an opportunity to race, let's get on that start line, let's do it. He's really competitive in that race as well. So, yeah, really good opportunity, and like you said, a learning experience for him and for the coaches.
Yeah, and I think we've got a couple of occasions in this regatta where the para guys are racing the able-bodied. So I believe we have Emma Wiggs in Havar later on in the under 16 200 metre race, and then tomorrow we actually have the KL3 men and KL2 men, Dave Phillipson, racing in the open 200 metre men races on Sunday. So a bit of a combination, but great to see them, getting out and competing, able-bodied and para athletes together on a start line is a fantastic thing to see.
That'll be really great to see. Really, really great to see the combination. We're seeing this increasingly, aren't we? As we go on, the combination, the integration of para and sprint canoe, which can only be a good thing. And we can see just how delighted Jonathan White is down on the pontoons, getting himself out of the boat now. Really good effort from him.
Yeah, really impressive. I know the first time he's been in the start bucket, so I'm sure everyone that's been through that knows it takes a couple of times to get used to it, and yeah, awesome to see him out there.
Well, a couple of times, it took me a long time, hundreds probably, and which is a good reason why we have the start buckets in Nottingham actually, so that paddlers are able to practice with them. We should have a race getting underway shortly, but we may well have to just a little bit for that. Just check the programme for. It's been great that we've seen the Masters race underway there. We've actually got about 8 minutes until the final of the K1 boys K1 under 18 500 metres. So that should be a really tasty prospect to look towards, and that will be about 10 to 3. So 2:50. Just we've got the line up here. We have got the line up, so we're all ready to go. The paddlers down the far end of the course are at about 750 metres at the moment, just preparing themselves. We'll take a break just for a couple of minutes, and we'll be back for the build-up to this race, which will be the final of the under 18 boys K1 500 metres. Well, we'll be underway very shortly with a hotly contested race here. This is the junior under 18 boys K1 500 metre final is now underway. We've got P. Dowling Clark from Scottish Performance Squad in lane 1, L. Ferry from Elmbridge in 2, B. Cabrera from Foy in 3, J. Pirma Hamidov from Chelmsford in 4, Zach Tarb from Elmbridge in 5, Xavier Hinvers from Southampton in 6, B. Want from Norwich in 7, A. Tonkin from Reading in 8, and L. Smith from Lincoln in 9.
And I think from the heats we've had earlier, this is going to be all the way to the wire with these boys. In the centre of the course, we saw some pretty fast times, breaking that 2-minute barrier at 1:57 from... Ooh, I forget now actually on top of my head, but I think it's going to be right in the centre line with those 4 boats that we can see from lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6.
Yeah, and I think that was Xavier Hinvers.
I think it was 1:57 by Zav.
But also that's not especially quick for 500 metres, so it's just stretching the race out a little bit, isn't it, this headwind. See them go through the 200 metres now, you can see lanes 4, 5 and 6, so we've got Pirma Hamedov from Chelmsford in 4, Zach Tarver in 5, Xavier Hinvers in 6, but now it's who's got the strength, who has a little bit left to pick it up and maintain that technique and keep it going as they get into the red buoys and deep into the lactic acid.
Yeah, and those 4 boats look like they're in the line. The Elmbridge crew maybe just slightly ahead, but Zav is picking up his rate now. You can see him. He's definitely got that same finish that his brother displayed in the under-16 final, and he's driving forward really nicely, quite smoothly. It looks like he's got just the edge on Zach in lane 5, but lane 3 finishing strong from Foy. But Zav is just holding Zach at about half a boat length. He goes to the finish line, quarter of a boat length, and he's got it. Oh, well held by those 2, but just raced together in K2 not that long ago, but fantastic race all there.
Well, Zav beat Zach, fantastic, and 2 K2 paddles, they know each other well. Dare say it, I'm sure they're good friends as well. Competitive on the water, but you know, they must get on well in order to paddle like K2 so well. I'm sure they do off the water. And also, the result for Benji Cabrera, a lot expected from him as well. A lot of potential in that paddler. Over in lane 3, he was in 3rd place. And then Pirma Hedov in lane 4 from Chelmsford was 4th. Wonderful to see such a tight and close race, as you said, Hannah, with 4 boats in that. And really, it was down to who kept the length in the stroke, who kept the power, the rotation going, and who nailed those hours and hours of training, so it just became, as they got down to the real business end, the last 50, 60 metres of this 500 metre race.
Yeah, and it was impressive to see the race plans kind of kick into action when you hit the red buoys. Similar plan across the Hinvers' brothers, the real big up in rate, drive and leg drive, I think, to drive the power through the stroke. But yeah, really nice to see them have a fantastic finish. Interested to see how that represents, or whether they'll take that forward if they can hold on to a bit more speed maybe in that middle phase and have a bit more of an advantage to get to the red buoys, or obviously as we've seen with Zav, that was enough and he put himself in the race to have that finished and take the win at the end.
Well, he timed it right, didn't he? Timed it so well, but like you say, maybe sometimes there's an element of saying, well, okay, let's try it, let's see what happens, and if he gets, and he finds that 200 metres to go, he's actually got a boat length on everyone, surely the confidence from that will take him on. Whereas if he does find that, okay, I'm going to blow that's too much, then you know where the limit is.
Yeah, it's only through doing and trying and testing do you work out what's the best plan for you and your race plan. And it's that tricky thing sometimes to execute that when the person in lanes, either side of you are doing something subtly different.
Yeah, really great to see. I'm sure the coaches, you can see a couple of them down on the pontoon, will be pleased with that because it's such close racing, and 500 metres is becoming an increasingly important event as we're looking towards senior level and Olympics. So it's such an important thing for them to develop those race strategies. And under 500 metres, it is a bit like 1,000 metres, but under pressure, isn't it? Under a microscope, there's not as much room for manoeuvre there. But we'll see. Just in a second, we should have the second final of the under 18 boys K1 500 metres. just lining themselves up in the starting boots at the moment. That will be D. Skellner from Norwich in 1, J. Woods from Royal in 2, M. Mother from Richmond in 3, A. Leiper from Scottish Performance Squad in 4, T. Booth from Norwich in 5, Annie from 6, J. Railton from Foy in 7, J. Carter from Royal in 8, and F. Topham from Reading in 9. Another very competitive race. This, remember, the second final, but it's stacked. It really is full. It's a good close race at the start here, which is good to see. We'll see those slightly different race plans develop now as the central part of the race, and then we'll look to see who's got that little bit towards the end as they get through into the red boys.
Just dash for 10 minutes and come back.
So we can see here, yeah, difficult to see. We've perhaps got lane 3 there in the red kit, the red vest of Richmond and the red boat. And then over we've got lane 5 as well. T. Booth from Norwich also going well. Perhaps his bow going through the 200-metre marker first, but it's going to be close. There's another good 40 seconds to go in this race, and a really important 40 seconds given that the lactic acid is building up around in these paddlers' system. So getting towards the red boys now, they can almost sense the fact they're near the finish. All they to do now is grit their teeth as the arms build up with lactic, the legs build up with lactic. They've got to keep them driving, just go to automatic mode in the finish now. The highest stroke rate may be with lane 3, M. Mother from Richmond, but it's close between him and T. Booth from Norwich in 5. And now moving up superbly towards the end of the race is lane 6. And D. Stanley is going to take the second place behind lane 3, who wins it. So M. Mother wins that. D. Stanley from Falcon in lane 6, and lane 5 in the mix there as well. And D. Skellner over in lane 1 also coming very towards the end between him and Booth from Norwich in lane 5 for that third place. Well, they'll go to boat weighing. We'll think about what we've got coming up next. We've got some more races very short. Race 53. 54 will be the heat 1 of the boys under 16 200-metre races. We'll see that at 10 past 3. So we've got a good 10 minutes till we begin those. We'll have 4 heats in those. We'll see the girls under 16 K1 200 metres. We might have Wiggs taking part. Emma, of course, is an Olympic Paracanoe champion, so hopefully we'll see her racing as well. That'll be up shortly. We'll take a couple of minutes break. We'll see you in a few. Well, welcome back. We're just getting right now with the next race on course, and this is the K1 200 metres for the under 16 boys. Great start over the far side of the course. That's Hayden Cook Bailey. We've seen him race earlier today, but just to take you through the lineup, we've got Fred Lovegrove in 2, Sam Hackwell in 3, Mohammed Ali Kabir in 4, Erin Rejeb in 5, William Lana in 6, Hayden Cook Bailey in 7, and Peter Skinner in 8. So this is the first heat of the under 16 boys K1 200 metres, and it's the best times going through. It's no wonder the paddle is whirling round of lane number 7, Hayden Cook Bailey, to take that win by a huge margin over lane 4. That's Mohammed Ali Kabir, and then lane 3, Sam Hackwell takes the 3rd place. Keep an eye on the times when we do see them, because it's the 9 best times that will go through in this under 16 boys 200 metre race. We have 4 heats. That's the first of one of them. Really lane 7 there. Hayden Cook Bailey has looked good all day today. He's maintaining that pace. Really high stroke rate. Nice smooth stroke as well. Driving the boat forward with his legs very, very well, and maintaining his speed, something that Hannah talks about a great deal. 200 metres, yes, you're going hard, but it's those that manage to maintain their speed the best that normally come out with the best results. And we certainly saw that there from lane 7. We'll be looking up towards the start of the 200 metres in a minute for the second heat, but I'm also looking towards the roof where I can see Nick Fowler in his distinctive new GB kit. And Nick has a busy routine this weekend, but thankfully, Nick, you've decided to come and join me just for at least for a few minutes and tell us a little bit about how those juniors of yours are getting on and your thoughts behind the regatta, because certainly they are doing a great deal of racing.
Yeah, thanks, Molly. Just catch my breath coming up the stairs. Sorry, mate. Shows how unfit I am, and cycling's not all it was. Yeah, no, it's good to see the guys basically back out on the water and seeing where they've been over the last 18 months. It's that's all we care about, really, is just the guys and girls getting out there, smile on their face, and just enjoying the sport in this glorious weather.
Yeah, it is nice. It would have been nice if it had been like this when we were paddling, Nick. You don't remember it too often.
I remember that day in 2001.
That was the one.
That was the one.
Yeah, it's great to see, and I think it's a wonderful, that's a wonderful thing to be doing. So just get out there and race, because this is what they enjoy most. This is why you and I did it. This is why they're doing it, to get out to race. They've not raced for nearly 2 years, so just to find their way through this is great, and then they can worry about selection next time around.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's blow the cobwebs out and reconnect. There's some guys out there that haven't seen each other for 12 months, other than some of our Zoom sessions that we've done online over the last 12 months, and yeah, it's good to see them in 3D.
Yeah, that's great. Well, let's just talk through, perhaps if you could join us for these heats, it would be lovely.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got, so the second heat now, we've got the under 16 boys 200 metres. We've got Philip Levkovsky in 2 from Ealing, Theo Sales from Cambridge in 3, Sam Bates from Royal in 4, Cormac Chitima from Reading in 5, Andre Hinves from Southampton in 6, Hugh Singleton from Nottingham in 7, Jack Raymond over from Leighton Buzzard over the far side, but perhaps we're actually missing a couple of paddles in this one, which is a little bit of a shame, but I'm sure that we'll get some quick racing. We've seen already Andre Hinves paddle well, and Hugh Singleton, so we've already had some good performances from quite a few of these paddlers already.
Yeah, really excited to see these guys, because where we currently sit at the moment, there's nothing, we've got no information on these guys. They were probably, could have been as young as 12 or 13 last time they were racing, so they've come on in leaps and bounds. Be good just to see where they're at.
Yeah, so start so important, as we've said, but getting up to speed and accelerating, that's important too, and then of course trying to maintain the pace. Little bit tricky maybe for Jack Raymond over there from Leighton Buzzard, who has clear water to his left, got to race his own. These, Nick, as well, it's a time job, because it's the best times it's going to take them through into the final. So, not just about winning a race, but trying to do the best possible time as well.
Yeah, absolutely. All the way through to the finish line there, that's the criteria. You've got to meet that, step up and do your best all the way through to the line. Yeah, young lad Hinvis, latest in the long line of brothers, the youngest of 3 brothers, so he's doing sort of taking one to his older brother there as well, saying whatever you can do in the 500, I can do in the 200 there.
Yeah, so what would say Hinvis, I mean, they've done so well, haven't they? We've seen, by the way, we can just see Emma Wiggs warming up. We're looking forward to seeing, I think that's Emma, we're looking forward to seeing her. She's just on the water now. She's going to be actually racing with the under 16 girls in the 200 metres. So we'll see her pass the start line now, of course, former European, World, Olympic, Paralympic champion there. But Hinvis, do 500 metres, 200 metres, Nick, does it not even matter? We just want them to be fast and enjoying their racing.
Just enjoy their racing, yeah, absolutely. All distances at that young age. You know, we all had our favourite events when we were younger, but yeah, discipline they want to, hopefully, as they get older.
Yeah, so important, isn't it? They just enjoy themselves and perhaps explore all the possibilities and all the distances. And it's, you know, you don't need to specialise until you're that little bit older in a particular event.
Yeah, having clarity on what it takes within each discipline is really, really important. But understanding the mechanics of how it all works, and you know, picking apart some things that you've done in those key races really heightens the amount you can learn about the race without necessarily diluting any sort of fun.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've got Hannah here with us as well, and Hannah was saying earlier about, you know, just learning from each experience, whether it's seen as a failure or a success, whatever it is, to learn and move on and develop using that experience.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, well, another good experience for the next heat will be very shortly. So the third heat of the under 16 boys K1 200 metres. We'll see some fast racing in that one, I'm sure. Remember, it'll be the 9 best times that go through into the final. Their final, they'll see at 5:05. So, as we've seen in these 200 metre races, a little bit of a longer gap for them, perhaps, to flush out all that lactic acid, to get themselves hydrated, to chat to their coaches and lead coaches like yourself, Nick. And another thing we were talking about with Hannah was, of course, what do you say? What do you say to someone who's had a bad race, or maybe even someone who's had a good race in a heat, but there's more races to come? You know, do you just pound them with information? Do you just listen? Or are you adapting depending on knowing the characters and what they need most at that time?
I think it's one of the most critical aspects of coaching, really. Knowing what to say, what not to say is equally, if not more important. And yeah, you can really have a big impact on athletes if you're trying to be helpful when really all they want to do is have a little bit of a rant and a rave and clear their system, and that's sometimes really healthy. We've had some disappointed athletes today with their performances, but we just sort of encourage them down. There's another opportunity, and that's great on regattas like today. You've always got another opportunity. You can go again in another event.
That's a great thing about racing, the crew boat racing as well.
Absolutely.
Of course, I know we've talked about quite a bit that, you know, you're really trying to build that sense of crew boat being important. Racing K2s here, hopefully that'll work towards K4s. You've done this process, haven't you, with the individual time trials and trying to get them in crew boats, see what crew boats work best. So really promoting the crew boat work.
Yeah, and it was crystal clear. We had quite a wide spread across the. We basically time trialled the athletes in their K1 single boats and took the top 10. But even then, the wide spread of athletes in that. But when you put them together, you've got some established K2s there that turned a K4 into a really, really competitive event, separated by just over a second. So, yeah, it just goes to show the sum of your. So I think it was the chair of the SRC, Tim Scott, talking about the sum of the individual parts being greater. So that teamwork, that ethic, that belief in a boat, really, really important.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, hopefully we'll see more of that, Nick. We've got our next race underway now, Heat 3. So Bill Popham Coverley, who's paddled so well earlier today, he's in lane 2. James Nelson in 3. Flynn Holt in 4. Nathaniel Lamb in 5. Dylan O'Connor, who raced particularly well, only perhaps an hour or so ago over the longer distance. You can see him already paddling very well over in lane 6. In lane 7, we've got James Bourne. No lane 8 in this race. But certainly looks to be Dylan O'Connor really making the best of this 200 metre race. Again, it's a time trial, so he wants that time to take him through to the final. But also very smooth on the near side. Gabriel Popham Coverley looking good in second place.
Yeah, just really focusing on that distance per stroke there from Dylan. Takes him over the line. Good performance.
Yeah, DPS, we've got used to that. I don't understand what DPS means now, Hannah, thankfully. for me, but trying to get that distance in the smooth, which is very difficult when you're putting yourself under the pressure, but it's 200 metres, you know, some people it's a bit of a smash and grab when actually you've got to really have a race strategy and a plan for it.
Yeah, it's really, really fluid, the 200 metres. You've got to be primed, ready to go, accelerate as fast as you can, but then be really relaxed at that top end speed, and so important to just run the boat, let it glide.
Yeah, not an easy thing is it, to let it to relax and let the boat glide.
Yeah, some of us chase that for our entire lives.
Yes. Still searching for it.
Still searching.
Absolutely, and maybe, you know, if
Only
you
in
come
my
down here
dreams.
to Nottingham, perhaps we'll see us in the lake at some point, but only in the right moment when nobody's watching.
So in their nightmares, maybe.
You can see the times, you know, 46 seconds, clearly the wind also affecting the paddles, slowing them down just that little bit as well. Yeah, just stretching out the race time-wise. And we'll have the fourth heat of the fourth and final heat of the under-16 boys K1 200-metre race coming up very shortly. And just lining up just before the start line there, we should have Regan Toop in 2. Harry Sewell Catchpole should be in lane 3. Then Finley Lewis in 4. Cohen Arian in 5. Arthur Morley in 6. Charlie Beeson in 7. And Sam Cribbett in 8. And good to see, Nick, as well, that we've got some 14-year-olds in this event, so it's not just those that are 16.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really important that the message gets out there that you can race at any age. Just getting out there, getting over that first hurdle of coming to Nottingham. I remember it being quite intimidating myself as an environment to first venture into. My dad prizing my fingernails off the landing stage when it was blowing a massive headwind on a 3k start line I didn't want to do. Must have been about 11 years of age, but you just getting out there and getting over it and doing it is really, really important. So great to see.
Yeah, all those processes, isn't it? It's like lining up, and we saw this earlier, you know, where the start didn't work properly, then having to circle round again for it and prepare and listen to what the starter's saying and be aware that you've got your opposition there as well, but you need to focus on your own thing. Thinking about getting in the boot. Am I going to get in the boot? Is the bow going to go in properly? And I'm going to have to make those adjustments and all those things. And you do it time and time again. The more often you do it, the more used to it you get. Of course, you always still get nervous, and the moment you stop getting nervous is perhaps the moment to give up. But just being used to those processes is so important, and something that these youngsters have either A, missed out on, or for some of them they've never done before. And this is, like you said, when you were 11 years old, this is their first experience of it.
I think it's great that we've got these facilities here. We're one of the really lucky countries to have 3 sets of start buckets. We've been at many a club international that's got 1 set, and you have to move that between the races, the distances, and some just as equal and valuable experience of lining up on a series of Coke bottles that have been strewn across a canal in Belgium somewhere. But it's all great practice, and really encourage the guys and girls at home to practice that as well. Practice lining yourself up, practice those first couple of strokes, get that system going. You have to do it flat chat. You don't have to try and harness your inner Liam Heath. You can just practice at whatever intensity is comfortable for you, so it becomes regular and routine.
Yeah, that's right. Just fine-tuning those processes. Good to see. And so we should see our 4th heat here, just moving forwards. Distinctive white blades there on the knee side of Regan Toop from Wiltshire Youth. Next to him should be Harry Sewell Catchpole from Norwich in 3, Finley Lewis in 4, Cohen Arian from Falcon in 5, Arthur Morley from Way in 6, Charlie Beeson from Reading in 7, Sam Cribbett from Royal Emmental Spa in 8. The 4th and final heat of the boys under 16 K1 200 metres. Remember, there's times that we'll go through into the heat, so we're looking at 46s. It's going to take them through. Really distinctive style there, you can see in lane 3. Sewell Catchpole really swinging the blade out to the side, but it's certainly working for him at the moment. There you can see that driving his legs. So really got the leg drive going well. It just reminds me a little bit of the way Tim Brabhams used to pull that. Really using that swinging style from side to side. It's working, as I say, very well for him, but over the far side of the course, we've Also, we should also have Sam Cribbett in lane 8, going well, taking the second place. So that looks like lane 4, Finley Lewis. Sorry, Finley Lewis, I should have said, in lane 4, and it was lane 8. So that's Sam Cribbett in second place. So my apologies, that's Finley Lewis with that distinctive style there, and the backwards cap, which Liam Heath has made a fairly popular and impressive thing, as has Fernando Pimenta, of course, in the longer 1,000-metre distance. Seems to work for those paddlers, so it also seemed to work pretty well for Finley Lewis there, taking the first place in that. So they'll have their final around about 5:05. We will look towards the girls under 16 200 metres, where we'll also see Emma Wiggs taking part in her VAR. So, Nick, while we've got you, we've got another month until the next regatta.
Yeah.
So selection.
Yeah.
Now, what will you be looking for the paddlers to do and coaches to do between now and then?
I think it's really the main bulk of the work has been done for the guys and girls. It's sort of practicing the delivery of their race plans, executing some of the those bits that they would have learned over this weekend. There's the opportunity to get into the K4s. We're looking to get the guys from all sides of the country together to try and practice those K4s ahead of the selection, so they're not just jumping in and being a bit of a scratch crew. They've actually got some purpose and clarity as to what we would like them to do in that race. So yeah, there's amounts to do, and balancing all of that, of course, with school. And some guys have finished. They're lucky. They're in that dreamland of finish school early, finish their exams. But yeah, there's lots and lots of stuff to do.
A slightly additional challenge there with COVID as well. Thinking about going away. Are we going to get out to this trip? Is the Junior Worlds, for example, under 23 Worlds, is that going to happen? It's already been delayed once. How do we get the equipment out there? How are we going to manage all those things? But I guess at least for the athletes, they don't have to worry about it.
No, I'd say again, sort of try and keep it nice and clean, and just think about going fast in a straight line in your boat as fast as you can, preparing for that date in July. Let other people worry about all of that stuff, about whether it's going to go on again or not. I've every confidence it will do. And I think we've just got to play a bit of a patience game, and hopefully we'll start to see the light at the end of the tunnel with this.
Well, certainly the Portuguese Federation normally put on a great event at
Absolutely,
Montemor.
yeah,
They're a
they're
really
fantastic.
good crew. They don't have massive amounts of money at their disposal, but what they do have, it works well. They get great filming, they get a good crowd there, well organised event.
Yeah.
And let's hope some of our athletes get out there and perform to the very best of their ability. And I'm sure if they do, they'll bring back some good results.
Yeah, absolutely. I think again, reiterate that we're not sure where athletes are at in terms of their performances. We've got great weather here this weekend, but it's still quite cold water. Bit of crosswind, bit of a headwind this morning. So, we're still a little bit unsure of exactly where they're at, and therefore what does that translate into an international performance. So let's just think about going racing and enjoying that, and getting across that finish line first in July, and then we can do the work getting into September.
Yeah, maybe that's a good lesson to learn, actually. A lot of sport, it's about actually not worrying too much about where am I relative to other people, or what's my time, but am I doing the processes, as you said, and I'm getting those right for myself. And if I am, and I've gone as fast as I possibly can, then I can't ask any more than that.
Exactly.
We have the under 16 girls lining up for the 200 metres, heat 1 of the 200 metres. We'll see 2 heats in this. It'll be the 9 best times that will take these paddlers through to the final. They'll be racing their final just before 5 o'clock this afternoon. But before that point, they've got to race as hard as they can down this 200 metres. We've seen some of the boys, under 16 boys, looking at the finish at the scoreboard. We can see there Finley Lewis, a 44.05 for his 200 metres. So pretty quick time relative to the other heats for him.
Yeah.
We're lining up here we've got Sienna Payne in 1, Hannah Pemble in 2, Molly Ball in 3, Annabelle Hutchinson in 4, Edith King in 5, Beth Perry in 6, Neris Hall in 7, Isla Bethune from Elmbridge in 8, and Ismina Salika in 9. Look at the moment, we can see it was a pretty tight race, which is great to see. It's that kayak that we've seen so many times doing well. That's 5. So Edith King in the blue vest of Royal, high knees, high stroke rate, driving it forward, but now being put under pressure by lane 3, really digging in there. A lot of rotation going on from Molly Ball, the 14-year-old from Devizes there, really putting Edith King under pressure. It'll be the best times it goes through, so these two need to keep right the way, maintain the boat speed until the end. 5 followed by 3, possibly by 4 there. So Edith King, a good result from her, and Molly Ball, a good, also good race from Annabelle Hutchinson in lane 4. Really great to see. It's all about that finish, isn't it? 200 metres. Yes, you need to be in the race, you need to be thereabouts, but getting through those red buoys, last 100 metres, last 50 metres, maintaining that speed, trying to stay relaxed when it feels like the wheels are coming off and you're under pressure, the lactic acid's building, you can barely see ahead of you, Nick. You know what it's like, but keeping that together and going, and having racing though. First time in ages, so these paddlers have done very, very well on that. What we're really excited to see, of course, is the next race, because we've got the girls under 16 metres. I'll line it up. We've got Emma Wiggs joining us. Hannah's going to join us in commentary. Make it into a fun event. We're all very excited about this, aren't we? So we'll just take you through the line. We've got Iona Patrick will be in lane 1. Stephanie Blatchley, Iona Patrick from British Performance Squad, that will be in the yellow vest. Stephanie Blatchley from Nottingham in 2. Molly Gwynn in 3, she's from Wiltshire Youth. Poppy Gilbert-Johns from Southampton in 4. We'll have Jasmine Spencer from Royal Leamington Spa. Can't see her at the moment. She should be in lane 5, so we'll just have to see if she is going to attend this heat. Imogen Hunter in 6. Christina Armstrong has raced so well here so far. She's in 7. No one in lane 8. And then we've got Emma Wiggs over in her VAR in lane 9. Now, how do you think you're going to get Hannah with Emma being in this race?
Oh, I think it's going to be really exciting. It's one of the first opportunities we've had to include, especially VAR, but para racing within able body racing. It'll be really interesting to see. She's actually lined up against Miss Armstrong. It's some outrageously strong performances. So she's got the fastest, or potentially fastest, under 16 girl from the K1 500 next to her, to really hold her true speed that they're going to about try and execute this 200 in.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've got a very strong right arm in Emma Wiggs next to an Armstrong. So interesting matchup there. I've been waiting for that one all day. But yeah, it should be, as you said, in great form, isn't she, Christina Armstrong? A lot expected of her, the 16-year-old. But hopefully she'll be put under pressure by some of these other races. And also, just a chance for Emma Wiggs to be on a competitive start line once again. She chose not to go to Szeged. They want to keep everything as safe and controlled as they can. It'll still be really good for her to actually get on the start line and get into a race.
Yeah, and actually domestically it's really hard for some of our individuals in the Paracanoe race to have that start line experience and that pressure. So mixing it up with different abilities and different age categories offers that chance really nicely and really well. And I know I'm excited by this opportunity. And it's just an unknown. She has absolutely no idea how anyone else around her is going to go. Just as the others don't know how she's going to go, or even how their compatriots either side of them are going to go, since that massive break from racing. So it's really awesome to see them all line up, and they're just coming into the start buckets as we speak. We've got a bit of a tentative start from lanes 6 and 7, coming into the buckets slowly there, but Emma's there waiting. You can see she's set in that position. And we are off for this heat of this under 16 200 metres K1 with Emma Wiggs representing VL2 over in lane 9. And we have a very strong start. 7, our Christina Armstrong, she looks like she's taking a clear boat length next to lane 6, Hunter from Cambridge there. On the near side though, Iona from Scottish Performance Squad again is also coming off really well, so probably a training partner of Christina there. But Emma's holding true, she's just hitting the red buoy line now, aligned with actually lanes 2, 3 and 6 nicely. It's a strong headwind coming into effect now that's going to eat into this final bit of the race, but Christina is just coming up to that final finish line. She's 10 metres out. You've got almost 20 metres ahead of lane 1 with a clear victory so far. And we're coming along. We've got lane 1 strong, the Southampton paddler crossing the line into 3rd, and then between Molly Gwynn, Steph Batchley and lane 6, Imogen Hunter. And there Emma crossing the line just about a boat length behind, but having a really good race, I think. And I'm sure she would have relished that opportunity to go against some slightly faster paddlers.
Yeah, so Nick, from your point of view, what's your summary of that race? I mean, Christina really is a long way ahead of the rest of the field there, and that's no disrespect to them because there's some really close racing with the other boats, but she's a step ahead, isn't she?
Yeah, she's really. I was actually talking to. I think it's not a disparity to say Big Christina, senior coach Christina, earlier in the day, and she's saying that there's a lot of similarities between where Christina Armstrong is now and where Deborah Kerr was at the same sort of age. So lots and lots of potential to build on there, but nobody works harder than Christina. Nobody really knows or understands how much more work she's capable of. I think it's a really, really encouraging sign, but yeah, to do the work still.
Yeah, but it's interesting you talk about work there. You're not talking about talent or isn't this a wonderful athlete, but it's willing and has the capacity to do the work. And of course, Christina Medichikova knows Deborah Kerr really well, having coached her. It's not just that she's saying similar. She'll know them really well, so she knows that might set this Christina that we've just seen on a similar pathway. But also great to see the other races in there doing so well. It was very close towards the end. And Hannah, how do you think Emma will reflect on that? Because she was also in with the race there as well, as far as positions go.
Yeah, I know she was over in lane 9, and maybe she kept her focus on her own race and race plan there, but I'm sure she'll be really happy. She'll be looking at the times, knowing Emma, and probably need to put a caveat that there's a bit of a strong headwind, so we're not going to see the super fast times, but she was definitely within that race and in touch and distance of those girls. I think it would have been really interesting if we were in the mix of these 4 boats that battled it out for 3rd to 6th place there. I think it could have been really exciting for her to be amongst that, but actually she held her own there, and a great performance. It's just about training and getting some experience under her belt. I know she's in a big training block, so there'll be a lot of fatigue in the system, but I'm sure she'll debrief and come back stronger, because she's racing again tomorrow, and again later on, in the K1, a bit closer to 4:30, I think.
Yeah, so that's great. I'm sure she'll have a word with Matt Lawrence, the coach down there, and like you say, debrief on that. Might have been interesting to see Emma in amongst, in lane 5 with some other paddlers that were similar on time to her in some of the other lanes. But get underway in the start, and I don't know if those of you looking at the start might have seen a boat really at an angle there, and putting a boat in at the angle, given the wind, given the fact she's paddling on a certain side. So all those sorts of things must be really important, particularly if you're paddling a VAR on one side. You can only really get that focus if you're actually involved.
Yeah, and quite tricky conditions. I think if you get on side on the VAR, and although switching is an option, we don't adopt that in Britain very often unless the conditions are really bad. So controlling the boat, setting it up in the start bucket so it's lined up and allows Emma or the paddler to sort of conduct the most powerful propulsive force as possible out of that start bucket up to the top speed, so she can execute the rest of her race. Much like the canoe paddlers, there could be a lot of paddling on a single side, and minimising that as it effectively breaks the run of the stroke and the application of force, the better. So I know that start setup angle is a lot of sort of working out, calculating how the boat and how it's going to affect the first stroke.
Which is why experience is so important, isn't it? Practicing all these different scenarios, the different wind, the wind swirling around, the wind changing from one moment to the next, and coping with all those things, as well as the racing and going through the rounds, has been so important. And as we get towards the end of the racing today, I just wonder if, Nick, if you reflect on kind of what you've enjoyed seeing, or what you and the paddlers will perhaps take from the racing that we've seen today.
I think, look, number one, I've already mentioned, is just great to see everybody out on the water again and enjoying racing and seeing the rewards of their labours over the last 18 months or so. But then, second to that, there is a huge amount of competitive spirit within these guys and girls. They're out there. Some of the K1 races we saw with the under-18 boys between Zav and Zach, and you know, that turnaround from 500 to 1,000.
Yeah.
But both of them not backing down an inch, and it just shows there's a great competitive spirit, and hopefully that will push the rest of the boys on as well. I think it's just back to Emma Wiggs. I think it's one thing we mentioned: practice, and you can replicate all you like in training sessions, but something different about, if you know your competitors, just really encouraging people to sit on any start line that you can, really, knowing that there's a plan sitting behind it. Just sitting on many start lines is one thing. Sitting on start lines trying to execute something that you've discussed with a coach or a parent is really, really important.
Yeah, that experience, isn't it? And just interesting, we're just looking at Emma Wiggs float past.
Yeah, that's a lovely moment.
Looking at the scoreboard. She's got a good hand, which is good to see. But look at the scoreboard, so you can see the time, 1 minute, 4 seconds, 16. Now, I'm presuming, I don't know the times particularly well, but that's not a fast time necessarily given the condition, you know, because of the conditions. But also, Christina Armstrong there, 49 seconds. So going below 50 in a race into a headwind, a good 5 seconds ahead of anyone else. And if you look at the previous heat, it was, Edith King did 52 seconds. So Christina looking 3 seconds ahead of that in a 200-metre race. That's a fairly comfortable margin, isn't it?
Yeah, I think she's a quality paddler. Sorry, go on.
No,
Sorry.
I was going to say, I think knowing Emma, but you know, that's probably a 5+ second headwind there, without a doubt. So you know, puts Christina's performance in perspective there. That's actually, yeah, a very competitive 200-metre time.
Yeah, absolutely, really competitive, and a lovely moment as well. As Emma paddled past and spoke to Christina. Congratulations on, but almost like a junior speaking to a senior, she was, wow, you're rapid, you're really rapid, you are. And I think it's just a lovely reflection of Emma as the person as well, that she's such a role model to anybody in the sport.
She is across sports, and in fact, you know, her involvement now with the charity that she's got involved with as well is great. Great to see. She's a wonderful ambassador, isn't she? Paracanoe for canoe, and just for the Paralympics also movement. And it's great to see we've got such fabulous athletes, and also we haven't seen many of the Paracanoe athletes yet. We will see a few more this afternoon, but we perhaps wouldn't have seen the likes of Charlotte Henshaw as well coming up if it hadn't been for Emma inspiring her as well. So that's what happens, isn't it? You know, we get our senior athletes, they step up, they understand the responsibility that they have, and you know, they're happy to see the others come up, and they'll know also that, you know, is limited at the top, so eventually somebody's going to take on that mantle, but they want to pass the baton on, I think, as best they can, and show them the best possible example of what it is to be a true sports person, and she does that very well.
It's something that we're trying to do with more and more in the junior program, is establish a mentoring partnership between either the athletes or the senior athletes at the top of their game. So Lewis and Amy Green from Worcester have got a strong connection. We've asked Lani Belcher to help out Kate Higgins recently, and you know, although where Lani is in a different part of the world, she's the joys of Zoom. About one of our 23 girls recently, and even today asking Deborah Kerr to talk with some of the junior girls and just have an open chat. What's it like? Do you get nervous? All of these normal questions that there's a bit of a perception that some of these superstars don't experience nerves, and it's great to see them sharing their experiences with the younger ones.
Yeah, it is, and wonderful. We said this earlier, actually, Nick, in that canoeing is really great for that. A lot of athletes, right? We've had over the years, haven't we? Whether you're an Olympic medalist, first regatta, you know, people can meet, they can mingle, they can talk to each other, and that's really important. Sometimes it's been a problem when the elite side of the sport want to move everyone to one separate venue, and you don't get to see them in your club as often, and sort of things go between that model and the club model, don't they? But it's great to see when we are together that those senior paddlers are more than happy to talk to the junior paddlers, the up and coming, the keen, or as we're seeing now, some we can still learn from the top athletes, the Olympic medalists, the world champions as well. And we can see here. We have 3 in this race. We've got the Masters, Women's Masters final, K1 200 metres. Sally Alexander in lane 4, Catherine Drummond from Reading in lane 5, and Suzanne De Bruyne from Norwich in lane 6. And it's De Bruyne from Norwich, and similar, we've seen a technique to this in a couple of the Norwich paddlers, haven't we? Something that Hannah said earlier, the senior paddlers in, the ones that are slightly older maybe, or certainly more experienced, as we're seeing here in the Masters, passing on the mantle to the others, and they're learning even just by watching the technique.
Baby blue one.
And Hannah's boat actually coming through in 2nd place there. That is officially the fastest that kayak ever went, Hannah, is that right?
Yes, I can confirm that, thank you.
Well, but that again, it's great to see, isn't it? You know, equipment, knowledge, watching the technique. It's great to see those things passed on. It must be wonderful to you to see one of your first ever boats still out there, still performing. Well, which is good to see. Yeah, and good to see Emma Wiggs there. She's easing down. She's just walking down there. And yeah, as you said, Hannah, she'll be racing again this weekend, even though she's in a big training at the minute. Tell us a little bit about the VAR. So we're talking 7.2 metres in length, 13 kilograms.
Yeah, with the outrigger armour and to aid support, so the paddlers can sit in a seat, often with their legs either secured in to help their fundamental, like their adaptations, but also allow them to side. Adapted Polynesian VAR outrigger boat from my research, but yeah, it's the craft that has been adopted within the Paracanoe team to represent the single blade side of our sport. But as you said, it's very long, 7.2 metres, which makes manoeuvrability and directional control quite tricky. Although the AMA offers them support and stability, it does also create issues with side winds and tailwinds to affect the directional control. But our guys have a lot of time in the boats just getting used to how they run and how they move. But we see a couple of techniques internationally, and our guys are very much adopting the single side stroke, which includes that sort of strong A-frame position, similar to the canoe stroke, but using that rotational element of the body to really drive down off onto the stroke and then come back up off, using their chest and staying tall. Some of the Australians and Brazilians often follow a bit more of a long stroke, looking for a bit more DPS and less of a rate option and a lot more body and hinge movement. The British style is definitely a little bit more different, a little bit more whippy, and keeps everything at the front of the stroke.
So maybe it seems a little bit more choppy there, but that's what they've gone for, and it's certainly working for them. And if you look at that internationally, it continues to do so well for our para-canoeists. Although, of course, getting more and more competitive, isn't it, as we approach the Tokyo Olympics. So,
have you ever paddled one without the arm on?
I believe they're very cool. I haven't personally, no.
Well, no width, no minimum width there, Nick, so it's pretty narrow. Now, I do remember your hips not always fitting into the Nello K4s that we used to paddle, so...
Sorry, is that the time I've got to go?
Yeah. I might perhaps not recommend that, but we've talked about this as well. Stable platform, need a stable platform to paddle on, and for many of these paddlers, actually, it's not. You don't want to be on a knife edge. You want to be something where sat in something you feel comfortable, where you can really, really work hard.
And I'm pretty sure that's what the design of the VAR is about, allowing the paddler to put as much force, flexion, movement through the body as possible through that single blade that they use. Now I think we're coming up to another Masters event. I see plenty of Nottingham kayak vests out there.
Yeah, it's always exciting. You see the local paddlers here, big club, as Anna's already mentioned, doing so well from a sort of club point of view. Nottingham, many good paddlers down in the history of the club. Too many to list right now as we start the 200 metres in the Masters, 54 to 64 age. Doug Pemble from Addlestone in 2, Andy Dodson also from Addlestone in 3, got away to a good start both of those. Mark Blatchley from Nottingham in 4, Richard Kent from Southampton in the red vest going well, he's in 5, Peter Gorman should be in 6. He actually is, which is great to see. Good to see Pete racing. He wasn't able to race early this morning, but he's in this race now and doing well. We've got Tom Mason from Nottingham, Robin Avery from Banbury in 8, and Paul Gadd from Addlestone in 9. But no doubt about the leader once again, striding out there that consistent stroke, keeping it stable, running truly there. That is Richard Kent from Southampton in lane 5. Just that technique, that style. Probably just enough to give Doug Pemble the second position there, maybe right over the far side of the course. Lane 9, Paul Gadd going well from Addlestone in 3rd.
Yeah, Richard was always very quick off the line for any efforts, regardless of how long they were, so it's good to see he's held true on a 200. And a clear victory there.
Well, great. Well, thanks for joining us, Nick. It's been fantastic. Great to see. Great to see you to benefit from your expertise. A bit of a relief that we have been actually talking about the right things as well, because you confirmed that. But also, like you said, it's just wonderful to see people enjoying their racing. And let's hope next half we'll see some more of that today and plenty of that tomorrow.
Yeah, pleasure, Mally. Thank you very much. You do a wonderful job up here. So thank you very much for bringing it to life.
Well, we'll keep going, and we'll drag you up here another time, I'm sure.
Cheers, everyone. Thank you.
5 minutes.
Well, as Hannah just goes off with the GPS boxes to put in the boats to find out the speed and the distance per stroke, the DPS that we keep talking about there. All this data analysis important for the paddlers. You'll see little boxes quite often on the deck of their kayaks and the vars, and that will record the distance, the acceleration, the speed of these paddlers. They'll put that in the mix, they'll analyse the data, and they'll look to see, well, where can we tweak the pacing, where can we tweak the race plan in order to get the maximum out of ourselves. So much going in behind the scenes to canoe racing. You know, there's so many things that we've talked about, be that nutrition, be it rest, training, technique, of course, so important, planning your race, how you approach it mentally, and your support systems as well, whether that's your coach, whether it's the officials here at the course, having a word with a paddler about breaking rules on the course and which way to paddle and not to go across the finish line unless they're actually racing. All those sorts of things get put into the mix to making this a special event and our sport a special sport. Great to be outdoors, to be in the sunshine, to be here, surrounded by the grass and the trees at Home Pierpont, and to be racing once again. Well, we will very shortly, we should have heats of the boys under 16 heats in the 200 metres. No, sorry, we've had that. We've finished the Masters. My apologies. The under 18 boys 200 metres that we'll be seeing shortly, but we'll take a break. But when we get back, we'll see you for that. We'll see you for a little bit more para racing. We've got the K1 Para Men KL1 event and Women's KL2 and KL3 event. And then we've got the Para Men's KL2 event and KL3 event after that. So really look forward to you joining us for those. With finals in the 200 metres that will take us all the way to around about 5:15. We'll see you back here in just a couple of minutes. stages as well. Right. You all ready? That's right. Are the mics on? Well, I've just seen the heat 1 of the under 18 boys K1 200 metres. We've got 4 heats in that, which is fantastic. Jonathan Pirmahedov paddling really well there in the first heat, and Michael Motta and Adrian Leiper. And it will be first and second and the best time through to the final. So about positions, but also if you're not first and you come in third, you have an opportunity to get through into the final if you get a good time, or the best third place time. So we'll see what those times are, and they'll come up on the scoreboard. We'll bring those to you. We're just lining up with the second heat of the meters. We should have Ben Griffin from Royal Leamington Spa in lane 2, Dan Sklenar from Norwich in 3, Alex Ray from Northern Ireland in 4, Benjamin Want from Norwich in 5, Dominic Stanley from Falcon in 6, Jack Carter from Royal in 7, and David Edward Heyman Joyce from Way over in lane 8. So they're just approaching the start now. To me, like Dan Sklenar from Norwich, taking his time, wants to be perhaps the last paddler in those starting buckets. They're lining up now, preparing themselves, the calm moments before they start, making sure they've got nothing stuck to the front of their boat. Sometimes paddlers get a little bit worried about the weed. There was a little bit of weed, in fact, just growing by the finish line, but seems to have moved now. And certainly as the weather warms up and the water warms up, that can happen. And the paddlers, these kayaks, of course, having rudders underneath them to steer, although the paddlers don't really want to be steering during a race, they do have rudders, and sometimes rudders can catch the weed. So paddlers just want to make sure there's none of that on their bow. And
there has been a sudden influx of this literally past week. I know the has been on it, but it does grow incredibly fast the moment the temperature shoots up, which we are enjoying today.
Yeah, so we're probably going to see a lot more weed by the end of this afternoon. We might in fact see some growing tomorrow. Quickly, doesn't it? Several of the courses, I remember going to Zagreb a couple of times and having to really dredge that as they went through, because the weed just growing so quickly.
Very fast growing. Very can't complain about the weather and the natural sort of environment. That we enjoy our sport in. It is a side that we don't always benefit from, I guess.
No, indeed. Got to do with what we've got, and these paddles just focusing now on that stroke. You can see the paddles come up, they'll lean slightly first stroke, they'll wait for the start, down the yellow boots. They're off to a good and clean start. Really high stroke rate there. Looks like Toby Booth in lane 5 going well at the moment, but this is the central part of the race now. They're up to speed, and it's about maintaining that pace, maintaining the length and the strength in the stroke.
Yeah, it does look very dynamic in lane 5. He's got great pressure on the stroke, really vertical blade, lovely rotation. We've got lane 5 adopting. He's got a quick rate in comparison, definitely got that forward lean, but lane 6 from Oxford Falcon, a bit more upright, very controlled, long strokes. So it's with lane 5 quite easy, sitting up and relaxing over the line to lane 6 and then lane 4.
Well, really interesting there, yeah, and interesting you're saying about the pressure on that top arm, and a lot of people think that it's the that's paddling that's got the pressure on, but actually it's driving that blade into the water, get your weight onto the blade, on top of it with the top hand, and he did that so well, didn't he, Toby Booth in lane 5, really getting his weight onto the blade on every single stroke, which when you've got a high stroke rate of 130 perhaps strokes a minute, not an easy thing to do.
No, lots of practice, lots of execution in shorter efforts, so you're sort of becoming comfortable at it and then together over a whole race distance, really. But you can see he was very comfortable in that final back end of the race, so expect more from him in that final. I think he's got a bit more in the tank for sure.
Yeah, so we may well see, and I don't know, but we might well see in 200 metres that the start will be the same. The first 100 metres of every race they do will be the same, but maybe just towards the end, he knew the position he was in, he was able just to relax a little bit and think, well, I'll just save a little bit for the final, over that final 50 metres.
Yeah, and I think it's that sort of time when you're really hitting that empty of fatigue of the system, so just saving a little bit for that quick turnaround that we've seen quite a lot today over this 200 metre distance.
Yeah, and just looking at time, so look at the scoreboard, that's the results we can see of Heat 1 of the boys under 18 200 metres K1 event. Jonathan Piramahemedov in 43.86, so we'll keep an eye on that. But also, importantly, Aidan 5, and then third place, Michael Mother, 47.18. And remember, it'll only be the fastest of the third times that will go through into the final. Their final at 5:15. And we should soon see, lining up already in fact, Heat 4 of the boys, the final heat of the boys, K1 200 metres, coming up very shortly. First and second place, as we said, through to the final. Best third time will also go through to the final a little bit later on. Paddlers lined up, we can take you through them now. Harvey Grant from Richmond should be in lane 2. Adam Baker from Leighton Buzzard in 3, Oscar Partridge from Truro in 4, then Benji Cabrera from Foy in 5, Finley Topham from Reading in 6, Charlie Allen from Devizes in 7, and Miklos Svabadavri from Reading in lane 8. So they're just lining up now. We'd have to wait a couple of minutes. You can see the officials' boat just behind them, making sure that everything is ready, everything is set as it should be. You can see the yellow boots, the buckets if you like, sticking up where the paddlers will place the bow, the front of their boat for the start. They're just waiting for the starter's orders. Just pushing against this headwind, just building up. Hannah, isn't it, a little bit? The low times that little bit more. We can see, if we look over at the times again, the scoreboard, we can now see 43.57 for 43.57. That was in the second heat, and that was Benjamin Want.
It's a quick time compared to the conditions that we've got at the moment, so good to see. Clear ahead of D Stanley in 44.09.
45.41 for Ray. Now that puts him in pole position at the moment for the best of the third places, at least from the first and second heats that we know the results of. So he'll be keeping a very close eye to see whether or not anyone can beat that time. Maybe, just maybe, the wind getting up a little bit more cloudy, a little bit more, maybe that'll slow the times of these the this fourth heat and make it very difficult for the third place paddler to go through.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it's up a little bit on the water, and we are off. You can see the buckets have dropped, and it looks from commentary like 6 and 7 have got the cleanest and speediest starts out of the bucket there.
Yeah, Benji Cabrera certainly in lane 5 has been paddling well here today. It looks very smooth with the red bow, the white middle of the boat and the red stern, really getting the boat moving well. And on top of the stroke we saw before, the paddler from Foy, but also lane 6 going really well in the white cap. That's Finley Topham, the 16-year-old from Reading, really putting Benji Cabrera under pressure. These two fighting it out, bow to bow, toe to toe, stroke for stroke here. Hard to call, maybe just over the last 10-20 metres. Lane 5, Benji Cabrera just getting his bow in front and making it count there.
But both confidently through to the A final. I'm sure they'll be looking to have another ding dong there, because that was really close all the way to the line. Really close.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Great race. It'll be interesting to see the time on that one, because they were really pushing each other hard, you know, to take the win in that race. And both looked actually really solid technique under pressure, just delivered, kept it going, that slight lean forward onto the braid, pressing down, driving that paddle into the water, and both look very strong there. So we'll have to wait for the times. We should see fairly shortly the time from Heat 3, the winner from Toby Booth. We'll keep an eye on the scoreboard for you there. We've seen the fourth and final race in this heat. Now, we've got some para racing, which is great to see. So we'll see the KL, we should see KL1 men, and we should see KL2 women in this. So we should see, hopefully, Ian Marston, who I've seen warming up actually a little bit earlier on, so he's definitely on the water. Ian Marston should be in lane 3.
I think we're still final heat actually for boys under 18, I think, on the time frame. Just about. Just one more. We've got 10 minutes till the Paracanoe races. For those that have tuned in for the Paracanoe. 10 more minutes, 10 more minutes.
That's a really polite way of telling me I've got it wrong. Thank you, Hannah. So my mistake, I do apologise. I was actually perhaps looking at the wrong race there. So this will be final, the final heat, Heat 4, and I'll line them up again. Which should be Harvey Grant from Richmond. There we go, the red vest, that's right. Should have spotted that. Thank you, Hannah. In lane 2. Adam Baker from Leighton Buzzard in 3. Oscar Partridge from Truro in 4. Benji Cabrera will go in lane 5. Finley Topham will go in lane 6. Charlie Allen will go in 7. Miklos Svabadvari from Reading in 8. Now, if we look at the results of the previous race, I think it was, as we said, between lane 5 and lane 6. So Toby Booth winning just ahead of Finley Topham. We'll have a look at those results, have a look at those times on the scoreboard. We will see those para-canoeists, but as you said, Hannah, we might have to wait a little bit longer than I thought, perhaps another 10 minutes' time. They will be getting themselves warmed up and prepared for this race, and a little bit more race practice for them. But now we really do approach this fourth and final heat of the boys under 18 K1 200 metre race. Quiet moments again before the start, just preparing themselves. They're all lined up, they're all ready to come. They've got about 10 metres to go, just the final yellow buoy before they then go towards the starting buckets. Just trying to centre themselves, to really focus on what they have to do, on executing their own race and not thinking about what anyone else is doing.
We've got just under a minute till the start time, so I'm sure the starter is just waiting to call them forward, holding them out of the bucket so they don't have to sit in that start for too long, but also making sure the course is clear. And it is our fourth and final heat of the under 18 K1 200 metre boys, just taking their positions in the buckets now.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see, isn't that first stroke, you know, how long can they hold it up there? Do they keep their paddles horizontal for as long as they possibly can, just lift it towards the end. Let's just see how they get on that very first stroke. So often lifting the paddles up when they hear that set sound, and really look to me over the fourth paddler from the right as I see them with the white cap on, and that is Benji Cabrera. Well, he must have been listening to my commentary earlier because I put him in first place, and I think he's trying to deliver that. I'm sure not just for me, for himself, but he does look strong, doesn't he?
Very strong, really nice long rate, very quick through the water, and you can see his legs absolutely driving, pumping into the seat. There's a little bit of a cheeky look round as he takes into account that he is a boat length ahead, and he's sitting up, but you almost saw him skip over that paddle, that complacency that can sometimes happen, but that is a tightly fought race for second. I do not want to call that right now, if that's lane 6 or lane 4 as they cross that buoy line. Yeah, very tight, very tight. Our commentary wasn't accurate on position 2 from the previous race. We do apologise for using the wrong name list, but definitely a win in the middle of the course in lane 5.
Yeah, an interesting one. That, I mean, he had so much boat speed. He looked really, really good, I must say. But then, as well, maybe just backed off a little bit too much. Now he had a look round, had a look to his right, he had a look to his left. Backed off and then just perhaps lost his concentration. You have to be really careful of that, don't you, Hannah? And of course, yes, it's perhaps right around you a little bit, but he needs to be careful just how much he backs off there. And between lane 6, well, there's no calling that. Finley Topham, Oscar Partridge, really going to have to wait for a photograph. Nice photograph because they're beautiful designs of boats, as we mentioned before. But you know, it's going to be really tight to see who's got that second spot that guarantees them a place to the final, because remember, there's only one good time, one of the best of the rest, if you like, is going to get them through the final.
But I do think the wind has dropped ever so slightly now. We're starting to see a bit more of a glassy finish to the water than perhaps 10 minutes ago, where the headwind was a little bit stronger. So this may well be our fastest time, for the third position boat in our fourth and final heat of the day, but we'll have to wait for the official timing to give us some data back there.
Yeah, just looking at the result of Heat 3, in third place is Edward Crossley. So we had Toby Booth winning that one, and you can see the time on the scoreboard, 44.43. And then we had Alex Tonkin, not far behind that, 44.63. And then Edward Crossley, 46. So 46.31. That's still not as fast as Alex Ray. So Alex Ray, at the moment, is the best of the third place times in 45.41. But we will have to wait for that fourth and final heat, the results to come out. That race between Oscar Partridge and Finley Topham, really, really close. And one of those will get the second place and go through, but the other one will have to hope that he is quicker than Alex Ray's 45.41 for the best of the third place time. So we'll bring that to you when we see it. But we've got a little bit of a gap now, haven't we, Hannah? We can prepare ourselves for the kayak races, for the Paracanoe. So we've got the men's, we've got Ian Marsden, we've got Emma Wiggs, Lindsay Thorpe, and Miss Owen, all racing in the women's KL23 event.
Yeah, so we've got Ian in the KL1 men category. Emma racing in the KL2 women's category, and then we've got Lindsay and Linos racing in the KL women's category. So 3 races within a race here. They all, like we've seen before with Emma, compete over a very similar time frame, hence them being put together in a race, because they can push on each other to produce those sort of performances they're looking for to come and test themselves against the very best. Fantastic to see Lindsay, so from Newark Racers, representing a club and journey she's been on with the coach Julie there, and Linos, who has come from Leamington Spa, one of the talent partnership clubs within the Paracanoe sort of era. Actually, she's come on leaps and bounds over the lockdown period, put in some very, very well. Both of those two paddlers put in some really good performances in April, and I know they're to come and lay another mark in the sand here and move forward into July, where there is a selection event for the final boat space due to the World Championships in Paracanoe.
Wow, so it's exciting, quite a bit to fight for. Not necessarily just riding on this race, but as in preparation for the July Regatta, trying to get those places for the World Championships. We'll see World Championships in Copenhagen, won't we, in September? So it's great to see. First time we'll have ever seen an Olympic Games and a World Championships in the same year. As we've talked about, great to have Paracanoe canoe and sprint canoe integrated in regattas both nationally and internationally. And as you said, I remember back in April, Lindsay Thorpe and Linnea Sowen particularly really raced well. A number of course records, even in the cold weather. I don't think we're going to see course records today, are we, Hannah? But particularly given that they're in hard training as well. But another opportunity for them to race, to put themselves under pressure and simulate that race situation.
Yeah, and it's all about learning about the process. For the club guys, it's about getting on the lake, starting in the start buckets, having the pressure of individuals they don't know around them. But same for the guys that are based here day in, day out, having guys and girls around them that they don't necessarily know how they're going to go or perform in their race gives them an element of an unknown. We talked a lot about controlling the controllables, and there's no better way to learn what is in your control than coming to a race and testing yourself against individuals that you don't necessarily see in a day-to-day situation, or even a month-to-month or even a bigger time frame, actually, when you take a step back and look at what we've had over the past 2 years.
No, I mean, a lot of them might be, come to Nottingham to train, but actually in lockdown they've had to be in their own house, like Emma converting a garage, I think, into the gym, and using the paddle machines. And it's only more recently they've actually managed to get together here with the coaches on the water. So very different preparation for many of them. Quite interesting though also, we talked about this last time, didn't we, that last summer they had an opportunity maybe to do something different with their training, given that they weren't going to the big international races. Maybe we saw some of the benefit of that in the April regatta. A big batch of training they'd managed to do when perhaps they'd normally be racing and they wouldn't be doing so much training through the summer. So, what we've done is just shown what you need to do as an athlete and adapt. The situation's changed. Yes, I might feel a bit negative about it, but what can we get out of it positively? How can we look at it from a positive point of view? What can we take out of it? And they did, and then they delivered and gave us a load of new course records, didn't they, in the April regatta? Yeah,
there were some amazing performances early on in the year. Obviously, for a lot of the categories, it was the Paralympic selection event, so they needed to come and perform. And we talk a lot about training blocks, but it's really important to come into a competition that's of importance with a bit of a taper, a bit of a deload from that training point of view, so you're freshening up. But that naturally brings in a bit of deconditioning, because you're putting your foot off the gas on the training point of view. So if you are always tapering and always racing, you don't necessarily see the big benefits of a training block that you might do, which is what we saw from the pandemic last year, taking off all competitions from the calendar. So although we do want to race and test ourselves, it's just appreciating where it sits in the year and where it sits in the training block, really. It's all about planning.
Yeah, and then being able to adapt those plans. Interesting, nice word, you call it deconditioning. I think that's the way I see myself. I'm just not as fit as I used to be. I'll call it deconditioning.
Lifelong taper.
That's right, yeah. And just looking at the scoreboard, actually, before we get underway with the para race, I just thought worth taking a look at that the third place time, which actually is Oscar Partridge's, 43.82. That is more than enough to get him through as the quickest third place in the boys under 18 K1 200 metres. So a really close race, and although Finlay Topham just got the better of him by a whisker, he will go through into the final because of that time. So well done to him. And we'll have another look back here at the start of the race. And what will be the approach here, do you think, Emma, as they make their way into the boots and the first few strokes?
A lot about just finding the sat in the buckets. It's some of these guys have got various levels of impairment that they're trying to maximize as much propulsive force as possible. So stability is a big thing to overcome. Sat in that bucket, it is when nerves sort of get the better of you and the jitters that you can feel sat there. So controlling them in this point in time, they've got that sort of rough 1 minute to the start bucket. Haven't been called forward yet, but they're sat there preparing, considering what they're going to do. I know a lot of these guys think a lot about their race plan. They work solidly with the psychologist to sort of piece together a really structured plan to put into practice in race scenarios, to help them be really confident what they want to deliver in every condition. And that's sort of shared amongst their team, with the coaches, the athletes, the psychologists, and it allows them to be almost at peace in this moment in time as they come forward into the buckets.
Yeah, and remember these kayaks, they're the same length, same weight, Same lack of restriction on width, so they can be quite unstable, can't they? As we were finding the sprint kayaks that we've seen just moments earlier.
I'm not sure about the width one actually. I think there is a width restriction, but they are wider to offer that bit more stability, but at the same time manoeuvrability and the fact the flat bottoms allow them to skate around a bit more. But anyway, they're off. They've started. We've got a couple of swans just to add to the mix in the middle of the lanes, but you can see on the far side Linus has got off to a flying start in the black boat. Lindsay is bringing up that rate, ramping it up, but actually it looks like Emma's got an awesome start as well, ahead of Ian, or if not just blind as they're coming into the red boys, very tight at that point. This is where he really comes into his fruition. He's really strong in the back end. You can see his stroke rate winding up, really driving round, controlling that boat, rolling and rolling. But actually we've got Emma still holding strong, and we're just coming in front of us now, and actually she's got half boat length just about ahead. She's holding on. You can see the lactic burning in her arms, her shoulders are tightening, but she's there, and she takes victory in that race ahead of Ian, ahead of Linus, and very closely followed by Lindsay there.
Yeah, great to see close racing, wasn't it? And Emma coming through there just was sheer grit and determination, wasn't it? I mean, we were watching Ian Martin, who really got those strong shoulders. He's such a strong athlete in the gym as well, and really rotating around it, and perhaps a bit less of that from Emma, but keeping the stroke rate high and keeping it ticking over really counted. Then over on the far side, I think it was Linus just getting the better of Lindsay, wasn't it? But not a great deal between them.
By half a boat length, I think, by the end. It looked from here that Linus just got a little bit of a jump out to Lindsay, but Lindsay clawed it back really nicely. But Emma also start and held on really well, especially in these final 20 metres. You could see the lactic was burning. Her arms were shortening, her strokes were shortening, sorry, and her shoulders were raising, but well held, and I think that's 2 fast races in a short turnaround. So.
Well, yeah, she's layering that on top of a load of hard training as well, isn't she? I know that the para athletes haven't, they haven't tapered, have they, for this event, so there's a load of training, then they come into this event here. Emma's already raced, as we saw her taking part and getting really involved in the girls under 16 K 200 metre racing. That was in her VAR, where she paddled well there, but of course then getting into the now, also a Paralympic event and racing in that. And great to see such competitive racing as well, because they're going to get that when they're racing internationally, aren't they?
Yeah. Competition is sometimes for some of the individuals to come by, and although in certain categories we have the world's gold and silver medalists within the category, so they've also got the world's best competition on their doorstep. That makes it a hard environment and sometimes easy to not look sideways at each other all the time, and just take a step back into the bigger picture of where the rest of the world are going and coming from. But
interesting, you talk about sharing as well with the sports psychologist, with the planning your race, and it can be quite difficult if you're all on the same team, but then you are competing directly against some of the people on that same team. Being able to have that relationship where there is some sharing going on to make everybody better, but of course also you need to keep something for yourself in order to make the race plan best that you possibly can do for you.
Yeah, and it is a balance, but they have a massive team ethos here in the Paracanoe team, labelled for the past cycle as Project 9, the prospect of qualifying all 9 boats for the games. Although just short with qualifying just 8, it's still a fantastic achievement for the guys to come together and pull together what is an individual sport to unite as a team over a really common goal.
Well, I think that's right. It does come across to the paddlers I've spoken to down here. They've noticed that the para team are very much a team. They really are. Coaches like yourself, but the athletes as well. They seem to get on well, and they're happy to share much of what they're doing, the processes that work for them in order to make British paracanoeing as best they possibly can, and also shows how ambitious they are. Project 9, trying to get 9 boats in every single category. They're only just short of that, but it shows they're not afraid of aiming high.
No, really ambitious and so close to achieving that. So, big testament to the team, led by Scott Simon, as you can see down on the pontoon right now, just greeting Ian. But at that very moment, we should draw attention. We're just about to come to our second Paracanoe race of the day, and this is the KL2 and KL3 men. Just 2 single competitors in this, with John White competing in the KL2 category, having gone out already to compete in the Masters Open earlier, and John Tarrant from Royal Leamington Spa, who put in an amazing performance and a load of hard graft over the winter and last year's season in KL3 men. So here's about executing their race plan, practicing their start, delivery, and coming down the course as quickly as they can.
Now both got away to a good start, and there's no doubt about that first stroke. You know, not a shade of nerves or anything, just absolutely nailing the first, bringing the stroke rate up. You can see really quick stroke rate from John Tarrant in the blue kayak over the far side there. But also, as we've seen Jonathan White already race so well. He's got one race under his belt now and another one, and he's going well now as he makes his way down to the final 100 metres, the last half of this race.
Yeah, you see Taz on the far side. He's just lengthening out. He's got really good rotation, drive through the hips and the shoulders. Really good work from the technical side of Attila there. And John White, solid performance. And the wind has dropped ever so slightly, so it's nice to see a bit of a glassy finish to the lake on the far side. But great performance on both those guys there. And they get another opportunity tomorrow. So a lot more of the guys have opted to race on Sunday, given the opportunity to race both days. So there'll be another start line opportunity tomorrow, and I think a little bit more compact with a couple more entries later on.
Yeah, so we should be able to see that tomorrow just before lunchtime. The para men will get underway in their VARs at 11:45, and there's more para races going through the early afternoon. So we've got a programme from in fact, at 9 o'clock it starts tomorrow, so hopefully you'll be able to join the stream there. You might not have as much commentary as you had today, but you'll be able to see the racing certainly, and that will go on until about 10 to 3 tomorrow. Yep. A number of para races, as I said. We'll see the VARs, but we'll also see the kayaks once again in the paras, both men and women. We'll see a lot of 200 metre racing tomorrow as well, and quite a bit of thousands and 500, so a fairly mixed day. Not quite as much racing, particularly not as much in the juniors. We've seen so much junior racing today, but we will see a lot of the under 23s again, racing really for the prize of being in a race and having the opportunity to take a medal, if you like. Not a medal as such, there's no medals available, but one of those top 3 positions, just get involved into a race and enjoy their racing. We're just looking over the scoreboard. How do you think Emma will feel about that? 54.15. Ian Marsden, 55.15, so exactly a second behind. And then we have
Linares just half a second behind, and Lindsay.
Lindsay, that's it.
Linares and Lindsay, lots of L's
and
I's.
Yeah, 55.64 and 56.07, so pretty close racing.
Really close racing, and we saw that on the line. It was hard to call at points, but no, fantastic time. I think they're always looking for faster times. We're not on the course record sort of conditions day. Even though the sun is shining, that wind is going to take the edge off there. But
yeah, interesting. Is that Matt Lawrence down there? I don't know if he's trying to actually judge the wind. He's either taking a selfie or he's got a wind monitor there just to try and see, because there is a bit of a headwind.
There is a gentle headwind, and it could be either with Matt Lawrence there, selfie taking the wind. He is a fashion icon with his new haircut there. But no, we do take conditions, and then it gives us something to track and progress with, and potentially compare April regatta, July regatta, June regatta. It's easy to remember that headwind when you've raced and you've crossed the finish line, but in 6 months' time, 2 months' time, 1 year's time, it's good to have a bit of a record about what that was and how you performed in it. But a really solid race there, and actually really close between Wiggs, Ian, Lindsay and Linares there. It's really clever, really good to see.
Yeah, it is really encouraging. We're all encouraging to see, a number of people from British Canoeing down there, but also you mentioned Scott Simon. I mean, he's had so much on his plate, hasn't he? Trying to sort the logistics of selection, of their getting boats out, whether it be para boats or sprint canoe boats out to places like Szeged, organising some of the paddlers then to go on to Bernal in Russia to try and qualify future Olympic spots, to be back here, being involved with training camps and preparation for the next trip away and the preparation for the Olympic Games. There's so much going on behind the scenes. But him taking that on board himself and allowing the athletes and coaches to do their job of getting themselves in the best possible shape.
Yeah, and don't forget the inevitable isolation when travelling abroad when you come back. So he's just been released from Scotland as such. So he's done a fantastic job over the past couple of months. And yeah, it is a logistical nightmare, in all honesty, with Brexit on top of all of the COVID restrictions causing a couple of complications with international travel. But no, fantastic to see 46.44 with John Tarrant there. That's really good in that slight headwind condition, but a nice solid performance we saw from him. And 54.1 for John White in his first Paracanoe race. So very good. I know they'll both be taking some elements back about trying to come back to the start line tomorrow, see what they can perform and take that performance that step further.
Yeah, encouraging results for them again. Like we said, we might, not course records here, but that's due to the conditions and the fact they're in heavy training. But great to see the Paracanoeists get out, and we'll see more of them tomorrow. So we look forward to that. We'll also look forward to the rest of this programme this afternoon. We've not got a great deal left, as in number of races, but we have got some really exciting, and I'm sure what will be competitive races. We'll have the girls under 16 final coming up in the 200 metres. We'll have the boys under 16 200 metre final. We'll also have we'll have the first and second finals in those fairly shortly. We'll just take a break for a couple of minutes, let you go and get a cup of tea or maybe an ice cream even, and then we'll join you back in a few minutes' time for the last finals of the day. Well, we have the first of our sort of final batch of finals today, and goodness me, some of these paddlers have done a great deal of racing. What an experience for them. So this, the lineup for the girls under 18 K1 200 metres final. We've got S. James from Serendower in lane 1, K. Pocklington from Wiltshire Youth in 2, B. Pemble from Addlestone in 3, A. Green from Worcester in 4, A. Armstrong from Scottish Performance in 5, G. Anderson from Norwich in 6, H. Lewis from Way in 7, J. Urquhart from Banbury in 8, and A. Avery from Royal in 9. And see, you can see lane 5 and 6, can't you? Armstrong against Anderson once again, and maybe Grace Anderson from Norwich there. That strong technique. You can see the rotation from a vest, even from looking from right over here, but also fast finishing from Worcester. Amy Green there.
Miss Green is having a really good race all the way to the line. I think she's just going to be held off by the Scottish paddler Armstrong, but clear victory there by the Norwich paddler, but really good and really impressive. Followed by lane 3, 7 and then 2, I think, for 6th place. But yeah, really good, and a really strong middle phase by the Worcester paddler there.
Yeah, because we saw maybe I mean, she's done every heat she's done as hard as she possibly can, hasn't she? And maybe in the final of the 500 she struggled a little bit there, but she really put together a good, strong race, really dynamic and a lot of energy going into that. And I think, you know, I would hope anyway, she'd be pleased with the way she came through there. But Alexander Armstrong, another of the Scottish paddlers, Alexandra Armstrong, I should say, another Scottish paddler there doing very, very well. And Grace Anderson, we've seen her many times before, today as well, haven't we? Paddled really, really well. And she's done it once again there. In the 200 metres, showing how versatile she is.
Yeah, fantastic performance across all of the distances today. That is no easy feat. Heats and finals in K1s over 1,000, 500 and 200, plus the K2s in there. So that is a big old day's racing, and I'm sure they've all got some pretty big, good meals planned for tonight, actually.
Yes, and hopefully plenty of hydration as well.
Yes,
you know,
always
it really takes it out of you, doesn't it? It's racing all day, and like you said, over all the different distances, it was very impressive actually to race well over 1,000 metres, 200 metres and 500 metres. Crew boats and individually, you know, crew boats run very, very differently to a K1. It often feels a bit odd when you've been in the crew boat, doesn't it, and you get back into a K1. And so be able to manage all those things, such a wonderful experience for them, and still with a smile on their face as well. Perhaps enjoying the fact they're racing again, enjoying the sunshine here at Nottingham. What a wonderful day we've had. You know, we've been going since 9 o'clock this morning, and all the time, the sun's been out, it's been warm air, the water's reasonably warm. The racing, thanks to all the officials, has run really, really well. Got a little bit more gap in the programme, haven't we, between races, which we've talked about, seems to work really well here. Gives us time to talk about the races, gives the paddlers time to watch each other paddle, and just makes it run smoothly, which has been nice.
I think the pausing between racing gives a bit of manageable time for the officials and probably the support coaches up and down. You know, there's several participants in each heat, each final from different clubs, and actually it allows the club coaches time to get up and watch each athlete instead of making that choice or missing parts of their race. So I do think this timetabling has done everyone a world of good, and it's nice to breathe.
Yeah, the problem is, of course, is that it's not cheap to use the venue, and in order to get the revenue to make the regatta work, we have to put on a lot of races. So there's that balance between what works for the programme. This certainly does work, doesn't it, for the paddlers and the coaches, but how we can get enough racing to go on so that we can run the venue efficiently. But yeah, you're right. I mean, imagine if we put one of those GPS boxes, Hannah, on perhaps the coach's bike, we'd see them do quite a few miles on a regatta day.
Yeah, well, they're going to earn their refuelling beverages later on in the evenings, so I'm sure there'll be a couple of those later on.
Another nice word for it, refuelling beverages. I'll have to remember that one. And we've got, just lining up at the start here for the next race, is the second final of the girls under 18 200 metres in the K1. So E. Barrett from Royal Leamington Spa in 1, H. Gallagher from Way in 2, K. Jepson from Falcon in 3, L. Walker from Norwich in 4, C. LeMay from Norwich in 5, J. Holland in 6, A. Fisher from Lincoln in 7, M. Warburton from Lincoln in 8, and G. Fennick from Reading in 9.
So, Cardiff.
In lane 6, Jay Hollis from Cardiff. That's the club I couldn't quite remember. CDF, that's Cardiff. So all the best to him.
Distinctive orange vest, if you hadn't
It
noticed.
is not difficult to spot, is it? And as we see just the wind swirling around a little bit, paddlers are going to have to cope with that. They're underway at the moment. Unfortunately, we haven't got everyone in this race. Lane 1 and Lane 3 choosing not to take part there, but Lane 2, H. Gallagher from Way getting away to a good start, and then across over, it looks to be like Lane 8, and Warburton going very, very well, and perhaps Lane 6 and Lane 4 also. Lane 6 being Jay Holland from Cardiff, and Lane 4 being L. Walker from Norwich.
Yeah, even Lane 8 on the far side seems to have a really nice rhythm as she's opening up through her final 100. Distinctive pink and black boat. But Lane 4, another Norwich paddler. They've been churning them out over the winter and over COVID. Shout out to what they've been doing in their development junior times, because there's definitely a huge number of very quick paddlers come out of there. But it is with Lane 8 as we come to the finish line, just ahead of Lane 4, who's just ahead of her fellow Norwich compatriot at Lane 5.
Yeah, good. I know we've got Dyson Pendle's done so much over the years, hasn't he, at Norwich? And of course, Tim Scott, also chair of the sprint racing, obviously very involved in there. And the other coaches down there. And just so good to see a club doing so well across different age groups and genders. And it really, success breeds success, doesn't it? They see some paddlers doing very well and makes others think, well, I wouldn't mind a go at that. And I'm nearly as quick as them at my club race, so why not do that in Nottingham?
No, very true. Like we said, people follow a success story, and I think it does take. We've seen some fantastic paddlers come out of Norwich actually. Luke Shaw, who did reasonably well this year in the senior selections. I know we're excited to see him in the under-23s in a month's time, or even tomorrow actually I should say. Probably tomorrow on the start line. Flo Duffield, a strong junior paddler, actually coming back to the club after a year away, so probably becoming that role model, that training personnel on the ground that gives those guys and girls an inspiration. But I know that as a club they've put in a lot of effort to formalise programmes, structured the setup there, and you can just see that it's starting to breed successful paddlers, so it's wonderful to see.
Well, hopefully that'll rub off on some of the other paddlers as well when they get together for their junior camps, when they get together here at National Regatta and other clubs see them doing that. They'll perhaps think, well, what is it that you're doing? Can we do the same and have the same impact?
Yeah.
And hopefully, that'll rub off on the other clubs. Well, we'll be looking soon, very shortly.
I think what's lovely to see is the Norwich congregation down there on that finishing pontoon. You know, it's not the coaches bringing drinks to the athletes that just race, it's their fellow sort of paddlers. And I think that's just perfect and a true definition of what the club is about.
Yeah, that's a real club thing, isn't it? And maybe we could say the dominating social club at the pontoon here has been Norwich.
It definitely has, yeah. And they bring a dog along, so that's also a bonus.
Well, perhaps that's the answer, isn't it? The calming influence of a pet dog there. What a wonderful, beautiful dog that is. I don't know if you could see that on the screen there, but yeah, lovely.
If I could get a dog, I'd get one of those. I particularly enjoy a golden retriever.
Yeah. Isn't she or he just lovely? Really enjoying the racing, having a good look round, and just there to support the paddlers. But that's what it's about, club atmosphere. And
you can see the therapy dog in action there, going to the paddler to offer there.
Yeah, I think he fancies a paddle in the boat actually, and it'll be interesting to see what his or her sort of abilities in a kayak are balancing.
You can tell we've spent a long day in the sun, I think.
It has, hasn't it? Yeah. But yes, as you said earlier, Hannah, you know, we joke and we laugh about this, but actually it's really, really important, isn't it, to have that social aspect, social element to it. People enjoying being there because their friends are there. Yes, of course they like racing, they want to improve, but there's a bit more to it than that. There's the nervousness before, and there's the buzz afterwards, the chat, as you said, the refreshment, if you like, afterwards. They're having a bit of refreshment and a drinking food with your friends and your family, and you're away from home enjoying yourself, and that's really, really important.
Yeah, more than anything. It's what sport is about, really. And with that, I think we're looking up the course, but we've still got a little bit of time before the under 16 girls K1 200 metre final. where we're looking to see what Christina Armstrong can do after an incredibly dominating display of performances across the day. So
yeah, difficult one this for her, isn't it, in a way, because what she can only either win or it's not a great result according to people watching. As in, she's paddled so well, she's been so far ahead of everyone else that everyone is expecting to win, and that can be quite hard, can't it? Because you can feel under pressure from that. But that'll probably do her good, to say, look, I feel I'm the best paddler out here. I've shown that in the heats, and I've got to go and deliver once again in the next round.
Yeah, Nick kind of alluded that she's very open to try and her work ethic is incredible. So I'm assured and confident that when she sits on that start line, she's going to deliver everything she's got. And I think for her at this age, in that under 16 category, she's got a long future ahead of her. So it's taking each race as it comes. But it'll be exciting to see where she falls in the July regatta with a junior team selection, as well as future at least 3 more years, I believe. So that's an incredible time frame in a junior career to go from strength to strength and learn from race by race.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I mean, another 2 years in juniors at least, then up in the under 23s, and then seniors if that's what she chooses and what she wants to do. No doubt, even for such a great paddler like that, there will be downs as well as there will be ups, and she'll have to learn how to manage those and take them on board, take them on the chin, and learn from each and every experience in order for her to improve.
True. But we can start to see a bit of that swirling wind.
Yeah, it's a little bit blustery, isn't it? You can see that down beyond the finish line, a little bit blustery. You can see the big gaggle of geese over on the far side near the finish line there being just pushed around a little bit by the wind. And as we look up to the start of the 200 metres, it's just a bit squally, isn't it, on the water. It means it's not going to be fastest times we've ever seen, but still good conditions to be racing here, isn't it, today?
Yeah, really quite nice, and it looks fair, and that's the important thing when it gets to conditions. If everyone's got the same exposure to the wind, or the elements as we should say, then you know that they're about to execute what they can do, and that's all we can ask.
No, just sometimes if there's just a crosswind, a strong crosswind, maybe if it's coming from over the lane 9 side, so right to left, it can favour that lane 9 or lane 8. But none of that happening today, just a bit blustery, just a bit squally, but it's pretty much the same for each and every paddler. And it's just down to them to concentrate on their own race, no matter how tired they are, because many of them have done a great deal of racing today, and I'm sure that they are tired, but really focus, just perhaps not get too nervous, but actually enjoy the fact that they're racing. Yes, of course there's going to be nerves, and that's right because it's an important race, but enjoy the fact they've been desperate to race for the last 14 or 15 months, not being able to, and here they are with yet another race, another opportunity for them to lay it on the line, to put it out there and give it a really good go.
Yeah, so much racing in one day after a long period of nothing. It is definitely getting their value for money today.
Yeah, they're going to be tired after this. It's almost as difficult as commentating for 6 or 7 hours non-stop.
Not looking for a sympathy comment there, are we?
No, I'm certainly not expecting one.
Yeah.
But no, the paddlers, getting towards the buckets there, we can see yellow buckets, and as Nick Fowler mentioned, we're lucky to have 3 sets of them here.
Oh, we're incredibly lucky with the facilities we have here, and actually the course is really well maintained. You can see ahead of us how straight their buoy lines are, and the buoys are clean. They're immersed in the water for 12 months of the year, and actually it's very easy for them to get dirty and actually sink when they get covered in algae. It's a fact there when it gets too weighty, but no, it is well maintained, and the start buckets here are, not actually many other countries have access to free sets of start buckets as we do. So it is a great exposure to that high level and that elite end of the sport.
Well, wouldn't it be great if we could have an international event here now? Unfortunately, we don't kind of qualify because we haven't got a return lane, but if we could do something in order to provide that, Britain, Nottingham here would be a great place to host a European Championships or a World Cup in years to come.
So a word on the ground is we maybe aren't eligible for a World Championships because we haven't got the warm lane, but potentially those slightly lower level internationals, not belittling the Europeans and World Cups in any way, but there are being hosted at events without warm-up lanes, so maybe there is something, a space that we could access there. And I know the British Canoeing events team are investigating that, because it would be inspirational for the domestic side to see it.
Exactly, from some of the slalom events that we've put on, that we can certainly do it from an events point of view. So let's hope so. But we're going to actually concentrate our focus and attention on this, the under-16 girls 200-metre race. We have the final underway already. S. Payne from Chelmsford in lane 1. I. Patrick from Scottish Performance in 2. N. Hall from Way in 3. M. Ball from Devices in 4. Christina Armstrong, as we've spoken about, from Scottish Performance in 5. E. King from Royal in 6. A. Hutchinson from Reading in 7. I. Bethune from Elmbridge in 8. And H. Pemble from Addlestone in 9. And there we go, striding out with that high stroke rate, but really getting on top of the stroke, totally focused, totally smooth. Christina Armstrong with a huge lead over the rest of the field.
Very much. Everyone else is actually in a complete line as they come into the red buoys, which is very impressive for the field. But you can just see how smooth Christina runs that boat, and you can just see the difference on some of the other paddlers where the boat's rolling and rocking with the transference there. But I am not wanting to call who's going to come second. I'm going to potentially say it's the other Scottish development paddler in lane 2, just ahead of lane 3, 4, and then over in 6. But I think that might be a photo finish and a fantastic end to a very long day for these girls.
Yeah, I mean, they've done so much racing, haven't they? They're only under 16, remember, so, you know, some of them maybe not really racing last time we were able to race, and now they find themselves in a really competitive final of the 200 metres, a really unusual final as well. I mean, not many races you see competitive 200-metre races like that with someone way ahead of the rest of the field, as Christina Armstrong was. She just looked complete, didn't she? Strong, compact, legs driving, really locking onto the stroke well, dominating that race. But also great to see it so close. Maybe it was Patrick perhaps just ahead of Hall, second and third there, but it was actually very, very close for the second and third positions, which is encouraging for those other paddlers.
Yeah, and not to forget, some of those paddlers are potentially just 14, turning 15 this year, you know, racing people that are 16 years old now, so almost 2 years older. So the difference of physiological maturity and development there is a huge amount to come, and not to downplay anyone's performance, because that was an incredible feat there by Christina, but also really competitive in the rest of that under-16 field. And again, like we kind of said, a lot of these guys and girls may not have been out of had an opportunity to race since they were last in under 14 or even lightnings, given the pandemic situation we've been in. So it's a big step up and a fantastic chance to see them competing against what may well be the fastest girl in Britain. You know, we can't compare different categories until they race against each other in July at an open selection event, but yeah, Christina is setting the bar incredibly high.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to get too carried away, do we? But I'm thinking when you're saying, well, fastest person here, but, you know, maybe it would be interesting to know what other 16-year-olds are doing across the world, wouldn't it? Because that is very, very impressive. And as we've said, though, you know, she'll just be pleased to be racing. We're pleased to be watching her race and dominate a race like that. So well done to her. We don't want to put too many expectations on her, but that was fantastic, Christina Armstrong. We look forward to seeing much more of you later. Iona Patrick and Neris Hall looked to me like second and third, but difficult to say, wasn't it? Which is good that it was a tough call, because it was so close. So we've got a little while actually until the boys under 16 K1 200-metre final. I think we'll have a good sort of 6 or 7 minutes before that starts. And paddlers, just so that there's kind of a feel that we're getting towards the end of the day now, isn't there, Hannah? That the families are turning up, there's a bit of chat, people are going off and having their snacks and their drinks, they're refueling. A little bit more relaxation, less tension in the air. There is, of course, finals to come, but we know we're on the kind of the last leg of these. Saturday being a really long day. Tomorrow will be a shorter day here at Nottingham. We'll still have some great racing, lots of under-23s. We'll have thousands, 500s, 200s, Paracanoe, sprint canoe. Lots more to look forward to, but it has been a really busy day. And the paddlers, particularly the younger paddlers, have really delivered, haven't they? They've been asked to race again and again, and they've just lapped it up.
Yeah, it's been really impressive to watch, and yeah, it's great to see so many juniors out here racing sprint at such a high level. You know, lots of fantastic technical models that guys have worked on really hard, as well as some physical development and growth. It's really exciting to see where the sport's going with the next generation.
It is, and it is changing, isn't it? And that's often driven by the Olympic programme, how the Olympic programme is shaped. You know, when they brought in 200 metres, that really changed from Britain's perspective, you know, to our advantage, given that we had a number of paddlers that were doing very, very well over that distance. But again, now the Olympic programme changes once again, and the men's K4 changes, and after Tokyo, the men's and women's K1 200 gets taken out. Again, that drives change in the events all around the world in the domestic events.
Yeah, but the inclusion of the K4 and K2 500 for both men and women, I think, bridges a nice a gap there. So losing the K1 200 it is a huge loss for British sport, I think, in particular, but going to that middle distance, so that combination of speed and power and endurance, I think we've got a massive cohort of athletes that will be able to get their teeth into that. Compared to the sort of single K1s that we've had really great success in the K1 1000 over the years, I think we've got a lovely opportunity to maximise crew boat development with this generation coming through, as well as the under-23s that we'll watch tomorrow, within that middle distance range.
Yeah, I mean, that's really encouraging, isn't it? That, you know, we've seemed to be fairly early onto that, thinking that, right, we're thinking about the future, so we're going to be looking at crew boats. We've seen here today that is very, very encouraging in what we've got in juniors, but also under 23 level, like we've got the likes of Yayan James and Lewis Fletcher and others coming through, as we've seen with Deborah Kerr, you know, who's just that little bit older, but her coming through those ranks. So we have potential there. We've just got to keep looking at putting the crew boats together, working the K2s and the K4s together, and that becomes more important and perhaps what people look towards even more than the K1s, and then that hopefully down the line will lead to further success at the very highest level.
Yeah, very much, and it's a long-term game. I think set expectations down the line. We've got, from the Olympic point of view, Paris and then LA in 2028, and actually that's a realistic aim. Having a huge expectation next year and sort of this season, I think, is unkind to the athletes when the programs change and their sort of drives and goals change. But if we take a 4 to 6 year timeline, I think we will see a really great sort of development within our domestic paddlers to take that international mantle in that 500 metre range. So it's exciting. It will take time, so everyone be patient and kind to each other, but it's really inspirational to see the strength and depth that we've got in the under 16 and under 18 categories here this weekend.
Well, indeed. So hopefully, sprint canoeing is in a good place. You know, the pressure's been on. There's a lot of medals available. 12 medals available at Olympic Games in sprint. And although we've had some success, it has maybe been a little bit limited for Great Britain. So hopefully we can spread that across crew boats, across kayak, across canoe, across different genders. And if we manage to put our efforts into the crew boats, then hopefully we'll see down the line, as you say, some success with that. Well, Hannah has to go. That's been fantastic to have you on board, Hannah. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, guys, and thank you for listening.
Yeah, and we'll hopefully see you very, very soon, and we'll see your athletes racing tomorrow. So good luck to those.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Well, just as Hannah takes her leave, we'll stay with you just for the last final races of the day. We'll have coming up very shortly, we should have race 71, so that's 5:05 in just a couple of minutes' time. That will be the boys under 16 K1 200 metre final. You can see them if you look up to the orange boys and the yellow start buckets. You can see the paddlers just making their way as the music quietens down, as they prepare themselves for their final of the day. Many of them have raced a number of times already today. Lane 1, Kay Arian from Falcon. Lane 2, A. Morley from Way. Lane 3, D. O'Connor from Richmond. Lane 4, F. Lewis from Scottish Performance Squad. Lane 5 is H. Cook Bailey from Nottingham. Lane 6, S. Cribbett from Royal Leamington Spa. Lane 7, G. Popham Coverley from Falcon. In lane 8, A. Hinvers from Southampton. And in lane 9, M. Kabir from Woking. So we're underway on that first stroke there. We've got nobody, so no A. Morley in lane 2. But we can see 4, 5 and 6, they're getting away to a good start. That typical swinging style of, we can see there, F. Lewis of Scottish Performance Squad with the white cap on. But next to him, as he did in the heat, we've got Cook Bailey there from Nottingham in the red vest of Nottingham, really digging in hard. You can see driving those legs hard, keeping that boat running smoothly. A little bit of jerk in his stroke, but it's working for him as he's being stalked in lane 3 by D. O'Connor. But it's going to be lane 5, followed by 3, and then lane 7 in 3rd place. So Hayden Cook Bailey looking really strong as he did in the heat. Well done to him taking that first place there. Followed, but looked to be Dylan O'Connor from Richmond in lane 3, and then Gabriel Popham Coverley in lane 7 taking 3rd place. They've done a great deal of racing over the last 6 or 7 hours, and they'll have a well-deserved warm down followed by a rest and a drink and a refuel, I'm sure, in order to prepare themselves for tomorrow's racing. But they've had a fantastic day, and Hayden Cook Bailey really rounding that off with a dramatic and dynamic performance in the boys under 16 K1 200 metre final. So we'll have the second final underway with you very shortly in around 3 minutes time. Just to take you through the lineup, we'll have C. Beeson from Reading in lane 1, P. Levkovsky from Ealing in lane 2, S. Bates from Royal in 3, S. Hackwell from Truro in 4, J. Raymond from Leighton Buzzard will be in 5, J. Nelson from Reading in 6, C. Tietema from Reading in 7, R. Toop from Wiltshire Youth in 8, T. Sales from Cambridge in 9. They'll be approaching the start in just a couple of minutes' time. This will be the second final in the boys under 16 K1 200 metres. You got the recording. Can you get the recording onto the YouTube channel? Yeah, great. Thank you. Yeah, I'll be in touch anyway. It's been good. So we're about to get underway with the boys under 16 K1 200 meter final 2. So, and they're underway now. We've got Beeson in 1, Levkovsky in 2, Bates in 3, Hackwell in 4, Raymond in 5, Nelson in 6, Tietima in 7, Toop in 8, and in lane 9, Sales from Cambridge. And we can see they're really close and competitive race there, but looks to be lane 5. Nice high stroke rate. The yellow Vesta of Jay Raymond from Leighton Buzzard going really, really well. Leading the way from lane 4, which is Hackwell from Truro. Lane 3 coming in well. And right over the far side of the course with the white paddles there, lane 8. That's going to be a close finish between 3, 4 and 8, but no doubt about the winner. Well done to Jay Raymond. So a couple more races for you, and that'll be the boys under 18 K1 200 meters first final and second final. So the first final due to be at 5:15, so a couple of minutes before we start. Paddlers just getting themselves lined up within 30 meters of the start line, and we'll have O Partridge from Truro in lane 1, A Tonkin from Reading in 2, A Liper from Scottish Performance Squad in 3, T Booth from Norwich in 4, J Piramahemedov from Chelmsford in 5, B Want from Norwich in 6, B Cabrera from Foy in 7, D Stanley from Falcon in 8, and F Topham from Reading in 9. So final one of the under 18 boys K1 200 meters. About to get underway. Paddlers just moving their bows into the start buckets, preparation for the start, wait for the starter's orders, and then look to get that first stroke underway smoothly, build up through the stroke rate into this race. So they're underway, On top of that first stroke, you could see lane 5, Jonathan Pirmahirdov, who did so well in the heats, getting away. Look at that stroke rate getting up really, really high. He's got to maintain the length in the stroke as well and make sure he's not just spinning his wheels, but certainly he's got the edge over the rest of the field at the minute. Coming strongly in the white cabin, lane 2, A. Tonkin, and over the far side, paddling well, is Benji Cabrera in lane 7. It's him who's now fighting it out with Pirmahirdov from Chelmsford in 5, and it looks to be the speed with lane 7 at the moment. Is Benji Cabrera coming hard over the finish now in the final few strokes. If he maintains his momentum, he'll do it. He does. He takes the first place. Lane 7, 8, and then possibly 6 for third place. Benjamin Want, they're looking like third, but very, very close. So, goodness me, Jonathan Pirmahirdov got away to a great start, whipped the stroke rate up super quick, but just building through his race there. Benji Cabrera came through strongly, the Foy paddler there, done really well recently and in the recent trials, obviously in great form, and just had the momentum, the boat speed and that grip on the water to take him through into first place. And Benjamin Want looked to me like taking third, but a close race, which is exactly what we want to see in these K1 200 metre races. Well, we will have the second final of the boys under 18 K1 200 metres coming up very, very shortly. Then I will take my leave. It's been a fantastic day, really, really beautiful day here at Nottingham. Been delighted to commentate. I'd like to thank Nick Fowler, who's been very, very busy with his junior athletes and coaches today, for coming to join me. Also, Hannah Brown's been great to have her knowledge and expertise with me here, and I'm sure she'll be joining us again at some point. Great production that Media Pack have put on for us today. Thank you. Thanks for the support of the Sprint Racing Committee. The wonderful job that all the officials have done, keeping us up to date, running the programme here, making the announcements, making it work. The safety crew that we've got, we couldn't do it without them. And the boat weighers and everybody else that's taken part, whether they work for British Canoeing or they're volunteering, just supporting an event that we've managed to run here safely, according to protocol, to give these paddlers, many of which are juniors, an opportunity to enjoy their racing, which is why they got into the sport in the first place. So it really has been a pleasure to bring this to you and to allow this event to take place. So the last race of today, goodness me, it's been a long day, 9 o'clock this morning, but we've seen some great crew boats. We've seen some wonderful Paracanoe racing over 200 metres. We've seen 200 metres in the kayaks, as we're about to see now. We've seen 500 metres, we've seen 1,000 metres, we've seen K2s and K1s. Sadly, not seen any K4s this time round, but we will see those again, I'm sure, at a regatta, as we work on building those crew boats, those K2s and those K4s together, to see what we can put together over the next few years. But right now, we'll focus our attention on the final race of the day, the second final of the under 18 boys K1 200 metres. In lane 1 we'll have C. Allen from Devizes, M. Svadabavari from Reading in 2, D. Sklenar from Norwich in 3, E. Crossley from Royal Leamington Spa in 4, M. Mother from Richmond in 5, A. Ray from Northern Ireland in 6, A. Jewson from Lee in 7, J. Railton from Foy in 8, and H. Grant from Richmond in 9. So just being held on the start here, now approaching the buckets, the yellow buckets. Final few moments before the last race of the day. Boys under 18, K1 200 metres, second final. Boats are into the buckets, paddlers are ready, starter is ready. So just taking their time, the starter taking his time just to line them up. He's not quite ready yet. When he says set, you'll see the paddles come up. They'll be ready to start and focus on that first stroke. There it is, paddles up and paddles away, and a flurry of activity here going into the beginnings, the start of this 200-metre race. You can see lane 6 over there got away very well to a good start. So 5 and 6, that's Mother from Richmond, Ray from Canoe, Northern Ireland over in 6 getting away well. But now we're at the business end of the race. We're in the final 100 metres. The red boys really putting it in there. Lane 4, E. Crossley from Royal Leamington Spa. We've got a big crowd here down on the pontoon cheering them on. It really is neck and neck. These are fighting it out, toe to toe, bow to bow. 5 boats in this one. Just with the edge at the moment, possibly lane 3, possibly lane 6. Very difficult to say. Skelner and Ray, very close. And as the announcer said, Louise Clive, that'll go to a photo finish. Well, great to see such competitive racing again in the under-18s. Very difficult to call. We can't separate them. We've no slow motion, but the paddlers will wait for the final call on that. Looked like Skelner, Crossley, Mother, Ray, Jewson all in with a chance there. Possibly Skelner and Ray fighting it out for the first place. Well, we'll find out. We'll bring that to you as soon as we can. Thank you for joining us here on the stream. Thank you for accessing the Sprint Racing Committee's YouTube channel. We'll see you again soon. You'll see some streaming tomorrow, but hopefully we'll be able to bring this to you at future regattas. Have a lovely evening and see you tomorrow.